One Piece players, for those of you at home who, for your first time attending or watching a regional or watching a day 2, some of you at home may not know what these players are playing for. It's a wonderful prize. I myself competed as well, so I'm very happy to attend these events and watch these players duke it out for some of these beautiful, beautiful prizes. So I think Patrick is coming around with the prizes from the judges. Yeah. Did you get the right prize? I don't think. That's not what we played for before.
Are you sure?
No. I thought it was like a different model.
No, this is an air fryer. It's just
it's
a toaster oven, and it has an air fryer function.
You got the one with the month. Yeah. Okay, I see. That's what's going on. But didn't they also give like cards or something?
Oh yeah,
like,
actually, I was just using this to carry the cards. They're kind of like they're delicate, and I didn't want them to get damaged.
Oh, okay, I see.
We would never give this as prizing.
Oh yeah, no, of course not. we give some cards, right?
Yeah, cards. Card players get cards, right? Let me just put on my gloves here for these fancy cards. And first up, we have the top 64 prize. So this is actually what the players were competing for yesterday. Ooh, and that is Yasop.
So this is the card you get for placing top 64. So if you placed top 64 yesterday, you would have gotten this card no matter what. But if you placed top 32, you would have had the chance to fight for more prizing, actually. So what else would you get if you place well?
So top 32, each of the players today will be receiving one of these beautiful... Wait, no, that's not top 32. This is top 32. Finalist card set.
Ooh.
So there are actually 4 cards in this set, and all players had a chance to open each of these cards. What's special is you get this nice little stamp here that says finalist on it. We'll show it a little bit more up close, and that lets you just kind of flex and say, I was a finalist, I made it into the top 32.
Yeah. Also a really great gift for all your friends who help you get there along the way, because sometimes it's a card for their deck.
Exactly, yeah. All right, and then next up for top 16, we have none other than Mr. Ben Beckman himself. Look at that.
Gorgeous card. Yeah, these top 16, top 8 cards, top 32 cards, top 64 are just so coveted, and like these beautiful like gilded gold borders are like unique to Treasure Cups and regionals.
I know, and like we know we have I think 2 Shanks potentially in our top 32, so they could technically use these cards today if they want. So, and
they're not max rarity until they've got these.
Right, exactly. Shanks has just gone up a lot in terms of the requirements for a max rarity deck. Okay, and then this is going to be the big round today, but top 8 tends to be very, very prize heavy. So why don't we start off with none other than Mr. Shanks himself, the top 8 card, that 10-drop Shanks. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I was so excited when I first saw this card because it's so playable. This Shanks is going to be around forever. I think this is going to be a very valuable card. This is a coveted prize. The players who win this will be able to keep it as a memento or sell it for probably a hefty sum.
Yeah.
Alongside that, for top 8, of course, we have, if I can pick it up, I'm being so gentle here because this is so valuable. I can't even pick it up with the gloves. That's how. We have a limited promotion cereal ace. One of a kind.
One of a kind. So for those of you who don't know, we can't open this because each serial ace card from one of these packs has a unique serial number. So when you open it, you can find out what number you get, and that number can often have some kind of significance. I remember when I got mine, Maya helped open mine with you, and we were all around, and she was able to, based on the number we got, it was a very heartwarming moment to know that I had 39 for like, which is like in Japanese sankyu. So like I was like, oh, that's like I was like very. Yeah, so the serial number can make a difference too, and also the card itself is gorgeous. We'll have a picture of that. But yeah. Yeah,
and then of course our champion today will be walking away with the champion set. So these are unique to getting first place. Similar to the card we showed before, all of these cards are kind of going around, but they don't have that special stamp on them that says champion. These tend to actually be quite unique. There's not many of these in circulation, and so it's just another way of kind of flexing and saying, I won one of these 1,000-person tournaments.
Yeah, and honestly, the prizing itself is almost a way. It's not just like it's the serial card. Oftentimes, people reference the number of serials they've earned as a sign of their career and like how many tournaments they've played in, how much they've won. So being a serial holder is almost like the equivalent of calling yourself a pro.
Yes.
If you're a serial holder, and if you're like an 8-time serial holder, that holds a lot of significance in the One Piece community. But yeah, gorgeous prizing. I'm so excited to watch these players play it out. And just like see what games we see.
Exactly. Yeah, it's amazing. And this prizing, it goes for a lot of money. It can actually make a difference in your life, really, to win today and to walk away with these cards and to either keep them as mementos or to just to sell them for their value. So it's really valuable prizing that you get for competing today in the top 32. There's a lot on the line. And it's stressful. So I expect we'll see a lot of sweat, a lot of tears, and hopefully some glory from the players today.
Yes, so if you guys see the players tense, really thinking about each decision, you should understand there's so much on the line, and it's hard for that not to, we can see the players who are going to get affected by that, and hopefully every player is able to just lock in. And honestly, with so many great players around you, it's easy for that to happen, but sometimes it can get to you thinking, oh, this is my top 8 time. This is what's on the line. But more than anything, I think everyone's going to focus on how great of a game One Piece card game is and how fun it is to be here at the Westin Harbor Castle playing these top 32 brackets.
All right. Well, that's it for us, and we'll see you shortly. How did you get this box? We're back for another interview. I am here with Kern, our yellow Kalgara player. And you were the 15th seed?
14th.
14th seed. Wow. What a run. That is so awesome. How are you feeling?
I don't know. It doesn't really feel real yet. I didn't have any expectations coming to the tournament yesterday. So yeah, I guess we're here.
That's awesome. Yeah, so you just showed up to play.
Yeah, like a lot of my friends are playing. And 2 of them also made TOPCUT. So
oh, really? Wow. Impressive. So 3 of you are all in the top 32. Okay, I hope you guys don't friendly fire until you've got your serials.
I think round 1 we're all avoiding each other, but then it gets dicey going forward. So.
Okay. All right, so yellow Kalgara. Walk me through. What made you decide on that leader, first of all?
Originally, I was planning on playing Rayleigh. Like I've never played red aggro before, red Zoro or anything like that.
Right.
So when I was practicing with it, I would steal wins here and there just because I guess the deck's strong, but I don't know, I didn't really gel with it too much. And then I was just playing sim games with my friend. And I was just literally playing random decks I had loaded up. And I'm like, oh, let me try Kalgara, I guess, because they got some new support. And I was just enjoying the way the deck played, because I used to play it, I guess way back when it came out.
Oh, okay.
Because I do like it. I enjoy playing yellow. I started off playing yellow Katakuri.
Right.
Played an L for a bit in OPO5. And then played green yellow Yamato, but I mostly played the green version of that, the Fortress version.
Yeah.
But then once EBO1 came out, I was playing a lot of purple yellow Croc.
Right.
So I enjoy the yellow playstyle. I guess we're just not necessarily the sackiness of triggers, but more so the taking life aggressively and then healing back, and then sort of I don't know, checkmating your opponent once they can't kill you and stuff like that. So but Kalgara is definitely a different type of yellow deck where it's more aggressive. So I don't know. Yeah,
and I heard a bunch of kind of rogue decks or meta decks, off meta decks. Is that your preference? Do you prefer to bring rogue decks or off meta decks?
I think I just enjoy playing originally I enjoyed playing just characters I like. If I don't vibe with a character in the show, because I'm a fan of the series, obviously.
Okay. I love that. Yeah.
If I don't like the character I won't play the deck.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, if a deck gets too overly played, I don't play mirrors all day. So I think it's fun playing the rogue deck, especially when you do well with it. And it's oh nice.
Yeah.
But often more times than not, you're not doing well. So.
Well, today you are. You're here in the top 32.
So we'll see.
So what was your day like yesterday? So you're running yellow Kalgara. What kind of matchups? What did you see? Just walk me through.
I didn't see any really yesterday.
Okay.
I did see a Bonney round 1, and I thought my run was over. Because, in my opinion at least, and talking with some of my friends, Bonney's a really tough matchup.
Okay.
Just because you're, and I think green in general, just because your whole deck, the highest cost character you play is 6.
Right.
Or maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Yeah. For sure.
It's your whole deck just gets fried by Carrot or Luna or anything like that.
Right.
Or if you're playing a Zoro, Tashiki rests your whole deck.
Right.
Aside from Kuma the first turn you play it. But yeah, it's just kind of depressing when they just Luna and you're okay, no I guess.
Yeah.
I'll swing leader next turn and pass. So I played Bonney round 1 and fortunately I pulled the win there.
Nice.
Then my next round I went to an L, which should be favored I think for me.
Okay.
But you just never know with an L.
Yeah,
they
hit
a trigger life, I just lost all my tempo.
Yeah.
The game's kind of
yeah.
not
for sure.
far from there. But then I think the rest of the day went on pretty well. I started off 7-0.
Okay.
And I had some really close games. It was actually really, I was having a good time.
Yeah, that's good.
And then my 8th game, I played against Zoro, and he on his, I won dice roll win first, and then on his 8th dawn turn, he played Tashigi for 5, and then his remaining 3 dawn, he lunated my board.
Oh.
So he tapped my active character.
Right.
I was thinking I was safe.
Yeah.
Just because I played active, obviously.
Yeah.
But then Tashigi rested it and then lunated down like,
oh no.
So miserable now. And I just died to like Tashigi, resend, swing, and all this Zoro things.
Zoro things, yeah. I mean, it feels unfair that they can play Luna now, too. Like, I have to respect that. I'm already trying to do the math to figure out when they can swing and rest. Now they're going to Luna
the worst
my
is when they
board.
search it. They just know that now. It's like, when's it coming?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're just bracing for it.
Yeah.
But wow, 7-0. I remember seeing you on the top tables over there. That's a really strong start.
Yeah, I was, believe me, like, I was more shocked than anyone. After everyone, I'm like, all my friends are like, oh, let's go, I'm like at any moment it could all go downhill.
Right.
Because I've been like, in previous tournaments, I've started off like 5-0 or something, and I'm like really feeling myself, and after you lose one game,
it just goes down.
Right downhill.
I know, yeah,
so
that always is the test, right?
I was just in the back of my mind the whole time, like don't get too, I guess, not to not be excited, but like, don't to get, I guess, overly cocky or confident, just because like one game can change everything, you know what I mean? Just like the whole vibe, and it definitely did. Like after I lost that game, my whole mood, like it just completely like died.
Yeah.
But fortunately, we were, I guess, able to pull it back. So
yeah, you pulled through. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So looking ahead to today now, what do you want to face? What's Kalgara good into, and what are you kind of like, I really don't want to play that?
So I don't want to face Bonney for sure.
Okay.
I know there's a lot.
Yeah, there are a few. Saw quite a few over there.
Yeah, and there's like, fortunately yesterday I didn't play against any like a heavy removal, so like a black Lucci or something like that. But I think today, I think my first round is a black Lucci, so that might not be so fun. But I don't know. I spoke with the guy before, and he seems like a cool guy, so I'm sure we'll have fun regardless.
Yeah. How does that go for you, like against Lucci?
I think the problem is like this is like they just your cards are so low cost. It's like it's so easy for them to remove. Like one Tempest kick into a brook, it's like your own's gone or something like that, or like Tempest kick and now your biggest body, your Kalgara, it's a 3 cost.
Right.
With leader, it's a 2 cost. You know what I mean? So like, it's like pretty depressing just watching your whole board just get shattered. Like you develop like 3 bodies in one turn, and there's like 2 are gone instantly. So it's like oh well.
Yeah.
Next, I guess.
Yeah. Right. And what's the path forward against Lucci? So how do you? Is it more they just have to not draw removal? Do you have a?
I think it's just like break.
It's break. Yeah. You hope that they break. Okay.
Yeah, I hope that they break, and then I hope that you see the nuts, I guess.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But I'm hoping to see Shanks, and I was talking to some other people that were coming up to me and talking to me about Kalgara, and they're like, "Oh, Shanks seems like a horrible matchup," but I don't know. In my opinion, like you're just going so wide.
Okay.
They're moving maybe like 1 body per turn. If they have new gate on board, maybe 2.
Right.
Once they drop really, but you're just going so wide, and you're just punching for 6 every time. Like
right.
So like eventually, like they're just gonna run out of counter, or like their leader ability is just gonna bring you to 1 attack, and then you have to eat 6 for the rest of their, I guess, turn. So I'm hoping to see Shanks. Blackbeard, I don't know if any made to TOPCUT.
I don't think so. But
Okay. Blackbeard is also a good matchup, I think.
Yeah.
Just because you're playing 2 bodies per turn, like, and swinging 6s, and they don't run many 2Ks, I believe. So, excuse me. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like, I literally just picked up the deck like last week.
Yeah.
Or I guess again for OP12.
Yeah.
Because I was fumbling around between decks, deciding what to play. I also like don't play that often.
Right.
I mostly like I enjoy like I like consume a lot of content, I guess, like especially like games from the East.
Right.
So like I enjoy watching it, but I don't have much time to go like local and stuff like that. So like I'll start to play like a couple sim games with my friends, like maybe like a couple times a week or something like that, and then just like that's it.
That's awesome. I mean, that's great. Yeah. I mean, it speaks to your skill as a player that you're here. You've been watching the East. That's your training. Watching the Japanese players play. They're amazing.
I think like I don't know. I enjoy the game, so hopefully that'll be enough to keep me in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly. That's the One Piece spirit, right? Yeah. I think deck lists are open. I don't think you've seen them yet, but I won't spoil anything. But do you have any secret tech cards? Anything we should be looking out for?
No, I think my list is like pretty like cookie cutter, like standard.
That's good. I mean, that's great. Yeah.
So my opponent's gonna see my list and be like, okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna look at his list and be like, oh god. Like, I'm gonna get psyched up all these random 1-0s and stuff like that, but he's just look at my list and be like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. And I guess my last question is, do you have any advice for Kalgara players out there? How can a Kalgara player get top 32?
Just always hit Om Holy.
Always hit Om Holy? This is bringing me back to like OP05
NL
exactly. Days.
That was when I enjoyed playing NL, but like I'm not a fan of the new NL where you just like do nothing for like the first 3 turns and just start dropping bombs, I guess. But that was like the NL I enjoyed.
That was fun,
Om Holy, you know, like just play on curve, I guess. But yeah, just never whiff Ohm Holy, and
Never whiff.
you'll be in a good spot.
Okay, so may your Ohm never whiff. May you always find the dog today in the top 32.
Yeah,
Do you have any shout-outs?
Just I guess shout out Brampton. Brampton play test group. I guess like I said, some of my friends are the top as well. So
Amazing.
These guys are like insane. Like
Yeah, yeah. That's so cool.
I feel like I'm like I don't know. I feel like I don't belong here. Like, I'm just like here for the ride. Like I drove them here, so I'm like I'm sort of just like the chauffeur, I guess. Like,
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I'm just gonna lose round 1 and then watch them get top 8, I guess. So
Right.
Hopefully, shout out to them. Hopefully they can make it all the way through, and I believe they can.
Awesome.
So
Great. Well, thank you so much for doing the interview. Best of luck
of course.
today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Everybody, I am here with Nigel,
Yes.
19th seed on, what were you playing?
Lucci.
Black Lucci.
Yes.
Now, fortunately, I know Nigel pretty well. We've played many times.
Yeah.
You've been on Lucci for a while.
Yeah.
What made you decide to bring Lucci today?
Lucci, I think, has a lot of good matchup spreads, especially with like Rayleighs and Bonnies running around, and UP with their new deck lists and testing some things out. I just partly is a comfort pick, but I think it's overall just a good spread into all the matchups today.
Yeah, and how did it feel playing Lucci on day one?
It was good. It was good. Yeah, I think every game I felt pretty confident, especially with the matchups. I think that was the key thing, and yeah, that was pretty much it. Just feeling comfortable, and I didn't want to play something else.
Yeah,
I was just like, you know what, it's Lucci.
Yeah, exactly. And then I saw that you're facing Kalgara round 1. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, it was a teach.
Oh, is it?
It was
Oh,
teach.
teach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was spooky. I think as mentioned, his name was like Z ha ha ha, and then his name, and I was like, oh my god, I'm dead. But it was pretty okay.
Yeah, you made it. I know teach is really, really hard.
Mhm.
How did you get there? How did
Yeah, I think it was just playing the bodies out, and I don't think he didn't get the Doc Q and Augur off, so it was just the Burgesses slamming me. But Hina Lucci just going face, and I got there. So
Yeah. And how are you feeling playing TOPCUT today? Is this your first TOPCUT?
yeah, it is. It is my first TOPCUT.
Congratulations.
So thank you. I'm super excited. I don't even know what's happening, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Coming in here with Lucci, yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we're hopefully we can get you up on stream. That would be fun to watch, showing us some of those Lucci math on stream. That's
1,
the
2,
ultimate
4, 5.
test.
That's all. You have it or you don't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I have to ask, I saw your name is today, was it Ape
Yeah,
Strong?
Ape Strong.
Ape Strong?
Yeah.
What happened? Usually your names are something like Swing 5, Take, Beige Trigger,
Yeah.
GG, all in all caps. You changed it?
It was like so long, people weren't reading it, so I'm like, I want them to come up, be like, Ape Strong? I'm like, Ape Strong. Yes. That's where it came from.
Oh, I love it. All right, so first TOPCUT, what do you want to face today? What are you looking for? What's like the path?
Yeah, I mean, I saw there was a lot of Bonnies left, so I think that matchup's still okay. It's not as, like, I'd say free as, like, what people used to say before. I think the matchups got a lot harder with all the tools that they have now, especially with, like, the new Bonney and the extra egg. So you just got to be careful that they don't just outright kill you sometimes, especially on those, like, Hody turns. It could be, like, devastating. But other than that, I think pretty much I'm feeling okay. Just hopefully nothing too crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, there seem to be some green Zoro, some Rayleighs, some UP Luffy. How do you feel about those matchups?
Yeah, UP I think is pretty okay. As long as it's like 10s on, no red rock, I'm feeling good. Green Zoro, I think it's always just a stat check. If you have it, you don't. I'm playing Uta in my deck, so I love dropping it down and swinging 5 with it, and they're just looking at it like, what am I doing with this?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
No, I'm feeling okay. And yeah, Rayleigh I think is a pretty okay matchup just naturally with their low cost. So
Yeah.
as long as you see something, like, just have it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there's a lot of different kind of decks. How did you prepare for like the spread, this kind of new OP12 meta?
Yeah, I think the big thing is, like, I don't think the Lucci list changed too much. I think everyone knows now that you want to go second. So I tried tailoring my deck a little bit more towards going that first curve, but still, second is still the best, I think, for the curve. But at least it's a little bit more playable, especially with the new events coming in. Now we can kind of squeeze those events and not worry about having kind of like 4 of all like the top end and everything like that. So
Right. And I believe it's open deck list. I don't think the deck lists have been sent out yet, but do you have any spicy tech cards? I won't tell anyone.
okay,
we won't show.
all right. I'm running 1 Iron Body. So if you don't know what that card does,
I actually don't.
So it's a 2 cost.
Yeah.
It gives a leader a character plus 4,000, and then if you have 10 or more in your trash, it's another 2,000.
Oh, I see.
So it's really for the Zoro matchups, but a lot of times like Bonney or Zoro, sometimes they just swing 9
Right.
into your Kuzan, right? Your
Right.
4-cost Kuzan.
Right.
And they think it's Black Vortex
Yeah,
a lot, right?
yeah.
So I'm like, okay, like, you know what? Iron Body. And you're like, +6? What? You're like, no way. Yeah, I think it won me 2 games.
Wow,
yesterday,
that's
yeah.
awesome. I was going to say, how did it work for you? But it sounds like it's working.
Yeah. Like I played it, and
Yeah.
they swing Kuzan. I'm like, hey, this Kuzan needs to stick Iron Body, and they're just like, what does that do? That's my favorite, just reading it.
That's
I'm
the
like,
best feeling. Yeah, we always talk about that. Like when your opponent
Yeah.
has to read your card, you're just
Yeah.
like, they're like, can I read? You're like, absolutely. Take all the time you need.
Yeah, just tell me if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's awesome. And so that worked out for you. So that's the only spicy tech. Were there any other adjustments that you made going into 12?
Yeah,
You
so
mentioned like going first, your first curve.
yeah, going first. So I was playing 3 jacks.
Yeah.
I dropped it down to 2, and I put in 1 Kaido just to have another bigger body.
Yeah.
But also sometimes in the Zoro matchup, when you're swinging 5/5/5, they'll pitch a lot of their cards, and
Right.
and usually they hold on to those events, right? Which
Yeah.
is like the Deadman's or the Luna or the Restand event, right?
Yeah.
So getting Kaido to force them to pitch one of their options, because usually, maybe they ditch their whole hand, they have a Deadman's and a Restand. Okay, I'm gonna rest, go for like 999 or something, right?
Right.
Or 88, and then it's at least you get rid of one of the options. So maybe they can't rest 2 anymore. They can't
Right,
restand. So
right.
it gives them a hard choice. And
That's cool.
I think it won me one of my games
Yeah.
earlier, and like in the early rounds. So
Yeah, I feel like people might not be playing around that or expecting that, kind of
Yeah.
having to make that decision so late in the game of which card to trash. And
exactly right, and especially when they're such low hand size, because
Yeah.
they're just pitching everything.
Yeah.
I think it was like very key in that moment. It also won me a Lucci matchup.
Oh,
'cause I
right,
got to
okay.
Out there Jack with Lapoon, so it felt really good. And he was just like, "You're joking."
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh man, well that's awesome. I can't wait to see how your run goes today. It's so great to see local Toronto players.
Oh yes,
you know,
there's a lot of us, so
yeah,
that's good.
yeah, that's what we want to see, right?
Yeah.
We got to kind of stake our territory here and say,
So
yeah. But thank you so much for interviewing
Absolutely.
with me, and I wish you all the best with your run,
thanks, Patrick.
and hopefully we'll get you on stream.
Awesome, sounds good.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
Right, we are back for day 2 of the 401 Games Toronto One Piece Regionals. I'm back with Jeremy. How are you doing, Jeremy?
I'm doing good, and I'm so impressed you got all of that, because I always stumble with that full sentence.
Yeah, I have to always just play it in my head every once in a while because there's always a lot. There's organization, where you're at. I luckily didn't have to say like Canada or United States. That would have been a fumble, so we're good on that part. But we've got a top 32 today after 850 plus players yesterday in 10 rounds of Swiss, and we're going to look at that bracket in just a minute. But we've got quite the variety for us today, don't we?
Yeah, I was looking at this bracket. I was so excited. There's like Kalgara. There's like there's all sorts of stuff in there. And yes, there's the meta picks, but you know what I'm rooting for. It's always the rogue deck is what I'm rooting for.
Definitely. And we know, I think we have 12 different leaders across top 32, which is just great diversity.
Yep.
And let's go check out that bracket right now for you guys too. So this is hanging out while you guys were waiting in between. And we do have the top 32 starting off pretty shortly. What's our first match that we're looking into getting into?
Yeah, so I believe our round 1 we're going to be pulling up for you Kalgara and Lucci. These are 2 decks that they stand alone in this top bracket. We saw another Kalgara as well who also made top 64, but these are 2 very unique decks in this top 16 bracket or top 32 bracket, and these are kind of decks that can sometimes just take it away when it's in TOPCUT because no one is prepared for it, no one's prepared for these matchups. It could just have a very favorable route heading into the finals.
Yeah, I think that's very astute. Yeah, we do definitely want to look at 2 one-of decks for this first one too. The other thing I know a lot of people are looking at is there's the limb right below it too, with James there. And the kind of other thing with this deck is that it did get an X1 to finish. So the majority of its games for this, at least first half of this TOPCUT, you're going to be able to go first. So there are some decks with this being a best of 3. If you're a higher seed and you really need to go first or second, you get a lot of advantage in this format too.
Yeah, especially because I'm not sure how many Rayleighs will have practiced against Lim, whereas I think Lim probably would have put a lot of practice on knowing that Rayleigh is a meta deck and Green Zoros.
For sure. You definitely, I think you have to definitely have practice against Zoro, Silver's Rayleigh, likely Bonney, Blue-Purple Luffy is definitely present. It's also the most present leader we have in this top 32. So we have all the leaders on there, but in case you guys don't want to count, we did have 7 copies of OP11 Monkey D. Luffy, 6 Green Zoro, 6 Bonney, 3 copies of Silver's Rayleigh, 2 Shanks, 2 Green Purple Luffys, 2 Enel, and then single copies of Kid, Lim, Kalgara, and Rob Lucci.
Ooh, yeah, I did not expect UP Luffy to stack. I knew it was good, but this is very resilient still, showing that its spread is still very strong, its leader ability is still very strong. A lot of people still don't know how to navigate the new builds of it as well, but I'm very impressed to see so many people still on UP and converting so well.
Yeah, and this is, I think, definitely an adjustment from the first week to this week of this format. The fact that I think a lot of people are back at it. Also, the fact that Betty's not around anymore. I think I would take that trade of saying, you know, I'll lose Katakuri and Linlin if my worst matchup just doesn't exist anymore, right? And also, Nami, I think, was a tougher matchup at times, so that being gone too. And then, you know, we're guaranteed to see at least one blue-purple Luffy in top 16 since we do have a mirror match of Human versus War Chaos. So good for blue-purple Luffy enjoyers. But yeah, again, a lot of variety across this board.
Yeah, and let's see some of the diversity in these lists because I know some people started running Kiro, some people are running like a lot of the 9-cost Mihawk now, which is just an amazing card. So yeah, we'll love to see all the flavor that they'll bring to this deck as well.
Yeah, and some other unique matchups that we see for this one. We see in the bottom left-hand corner, we've got AJ versus Simpy. So this is going to be Yellow Kid versus Green Zoro. I think Kid's been getting a little bit more of an uptick, and I think they specifically want to play against Zoro. I think they have this, you know, these blockers that are generally large enough to not get KO'd by it. Being a 5-life leader against Zoro can be good too, and it's definitely a deck that I think has been a little bit on the rise, not only with the format, but we got some new cards like the Kuma has been fantastic. It's just another heal for a deck like this one.
Yeah, and I love the whole Kid is going to present you a body that's an on-KO effect. It's like, yeah, go.
Yeah.
Clear this for me. Yeah, give me that effect.
Yeah. The fact that, you know, like 7-cost Law is a blocker and a heal in this deck, I think is really fantastic. Now, there are some situations where, like, if you have 8-drop Kid, you're able to swing into it twice with the Zoro leader because it is, you know, it costs enough for it. But by and large, I think that would be, you know, additionally interesting matchup, and can't wait to see who gets out of the top 16.
Yeah, and you know, I think in the top left we see there are 2 Shanks players, and
Yes.
we've gone from the days of Shanks being the terror back in like 09, 010 to now we're seeing it being the pocket, the rogue pick.
Yep.
I'm really interested to see how they've built it because I've seen so many different lists for Shanks floating around.
Yeah, and to note too, we've got Silver's Rayleigh, are undefeated yesterday. We got 707 at the top there with Slim slimming into that top 32 with that 32nd place finish. So we've got that, and then also we've got Sim on that against the Zoro too. So I know I'm going to mess it up. We got Slim and Sim on that Shanks, but I'll do my best. To
if
keep it straight.
they both make it through into quarters and we have to cast that game, I'm going to have some people. And Slim's doing this. Sim's using leader ability.
Yeah, we're going to have to. Even like production is going to be all right. Please, you're for sure you're Sim, right?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. So we have that one. We've got some kind of more standard matchups, right? We see. Like, for example, Bonney versus Zoro. I don't know if we have, I haven't really double-checked this. I don't think we have any matchups that are duplicates in the sense that I think the only mirror match is the blue-purple Luffy, but even then, like, there's enough variety where, you know, there's not 2 of the exact same matchup across the board. I'm looking at this for the first time with that, you know, in mind, but I think these are all 16 unique matchups. Maybe a Zoro versus blue-purple Luffy of Saz and Jumeg. Is there another one somewhere? I
don't think so. Wow.
No.
I think for me, this is the first time seeing a top 32 bracket where every matchup, especially because the last time in Toronto, we had, you know, obviously a lot of Bella Betty, a lot of GP, a lot of UP, but this is obviously a sign of the meta shifting in a very, to me, positive, because I love the leader diversity here in a very positive way because we get to see such interesting games and different play styles.
Yeah, for sure. And I think also that you can tell with the leader breakdown. We'll show some of this, I think, maybe a little bit later, but I do have some approximate numbers of the top 5 leaders based on numbers were Zoro, Silver's Rayleigh, Bonney, Shanks, and Green Purple Luffy. They took about 50% of that top of the total leader breakdown, but Zoro was only 127 out of 850 players, so nothing too crazy for that. You know, I think Zoro was doing pretty good. I think Blue Purple Luffy we had around 40 players, so 7 of them getting into the top 32 is amazing. That's a great conversion there. We've got Lim where we had, I think, only like less than 15 people on it, so that into the top 32 is already like a good story. So, you know, again, a lot of different decks that can be very, very viable right now. Yeah,
very much so rooting for this. And one thing that I think that's kind of interesting is we've seen GP is such a high skill deck and such an interesting GP Luffy was so prominent last set, and now we're seeing 2 of them come through. So I would love to also see these like 2 high skill players showing their stuff in this deck. Because, like, you know, it's one thing to be the best deck and supposedly the best deck in format.
Yeah.
It's another when you're playing it once, it's not quite that, and you have a much more difficult spread to work with. It almost feels like people who stuck with BY afterwards. So I would love to see just you know, I would love to see a skill matchup, Rayleigh and GP. I know there's probably like a favorite side for it, but I love these two high skill decks.
For sure. So it should be a really interesting bracket. We're going to do our best to keep this updated throughout the day as well. So that's going to be something that I think is going to be really handy. And then, again, you guys made a fantastic graphic for it. And yeah, there's just going to be, again, a lot of unique matchups throughout the day. So that is what we've got there. We're going to keep that updated again as mentioned. And you guys can let us know who you're rooting to win for this one too.
Yeah.
All right, and yeah, we're going to the first matchup, though. Okay, we do have that ready. It's going to be Ape Strong on the left with the Rob Lucci, and then we've got Kalgara on the right here. And yeah, this is, both players were the only players with their leaders to get into that top 32, so pretty unique matchup there.
Yeah, very excited to see this match. It's funny, we know the player on the left, Nigel, and he changes his bandai name pretty often, and it's always something to make us giggle.
Yes, yeah. And this is, for the record, too, a 60-minute best of 3. Top seed gets to choose if they want to go first or second. And do we know the top seed for this one? I believe it's Kern, right?
Yes, I believe Kern is the higher seated person here, so he'll get to choose the turn order. We see them both laughing. Maybe there's they're asking, I don't know what it's supposed to take here.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first time they've had this matchup on both sides today. Additionally, both players ended up getting an X2 record into day 2, so just having some amazing tiebreakers just to get into there. So, but we did see interviews with both of these players going into it, and I think we said, Kern said like he was a little bit terrified about Rob Lucci, right?
Yeah, so see how that matchup goes. I think there's definitely... I think Kalgara can cheat out bodies, so I'm wondering why that is the case. But it could be that Lucci swing is very annoying. It's still getting that one swing in, it's doing the reduction, and then clearing the board. If you get a double clear off, I think you're in a very bad spot on Kalgara's side.
Yeah, so that can exist with 4-drop Lucci. Sorry, I don't think Kalgara has like super great ways to deal with like a Rebecca. It's just trying to do a lot of attacks, and so if there's some like spots where Rebecca is just annoying or you can't really interact with board, I could see Kalgara being tough. And our first life from Rob Lucci ends up being a 4-cost Rob Lucci, so that being just existing already is good. We see a black hole and black vortex and who's who hit the trash.
Yeah, and then we see the Brook come down, so setting up that KO for the following turn. So Brook can basically -1 cost, and then if anything is 0, it can KO it. So any 2 costs or lower is like free to clear, but anything higher than that can be cleared if there's additional reduction. So on current side, here's think about what do I play this turn that will survive, or at least get me value even if it gets cleared.
Yeah, and we are deciding to go first here, so this could get us a 5 cost off the leader attack. The other thing is that, Brook is pretty safe for this board. It's not going to be easy for Kern to remove it. We have probably our best start, though, this new Kalgara from OP12, being able to not only be named Kalgara, but also get that card draw and just be a 5-drop 6K, usually a pretty good body in this format right now.
And we're seeing a 2K come from Nigel's side. The Khalifa is out, so it's filling the trash with CP cards to help with those CP effects. But yeah, keeping the life total high, knowing that there's some tall swings coming through, and then the Wiper Searcher for Stage coming out.
Yeah, your favorite character, right? He's rocking the all art, so I know you're happy about that one. Looking at the top 5 again, as mentioned for the stage, but I think he had one in hand. Yeah, so still just like the free activation is worth it, I think, in this deck. Yeah, and this is an explosive start. Like, how many cards does Kern have in hand after this search? I mean, he drew the extra, he picked up 2 life, he got a free upper yard. His hand side's looking like maybe 8 or 9 cards. Yeah, and like this Kalgara, we also didn't always have like a good 5-drop. We had like the 5/7 Wiper, but you obviously care about this one a little bit more. So just being able to get that. But we've got the Laboon, quick -4 to the Kalgara. We're going to go 5K with Brook to get rid of it, since it now costs 0. And then likely a leader attack as well. Yeah, and we're seeing that get KO, but we were able to stick 1 body, so if you're on Kern's side, you're happy. You get to threaten this Laboon and Brook with at least 1 body. And we're seeing the counter out with the Wiper 2K, followed by a 6K attack into lead. Yeah. And another Wiper 2K. All right, so we're staying at 3. We're keeping that pretty important. Now we kind of have to decide where we want to attack. I think we can easily remove the Brook, but the Laboon with a follow-up from like a 4-drop Rob Lucci would be pretty devastating. So I think Laboon's the one we definitely want to try to clear if we can, but I think it's going to be a little bit tough to get rid of both these bodies.
Yeah, and on Lucci's side, you don't have much card draw yet. I don't see Kuzans, and the Rebecca hasn't come down yet to recover 2Ks. So this turn, if you counter out, you may lose quite a bit of resources, and Nigel has to think really hard about whether he's going to want to keep either of these. So whether or not Kern knows which thing is more important to clear, that's the question. You have to play the inverse side of a matchup.
Yeah, because like with it's just the idea, like, do they have removal for board or do they have cost reduction? Because if they only have cost reduction, then getting rid of the Brook is correct. But if they need more reduction, getting rid of Laboon, it's just like a 50-50.
Yeah, and we're seeing a 2K come out countering the 5K swing into Brook. I wonder what the Dawn Kern, what Kern wants to do with that Dawn.
Sure.
Is attaching that extra 1 and swing 6 into that Brook definitely guarantees the clear, or is it just doing more checks on the hand because Nigel's hand is getting thin without card draw.
Yeah, and part of the one of the, I guess, the weak spots from my experience in Kalgara, not so much of like being able to get as many attacks, but you don't really have a lot of Dawn that you can invest on one card at any time. So we do get the 7K attack, and we are able to play the Kalgara, get another card draw off this one. If we have a Mont Blanc here, that wouldn't be too bad. Since we do have 5 Dawn open, but ooh, yeah, the Ohm's really nice.
We see the Ohm, and whether he has a Holly in hand or if he can search for one, this could be a huge turn for Kern. I mean, if you have 4 bodies in play at the end of this turn, I don't think even if you're Lucci, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, but not the dog staying at home right now, not coming out to play. So, having 3 bodies on the board is still pretty nice, but having that 4th one, it would definitely represent some more attack and pressure for these next couple turns.
And a good try on Kern to go for that too, because on that gamble, if you hit that Holly there, I think you can win from there, just off that tempo.
Yeah, and it's just, I would say, like, this is kind of the variance with Kalgara. We've got a lot of searchers, but a lot of them are very specific. It's not outrageous for them to get, like, 1 or 2 misses. And, we had the Wiper miss on the top 5. We had the Ohm miss and not see any holies at all this game. So, I think we've drawn at least 15 cards off of Leader Effect, Life, and everything else. So, a little bit unfortunate for you not to find one by this point.
Yeah. Not entirely sure where the cost reduction was assigned. I believe the Lucci assigned its cost reduction to the Wiper, and I think the Brook may have as well, but we'll have to find out.
Yeah, it could also be the Kalgara. I think I do see a Jack in hand, so the double -1 would be able to get that Jack to get the removal, so that has some potential.
Yeah, interesting. This choice to counter out from Kern, he's deciding whether he wants to keep this, and he's going to pitch a Kalgara vanilla in order to keep that Wiper alive, wanting that extra attack.
All right, yeah, getting rid of that Kalgara, not only is it your draw engine, but just a card named Kalgara on your board means that Mont Blanc has your chance to heal. So I think it's almost always the priority target for those situations.
So passing back to Kern's turn, the question is, what do you do about this Jack? I mean, it's never a card you want to let them keep up on board.
No.
You don't have a very tall swing yet to threaten. So how much does it matter to get this off the board? I don't think at 4 life you can quite rush someone down yet. This Ohm is going to be swinging for 6 because Kern has at 2 life.
Yep.
It'll be a 6K body.
Yep. So easy, I think. Yeah, removal there. Rob Lucci may have been able to afford taking another hit in life just to have a little bit more counter to protect board. But Jack is such a big body. It's currently an 11 cost right now too, so it's just difficult for I think Kalgara to get rid of this card in the first place, and it just represents a free removal no matter what next turn.
Yeah, and we're seeing 6 from the Wiper come across, and we see Nigel take that hit. We've seen a lot of 2Ks get exhausted on some of the 5K swings and earlier swings, so Kern doing that check of hey, you've been using a lot of 2Ks. Do you got any more? And it looks like without a Rebecca in play, it's hard to get more 2Ks back in hand.
Yeah, see, and we have our 3rd Kalgara, so I think that despite being a little bit unlucky in maybe some other spots, we're pretty fortunate here. We've got 6 Dawn left available, so we do have access to a couple heal cards that could exist, and I think we did get off the life this Kuma that, we're going to be playing out.
We're going to pitch a Brick Wiper with a 5/7 in order to heal, and wow, this is a terrifying board state.
Yeah.
We have a 5K, we have a 6K, a 6K, and a 7K that will heal you on KO, and obviously the leader swing is still very scary. But I've seen Lucci's come out of worse situations than this.
Sure.
2 life, we see some Rebecca's in hand, and we see that Jack in play. So these are the turns where Lucci really goes in the tank.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it, but just to clarify, the Kuma is an 8 cost this turn too, so making it a little bit harder to remove. We've got a pretty wide board. I mean, immediately you can attack Rob Lucci into Wiper and then use Jack effect with the cost reduction to get rid of the Ohm. But those are just the 2 smaller bodies that, not your priority targets to remove at this current moment.
Yeah. Oh, man. The 2 Dawn Hatch, I think he might have to try to threaten this 5k Wiper to get it off the board. Yeah. Gonna mill 2.
Ooh, Laboon and Kuzan. 2 good cost reduction cards that you wish were on your board and not in your trash there.
Yeah, so reduction going on the Kalgara, so the Kalgara will be at 4 cost. And now it's Kern's time to decide if he's going to counter out. I believe he has about 5 cards in hand. He's with such a big board state, naturally your hand set's going to be smaller, but he's starting to think, you know what, I got so many swings. If I can keep them for this one more turn, I think I can get those last 2 lives.
Yeah, and Kalgara's hand advantage game is really interesting. We're down to 3, but we have so many chances to draw and cycle and kind of craft our hand that we get the advantage. We're going to use the Rebecca to get a Khalifa, and then we've got the Brook. So now the Kalgara costs 3, so we get the removal there. I think that Vince has been doing a really good job of just making sure that card gets removed as soon as possible every turn. Yeah.
And it's off the board, and there's now 4 Dawn left on Nigel's side. What is he going to do? We have... It's not a terrible state. I don't think you're quite at risk of losing next turn because you do have the Rekka blocker. We know he has another one in hand too. Does he want to play it just to establish bodies and to recover 2Ks? I think he's deciding that now, how best to use this for Dawn.
Yeah, I think there's also a Rob Lucci that, even though it's not removing anything right now, just the fact that it's a 4-drop 6k body could be really strong. But we're going to be using the Tempest Kick. Right, Ohm currently costs 1. If we got another Brook in hand, this is really good, but we might have done a little bit too much. Okay, we've got the Spandine. Okay, but that's still not going to be enough for the removal, if I'm thinking right.
Yes. So, unless he. Yeah,
no. Yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah. Because it's a Tempest Kick. Yeah,
Tempest Kick. So it'll be enough right there. Yeah, I was doing math. I was like, wait, I'm not sure.
Sorry, I did the -1, not the -3. So yeah, it was a 4 cost that got reduced by 3 to make it a 1 cost.
It's been a while since we've seen Lucci up
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, that clear does bring Nigel back into this game. This is now a spot where Kern has a really tough spot to deal with. He has to figure out how best to assign these attacks. And these are the tough turns because you're like, do I keep pressuring life? Or do I keep trying to play for value here, knowing that the Lucci is down to, I think, well, actually, still
they've got 6 cards, yeah. So I think we see in Kern's hand there is a Zeus. So if he feels like he needs to go for game this turn, he technically can, right? You can get rid of the Rebecca. The issue is that, it's all or nothing at this point, right? Going down to 1 life off of Zeus and being down to 3 cards in hand, likely going to be it for it. So it's also tough because, we didn't see Mont Blanc at all. We weren't able to get any free heals. And, we've gone through 3 different Kalgaras, so unlikely there to be able to play another one and the Mont Blanc to go up to 3 life. But, I think we are able to do some good pressure, but asking to try to win the game here is a little bit tough.
Yeah, seeing those 2 Rebeccas in hand from Nigel's side is, I think if Nigel gets past back his turn without losing very much, those 2 Rebeccas are going to allow him to just continually recover so many resources. And even if he's at 2 life or even 0, I think he'll be pretty okay.
Yeah, and if we are trying to go for game, my quick math is that it'd be something like 8, 8, 9. So not too large after also giving my opponent 2 more cards. We have been seeing, a good amount of 2Ks in rotation already. But yeah, it's definitely a decision. Do you think I'm going to be able to survive another turn? You can pressure board. Getting rid of Brook is pretty trivial here, but again, it's looking like, Vince is going to continue to make the board wide and remove your opponent's board, just the thing that Lucci wants to do.
Yeah, and so this 7K swing is going into life, I guess? Yeah, 2K, 1K. Oh, and the Rebecca gets given up, I guess.
Yeah.
It's always tough to lose those because they're just such a powerful card to keep in hand. It's a blocker, it's a 2K, it's removal, it's so many things. But losing that, all right, 7 into life I think is good because you get to free check for 2 cards.
You do, yeah. So you see Kern now in the think tank, right? At this point, you kind of have to pivot a little bit to get rid of board a little bit, but knowing that Rebecca can block anything you need. I think there's also a decision. I think there's another Kuma in hand, like we could play it, but then, you know, our attacks would be a little bit less. I think we're also thinking that if I had like something to play off Kalgara, leader effect, I would consider doing that too, and then play Kuma to get the heal up to 3, but it's tough.
Yeah, and you don't want to risk a situation where your opponent tries to go for lethal either, because that Jack, I always forget, yeah, it swings pretty tall too.
Yeah, it's
that's
an
what's so
8K.
good. Yeah, currently in the tank, you're trying to think what to do next, and I think with a 6K swing, I think it's going into life.
Into leader again too, yeah, and we save it with a 2K. All right, 7, considering leader effect. No leader effect here, so staying at 2 life.
And I think he's going to go for the Kuma play, knowing that the Kuma is going to be really hard to remove, and he's going to have a pretty big board still. He'll be at a healthy life total. The risk here is if Nigel can clear this board, like at least clear 2 threats and play the Rook in hand, he'll still be pretty safe. It'll be hard for Current to outright win, but these Kumas are going to be very annoying to deal with.
Agreed, yeah, and I think this kind of just shows how good Rebecca is against this deck specifically, because again, we don't have any like really cheap interactions with it. You know, having the double Kuma is really, really nice. But even at this point, like I feel like I've gotten the momentum on my side as Rob Lucci. I don't even mind like necessarily giving them two more heal cards, because I know that I'm likely going to be ahead. So we're going to use a Tempest Kick here on the rested Kuma. And again, this one costs 6. There should be +2 cost on the 6-drop Kuma. There should currently be an 8 cost. Then we're going to be able to use the Jack effect to remove it, so they do get another heal going up to 4.
And now we'll have to see how this Tendon gets used. I mean, the nice thing for Current side is that if he's healing, he can pick back life up with his Zeus and clear a Rebecca and swing into face again. But we're seeing a 7 come through into the Wiper, and Current is deciding, I'm 2 cards in hand. Do I use my counter event to save it here? Is it likely to survive? And he's saying, nope, I don't think it will. But that means that Nigel now has 10 Dawn and a leader, 9 Dawn and 8 Dawn and a leader swing that will minus by 1 cost. So removing an 8 cost with, 8 Dawn and a leader swing. It's not as hard as you think with Lucci.
No, it's not. And it's really interesting to see how many Lucci games just kind of end up into the spiral of, just we have this board full of like 5Ks and lowers, around that, right? We do have the Jack on the board too, but just trying to will down, we're both down to low hand size scenarios, and we're able to capitalize on it. So 6K with Lucci, getting 2 more cards in the trash, reducing the Kuma to now I think a printed cost of 6 after double one cost reduction.
Yeah, so that means 6 Dawn left to try to clear this Kuma. It's a take and no trigger. I'm saying that's the new Red Hawk event, or Fire Fist Red Hawk.
Yeah, and we've got the Moncherie here, able to get back, I'm likely guessing a Rebecca at that spot, right? But actually choosing a Laboon. Okay, I like this ad here, just because it does offer like the potential for another reduction. And we're going to get rid of what looks like the Spandine for, the Rebecca there too, and another 2K back.
Yeah, so I guess we're opting to not try to clear the Kuma, or maybe it's not possible, but that maybe it was too costly in resources to try to go for something like that. So Current does get another turn of swinging with this Kuma, and with that Zeus in hand, you can technically try to chance it and drop your opponent down to 0 with 2 attacks.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just known that Jack is just like not removable by Kern, so being able to have Laboon in a case that if you need to get rid of a card next turn, you have that option for you.
Yeah, so from Current side, I guess he's got to dare a bit. He's got to think about if he can check for like the number of Beccas or blockers in trash. You could just try to drop him to 0.
Yeah.
As long as you don't die on the crackback,
sure,
you could potentially still win the next turn. So this is the really tough turn. You're going to take a gamble basically against Lucci.
You are, yeah. And I know that we've got 1 more 5-drop Kalgara in rotation. Having one of those would be great, because you're likely going to be able to do at least 1 damage to your opponent and get that card draw. I think that we're probably, I think at this point we just kind of have to go for leader and try to get rid of Rebecca and Lucci. Again, Zeus is still online for us. I think we just got our first Mont Blanc, which is so unfortunate when we don't have any Kalgaras left either.
Seeing Kern put those two down aside and thinking about it, thinking about these two swings.
Yeah, and we have the Gum there was unfortunate too because we have 4 life between the two of us, and it needs to be 5 life between the two of us. So just missing that by 1.
Yeah. Okay, I do love these events that have that added like counter value, so at least like, they don't feel so bad to run. I love them as tech cards.
Yeah, they've been really, really cool, and just to see the color identities kind of shine through those. So, yeah, I know a lot of people are playing the Red Hawk in builds like this, even though, yeah, late game it can be a little bit trickier to get the value.
I'm really thinking here, this is going to be a very tough turn.
Yeah, and maybe using the Zeus. Yeah, I understand. Nothing feels really good. Just going to start with a 6. Going to use the Rebecca block early. I'd be kind of tempted to put everything on the Kuma and maybe remove the Jack.
Yeah, if you could out it, then it definitely really helps. Just like that, knowing that the Laboon is in hand means that this Brook will clear with in conjunction with leader ability and the Laboon, the Kuma will get cleared. But hey, that's a healed card at least.
That's still a heal, right? So you still are fighting for those resources.
Yeah, I wonder if there's even a world where you just like potentially Zeus the Lucci and then swing everything into the Jack, or just partial, like, because then at least when they clear your Kuma, you're healing back up the card you lost from doing so, and you're not in a bad position. But we're seeing a 10 come across into the Jack, and we see 2 cards get pitched for it. Yeah. We see a 5-drop Nolan, but obviously doesn't heal because there's no Kalgara in play. So passing back 2 life on current side, and I believe 4 cards. So on Nigel's side, he's going to keep probably playing his game plan. This Mancherry got the stick, which means he's going to just get infinite Rebecca's now.
Yeah, it's really, especially against Lucci, like sometimes it's really difficult to like, you know, it's a 0 cost, right? You think it should be the easiest thing in the world to remove, but you have such a hard time finding the attack to do so when they're, you know, removing so many incidental 1 costs and 2 costs. So I think that this might be towards the end game here. We're able to play Hina and then get the removal on the Norland there.
And that 5 check, that Brook is just so strong because not only are you doing this work with the reduction, the KO, the 5 check just constantly taxing that card from hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and at this point, right, we're passing the 20-minute mark for this round 2. This is a best of 3, and it is timed. So, as much as Kern, you know, I'm rooting for both players and to play for his outs. This is definitely to a point where I'm like, is this a time where like I can spend to try to win this game where maybe the win rate's pretty low, or is it time to maybe start going to game 2 and try again?
Yeah, knowing that if you go to that 1-1 record, you're gonna have to play that 3rd match and win it in order to take it home.
Yeah.
And seeing a 6 come across to lead, just taxing the hand further, just asking, hey, give me more cards, and if you go down too low, I'm just gonna clear with combat.
Yep. So 6K going through. We do have 1 Dawn open. We're going to replace the Hina that we just got to add it right back, and then we'll play it to get the reduction there. We're going to use the Jack to get the removal. So Kern's going to go back up to 2 life since we did get the removal of the Kuma there. But again, Kalgara, I mean, both deck lists are open. There's no rush in his deck, right? And even if there was, it'd have to be 2 rush cards to even just to go for game, and Rebecca's still on board. So really tough situation here.
Seeing Kern with the smile there, I think he's like, fuck, there it is. There's Kalgara. Where were you last turn? That would have been very helpful. If 1 turn earlier, would have been amazing.
Yeah, and we're just missing it. Yeah, we're going to use Zeus to get out of the attack, and then, there's Holy too, just also right on time, huh?
Oh. So from here, I mean, I think you kind of have to put your mental state towards the next game and thinking about how you're going to play this matchup going into your potentially unfavored curve. I don't know what Nigel's going to take in this situation. Both players still very happy about this. They're both very happy to be at their top 32 for their first
Their first
time.
ones, yes. And so both local players to Toronto, I believe was the case. So really cool to see the local scene represent in the hometown, right? And but I do think this is, if this is their first time with like a best of 3, Kern doing the right play in my mind, saying let's go to that game 2.
Yeah, really seeing that Mancherry carry this later part of that match. Just like not being able to out that Mancherry means that it's getting Rebecca every turn, and you're just, draw as many cards as you want early game. It's that Mancherry is drawing you basically 2 cards a turn.
Yeah.
If you think UP Luffy is good for drawing an extra card a turn, think about Mancherry giving you 2 extra cards a turn because Mancherry, Rebecca, 2K.
Yeah, and I think this is, the game kind of played out where Kern's probably thinking, like, this is why I think this matchup's tough. They just kind of removed my cards on board, on tempo a lot of the time. I'd say that Kern was like mildly unlucky in some situations. I think if Ohm and Holy came out on the board at the same time, it could have offered a little bit more pressure to maybe given you a route to go for game. But without that, he was just a little bit behind. He had 1 less body on board, and that makes a big difference.
So I wonder what Kern's thinking now, and I wonder what Nigel's going to take for turn order. Last time we saw Kalgara take his preferred curve, which would have been first. He went first there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So again, he got to choose to go first, and it didn't work out. So I wonder if that's going to stick for game 2. If he's going to maybe switch it up. I wouldn't say that I know this matchup entirely to know which one is the quote unquote better one either.
Well, I think maybe by the end of this we'll be the only casters who have casted this, so we can say we're the premier experts within a small pool.
At least in this format, right? Lucci's been around for a year. Kalgara's been out for a bit too, and definitely not the first time these 2 leaders have popped up to each other. But with this new restriction format, especially with them both being the first ones in, or the only ones in this top 32 as well.
Man, I wonder if Kern is going to decide his mulligans differently too this time as well. I mean, he's probably looking for just more search consistency because he's realizing if he just hits, small thing. If he just had 1 more Kalgara in hand, if he had just had like the Holly, both those things would have been huge differences. I think there was a turn he countered out with the vanilla Kalgara. Was that maybe the mistake?
Yeah, because I think 6 cost could be like a little bit trickier to remove in some situations. But the fact that the highest cost card in your deck is technically 8. Sometimes, right? With that, it's really easy for Rob Lucci to get that removal, and I think that it's also no rush. Being a 5-life leader, the fact that we can't interact with Rebecca as easily. I think all of these are things that put this matchup in Rob Lucci's favor.
Yeah, and it felt like the game state also got to a point where the Zeus, you couldn't quite play it anymore. But maybe there's an argument to play it in an aggressive manner earlier in the game, just knowing that. You can get that body off the board. You can actually present the Zeus still as a body to swing.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So we're looking here. Looks like Vince is happy with their hand getting started, and Kern is still thinking on this mulligan here. And what we see, the Earth won't lose. Zeus, Holy Ohm. Holy Ohm's almost good enough at itself, right? That I'd highly consider it, but not enough for Kern.
No. Just seeing Laughs and Smiles come through. I love the sportsmanship among what I've seen in One Piece card game players because they're just people who love this game, love the show, and just seeing that even at these top tables with so much on the line, there's still just so much laughter in it.
Yeah, and I remember my top 32, right? I'm just happy to be here. Mentality too. You're just like, man, this was I did fantastic. I've outranked over 800 players this weekend, right? I got my invite. Just so many spoils already that the rest is a victory lap at times too, right?
Yeah. I know, for me playing for Serial, people are like, what are you going to do with the card? And I was like, my greatest thing from this weekend is just the memory of these games and, the people that you can hear more than anything else. And of course, the cards are all amazing and great, but, these games will stick with you, and you'll have so much fun at these tables.
Agreed. So we're going to start off. Kern's going to go first, which I think is was that a change-up from the first one? Did he go first the previous
No, I think he
game?
went first the first time as well. So
Gotcha.
losing, you get to decide the turn order if you lose the match as well, right?
Yeah, because he ended up playing Kalgara on curve with 5 Dawn, using the leader effect to play it out. So I believe that's where we were at last game.
Yeah, we're seeing the 5 come across, a take, and then are we seeing a better opener? Oh, we're seeing a search open, which is always great to see.
Yeah.
Looking at, I believe, top 5 for a Sky Island card, and we're seeing that Kalgara pickup. So you're curving out, you're dropping this Kalgara, you're getting these extra draws. This is looking like Kern's in his comfort zone.
Yeah, and Kern didn't have any searches, I think, for the first 2 turns previously. Then also, we just didn't see Shura, I think, at all last game. So that's pretty good. And then we've got the Kuz on there. So no immediate removal, but he's a menace right there. And now I got to decide what do I need to try to remove here?
Ooh, at Kuzan, you have to out it. There's no way you can let it stand. There's not many easy ways to do it, but I think there is a Zeus in hand, so I think this is an example of the situations where you would want to actually Zeus to clear this body, knowing that it's going to do so much damage in the next turn.
Yeah, I'd be considering it. It's either that or we have Ohm Holy, because I did see that picked up a little bit earlier, but I think Kuzan by itself offers so much removal potential. No Holy off the top 5. Is it in hand, though?
It is.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, big dog.
Big dog there. So 3 costs, 5k. But I do think if we've got a Rob Lucci in hand, I think there can be a pretty spectacular double removal here.
Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of the Kuzan card. I think it's amazing in black decks because how much value it establishes, the threat it presents to your opponent. I think leaving it up does allow Lucci to get a double clear this turn versus I think playing a Zeus and going down 1 life, not that bad of a deal. We've seen these games are pretty long. You'll stay at a pretty healthy life total because Lucci just won't outright kill you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've seen the 5 swing and the -1 cost to the Holly.
Yeah, so I think that will be with Rob Lucci getting that -1 and probably the Kuzan the -4. I think you can get rid of Kalgara and the Holly there.
Yeah, and we see Current learning lesson from last time. He's thinking about pitching that Kalgara, and he's like, wait, last time I didn't have one of these for my Nolans, and it really messed with me, so I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, and so here's the Rob Lucci. Yeah, this is going to be an amazing removal here. So, yeah, again, Kalgara 5-drop has not survived more than 1 turn cycle the entirety of this the top 32 match.
Yeah. Luckily here, I believe the 2 things being cleared will be the Kalgara and the Holly, so the Ohm is going to stick around, which does mean he can threaten the sideways Kuzan now. But now the Kuzan's done its work already. It's drawn the card. It's already gotten so much work done that I'm pretty sure Nigel will be happy to let go of it.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic start here from Rob Lucci for sure here, and just helps you out a lot. So. Yeah, we're at 7 Dawn right now. If we have Kalgara and Mont Blanc, which I do think we have that potential for the combo, that'd be really nice. Lets us just be a little bit more aggressive with our life here.
Yeah, and we're seeing both cards in the combo, so this is the curve out. We're seeing a 7 get checked into the Kuzan, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, getting the vanilla out there, so 6k or 6-drop 8k body.
Ooh, and on Nigel's side, I'm wondering, he doesn't seem to have the setups for KO, I think. I think he's got a lot of pieces, but not necessarily KO specifically.
Yeah, we're going to take the damage here going down to 3, and then, yeah, now there's a decision. Do we need the heal? Oh, we're going to use the search there off the top 5.
I think Kern wants to Ohm Holly again.
Yeah.
I think he knows the Nolan's there in hand. I can heal whenever I want, so let's just keep making really awkward board states. You played the one Lucci. Show me another.
Yeah, I think that's very clear. All right, there's another wiper there for plus 2k in hand. All right, and let's see if we find another Holy there.
Yeah, let's see if man's best friend is true.
All right.
Oh,
there he is. Nice.
Oh, I think this is a Kalgara player's dream.
Yeah.
You just full board, you're at 2 life, but you're like, come on, you think you can kill me before all these bodies swing across?
Yeah, this is remind me a lot of like how Anel used to play in like OP5, where they play these cards here. Rob Lucci wasn't around, but Sakazuki was, and if you're able to establish 2 bodies on curve like that, they had a bit of a slow way to answer. It gave Anel a lot of advantage back then. It's helping Kalgara here in OP12.
Yeah, and Nigel on that 8 Dawn turn, like I'm surprised I'm looking at a 7 Dawn turn board from Kern's side.
Yeah.
Because here, I think even if Nigel had like 8 cost Gecko, I don't think you're clearing this full board.
Yeah, we were able to establish with the stage 14 Dawn worth of cards, right? The 6 cost Kalgara, the 4-drop Ohm, the 3-drop Holy, as well as the 1-drop stage there. So quite the wide board, and we don't necessarily have the pieces to really favorably interact with this, I think, right now.
Yeah. These emotional support Hollies just putting in work.
They are indeed.
All right, seeing the 6 come across. I believe, is it to life or is it to the body? I think it's to the body.
Yeah, to the Ohm there. Yeah.
Nigel thinking about where this cost reduction should be assigned. 5 to lead, and then where's he putting it? He's probably deciding, am I trying to go for a double clear or a single clear on the tallest body, if even possible, because his hand doesn't seem that great with KO right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we're given the minus. If we're trying to play Jack this turn, we're not able to remove the Kalgara. So I know Kalgara is like the priority removal, since that's an important name for getting that that heal. So all right, yeah, but yeah, the hand is a little lackluster here.
Yeah, I'm seeing some Utas. I think there is one copy of Brook in there, though, which
Yeah.
could help. Hina, a lot of pieces, but a bit too late. You're kind of behind in the state, and it's a lot of things to deal with, so it's kind of hard to, even though you have this great hand with, like, options, there's too many things you have to do this turn.
Yeah, and so we're going to get Rob Lucci back to hand, and then we're going to play out Hina to get the reduction on the Kalgara. So this now cost 1. And then we are going to use the Rob Lucci again to get rid of the Kalgara and the Shura. So, being able to find that Rob Lucci play with the Rebecca is nice, but I also think we don't have a lot of counter in hand. This Rebecca is going to have to do a lot of work, and it's tricky. But at the same point, Kalgara is at 1 life, and there's a bunch of 5Ks and 6Ks on the other side.
Yep.
So you do have to be wary of that as well.
And losing that Kalgara, even though you had the one, means that you can't get the heal off. The priority target hasn't taken off. I don't believe there's another one. There's L4 in hand, though, so that is definitely great for countering out. If you can drop your opponent to, I believe your opponent has to be at 1 or
2 or
yeah,
less.
Yes, 2 or less.
Yeah.
So if you want to be active, you are going to put a swing into life. But, I mean, there is a 5K, a 6K, a 6K, and a leader swing coming across at you next turn. But you do have a 6K, 6K, and 5K yourself. But the difference of having one more Kalgara in hand right now would make a world of difference for Curran.
It would. So I do think that, yeah, the Ohm Holy was a fantastic play to go wider on the board, but not having a backup Kalgara is pretty tough in the situation where, yeah, you'd love to be able to put pressure, be able to establish Kalgara, Mont Blanc, and still be at 1 life.
Yeah, with Nigel having taken so many hits, I don't think Curran has a clear idea of how much counter is in hand on Nigel's side, so he's probably trying to think of, like, how much do I need to clear these bodies off the board, and if I try too hard to clear this off the board, and let's say the Rebecca is it blocks it, am I telegraphing that I don't have an ability to get my life back up, and I really need to not die next turn?
Mm-hmm.
Another very tough turn.
Yeah, and I understand the think for it, right? We've got 23 minutes left in regulation. If if we want to try to win for Kern, we got to win this one and a third game in that time. So he's got to make the right decisions and in a timely manner to try to achieve that.
Seeing the 5 poke come through, asking for counter.
Yeah, there's a Spandine.
Knowing that 5K swing is free. Not sure if there is another play with the Dawn. I think there was a Wiper search here, so I wonder if at 9 Dawn you could... No, you need a Dawn for leader ability, right? So
Yeah.
you can't both do a search if you high roll grabbing a stage and grab Kalgara, play it, and also play Mont Blanc.
No, at the amount of Dawn, if we had like 10, we could do something where we play it for 4 and then leader effect for 1, play out the Kalgara.
Yeah.
But it'd be, it's chancy, and
you would be net 0 in terms of increased life.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, correct. Yeah, I think that's like the big balance for this deck is that Mont Blanc can offer a heal, but you can't gain a life at 10 Dawn by doing those effects, right? You'd have to lose a life to be able to establish a new one.
Yeah. L Thor is now active, luckily for Curran, so he has that extra 4K counter in hand. Given that Nigel is at 2 life, so Curran is a little safer than before. That's probably why he put that swing into life, purposely dropping Nigel on 2. He's like, oh, he's probably gonna take this, and then now I have L4 active.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a 7 come across into life as well.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so this is going to be a combat trade-off.
Yeah, and I guess we're just not going to respect the board. We're going to say, I think I'm going to have enough life to be able to survive this next turn. I'm not afraid. Oh, we're taking it as well, going down to 0 life as Rob Lucci. Going to play out the 4-cost Wiper. This is going to use the effect look top 5 for a stage, which we do end up seeing. That's huge.
Curran just his deck is definitely being his friend right now.
Yeah. I think we've been 2 for 3 for searches, right? Another top 5 for a Sky Island card.
Ooh.
Getting a Kalgara a little bit late here, but That is nice, and you're going to end the turn 2 Dawn open, 1 life, and we've got this pretty wide board. And now Vince has to decide if he wants to go for game or not, right?
Yeah, this is a really tough position because on the Lucci side, you have 3 cards in trash. People don't know this, but Lucci really relies on trash to keep doing things. So with 3 cards in trash, it's a lot harder, and we're seeing Nigel immediately go for the swing into Holly, saying, I don't think I can win this turn. I'm going to try to go for the clear instead. So he's committing already to this line. We also see there is a Rebecca in hand and a Sabo, so it will be hard to KO blockers. You have to swing through them, which is going to be very painful.
Yeah, it will. So I don't think I think you likely try to get out of this one, right? If you pretend like the Holy is your leader, right, and like if you want to defend it that much, you can. It's also the easiest target to remove in general, so maybe just let it go already. But
yeah, so we're doing the quick math of after the swing, there's a 6, 6, and a 5, so there's 12, 17 plus 10 Dawn, so 27, so 999 would come across at you next, or you could split it just in 2 and then swing 5. So try to think if he counters out here, can he still get out of the lethal swings is probably what he's thinking about.
Yeah, and we also have, I think we have like 9 cards in hand. Looking at Vince's hand, a good amount of them are non-counter cards, but immediately using the 5 for the Sabo, and that being able to get some refresh can help. But we drew, that Jack, and I think we're going to get rid of a 10-cost Kuzan. Yeah, that's in hand too.
Yeah, so we still have these 2, well, technically 3 Lucci swings, 3 different Lucci swings, and we're seeing 6 come across, and I think it's probably going to the Holly, and Kern is going to counter out, saying, I need every swing here to win the game next turn.
Yeah. And, this is, weirdly enough, this is the difference between Ohm finding the dog and not finding the dog, right? It's just another body that we have to respect as Rob Lucci, because now we're at 0 life, and there's just so much potential for them to go off. And I think Kern's just like, you've already committed to saying, you know what? I want every attack that I can next turn, and that will be helpful. But we're going to use the Manchuri. I like this. This is going to let us just get another 2K back into our hand here. Oh, yeah. And, the who's who there. So 2 blockers out. The entire board isn't blockable outside of Manchuri. We've got a lot of attacks from Kalgara, and we're going to have to see if the numbers that we have are good. So even if we have Zeus, both the Rebecca and the Sabo cannot be KO'd this turn.
Yeah, and it is good to note that Nigel is running some tech counter events, and Kern does know this. In the best of 3, you are aware of your opponent's deck list, so Kern knows that Nigel likes running these 2-cost events. He's running both the Iron Body event and the Black Vortex event. The Black Vortex event is obviously really great tech for Zoro. In our interview, I believe Nigel said that the Iron Body is meant to be a fake out, so if you think you're playing around Black Vortex, he may actually play the other one instead.
Yeah.
So knowing... Oh, Nigel's hand just fans it out, just like the poker move. Just, hey, are you going for it? Because this is how many cards I have in. How many are counter? You'll never know with Lucci.
Yeah, and I added a 2K. I played Sabo earlier, so I drew 2 and trashed 2, right? So that's just really good knowledge. Additionally, we do have the knowledge that 2 Dawn being held up is not necessarily a bluff, right? There are some ways to interact with it. The fact that Black Vortex can also, you can negate the effect of the Ohm, so it makes it a 5K again base instead of a 6K base, which could be impactful. So a lot of things going on.
Yeah, so we see a 2K and 1K come across, and we still see 1, 2, 3, 4 has 6 cards left in hand and 2 blockers. So Kern needs 3 hits to connect through. So only if one of them is countered out, it's very tough to get through. So
yeah, and so I think we're going to do, it looks like 7 and 7. And then we'll have 8 Dawn for 3 5Ks. So then from there, it would be another 7, and then I think 2 8s to try to end the game.
Yeah. Oh, this is a tough position, and we've given up most of our hand on the Kalgara side in order to keep this board. So there is no turn after this. This is the turn.
Yeah, it just kind of has to be. And yeah, we've got the 2K 1K once again. We've got 2 blockers left, so we know that each one of these attacks has to eat up a blocker to try to go for game. And with the numbers that we have, once again, I think it's going to be 7, 7, 8 to try to get there.
Yeah, so another 7 comes through, and he's saying, do you have the event? And I believe I did see the event in Nigel's hand, so he's thinking about it. He's going to just But he's going to force Kern to commit because he knows he can counter out the last swing. So he's just going to,
Yeah,
force
there's
commit.
the vortex there. Yeah, get rid of there.
-4.
There's an 8. You can block with Sabo, and I think that will likely be it. 3 cards in hand, 1 life. Oh, we only did a 6, so we have 2
Yep.
up.
So we can technically fake ourselves, double Elthor, double the Earth will
yeah.
not lose. And see a 9 check asking for the counter event and 1 more card, and then a 5 check will be enough to take that last card. So is it a trigger? No trigger. So we're seeing he's counting all the Dawn. He's saying, hey, can you guard out of Elthor?
Yeah, it gets us to 9. We're at 11,
Nope.
12, 13.
And that's
Yeah, or
game.
no, that's even a non-counter wiper, yeah.
Ooh.
Super close. I think that, Kern having the dogs show up made a big difference in the play style. And, I definitely think Vince is sweating for a couple turns there.
Yeah, and I guess I must have misread. I don't think he had the Zeus in hand. If he had it that turn for the Kuzan, there might have been a reason to use it. But I mean, it's tough. I mean, there were so many pieces in Nigel's hand, and he definitely played it very well.
For sure. Yeah, I think Kern also just had the adjustment there. A little bit more luck for that matchup. And, really, really good game.
Yeah. Funny to hear Kern from the interview saying, "Oh, what's the matchup you don't see?" It's like, well, actually, Lucci's not the one I don't want to see. It's like, oh.
Oh, well, do you know your opponent? Like,
have you heard the news?
Yeah. So I can see again why I think that was a little uphill for him, but I think he played to his outs, and definitely, especially that last game, made it a real nail biter.
Oh yeah, and like that's the thing. Say what you will about yellow decks, and like I know Patrick hates Anvil, but for me personally, like I think even if it, I love seeing just like the thrill of that. It's like, oh, is he gonna hit it? Like when he got that Holly off the search, I was like, oh, that whole game is changing right now.
Yeah, and it did do all that incremental damage throughout it, right? Just another 5k body, just kind of forcing another discard from Rob Lucci every turn. Rob Lucci was also kind of at low resources during the mid game for how many cards that were in the trash too. Usually, assumed to be like an infinite resource was, pretty tight in that matchup too.
Yeah, and Nigel also like, yellow being a lucky color, but Nigel seeing those Rebeccas, those man-sherries, ooh, you just see 1 or 2 of the copies of those things, you're going to be in such a great position if you can just like balance out the middle game.
Yeah, and the other issue too is just like it shows a deck that has so much removal versus one. There's not so much removal from Kalgara, right? You're just hoping that the tempo plays, the opponent's going to have a hard time keeping up with how much pressure you have, and Lucci was definitely starting to sweat again at the end of game 2. But very solid match.
Yeah, great matches from both Toronto players.
Yeah. So that's going to be our coverage for top 32. We're going to go into top 16 after this. In case you guys are wondering what prizing we are kind of fighting for, we've got a little showcase for you guys there. But anything else from you, Jared, before we switch off?
No, I just want to say I love the energy of these players, the smiles, the laughs. That's what we're here for, and that's why I love casting One Piece.
100%. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back for the top 16, and we'll see you guys over there.
One Piece players, for those of you at home who, for your first time attending or watching a regional or watching a day 2, some of you at home may not know what these players are playing for. It's a wonderful prize. I myself competed as well, so I'm very happy to attend these events and watch these players duke it out for some of these beautiful, beautiful prizes. So I think Patrick is coming around with the prizes from the judges. Did you get the right prize? I don't think. That's not what we played for before.
Are you sure?
No. I thought it was like a different model.
No, this is an air fryer. It's just, it's
you
a toaster oven, and it has an air fryer function.
You got the one with the month. Yeah, okay, I see. That's what's going on. But didn't they also give like cards or something?
Oh yeah,
like,
actually, I was just using this to carry the cards. They're kind of like they're delicate, and I didn't want them to get damaged.
Oh, okay, I see.
We would never give this as prizing.
Oh, yeah, no, of course not. We give some cards, right?
Yeah, cards. Card players get cards, right? Let me just put on my gloves here for these fancy cards. And first up, we have the top 64 prize. So this is actually what the players were competing for yesterday. Ooh, and that is Yasop.
So this is the card you get for placing top 64. So if you placed top 64 yesterday, you would have gotten this card no matter what. But if you placed top 32, you would have had the chance to fight for more prizing, actually. So what else would you get if you place well
So top 32, each of the players today will be receiving one of these beautiful... Wait, no, that's not top 32. This is top 32. Finalist card set.
Ooh.
So there are actually 4 cards in this set, and all players had a chance to open each of these cards. What's special is you get this nice little stamp here that says finalist on it. We'll show it a little bit more up close, and that lets you just kind of flex and say, I was a finalist, I made it into the top 32.
Yeah. Also a really great gift for all your friends who help you get there along the way, because sometimes it's a card for their deck.
Exactly, yeah. All right, and then next up for top 16, we have none other than Mr. Ben Beckman himself. Look at that.
Gorgeous card. Yeah, these
Beautiful.
these top 16, top 8 cards, top 32 cards, top 64 are just so coveted, and like these beautiful like gilded gold borders are like unique to Treasure Cups and regionals.
I know, and like we know we have I think 2 Shanks potentially in our top 32, so they could technically use these cards today
Yeah.
if they want. So, and
they're
then
not max rarity until they've got these.
right, exactly. Shanks has just gone up a lot in terms of the requirements for a max rarity deck. Okay, and then this is going to be the big round today, but top 8 tends to be very, very prize heavy. So why don't we start off with none other than Mr. Shanks himself, the top 8 card, that 10-drop Shanks. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I was so excited when I first saw this card because it's so playable. This Shanks is going to be around forever. I think this is going to be a very valuable card. This is a coveted prize. The players who win this will be able to keep it as a memento or sell it for probably a hefty sum.
Yeah.
Alongside that, for top 8, of course, we have... If I can pick it up, I'm being so gentle here because this is so valuable. I can't even pick it up with the gloves. That's how. We have a limited promotion cereal ace. One of a kind.
One of a kind. So for those of you who don't know, we can't open this because each serial ace card from one of these packs has a unique serial number. So when you open it, you can find out what number you get, and that number can often have some kind of significance. I remember when I got mine, Maya helped open mine with you, and we were all around, and she was able to, based on the number we got, it was a very heartwarming moment to know that I had 39 for like, which is like in Japanese sankyu. So like I was like, oh,
thank
that's
you.
like I was like very, yeah. So the serial number can make a difference too, and also the card itself is gorgeous. We'll have a picture of that. But yeah.
Yeah, and then of course our champion today will be walking away with the champion set. So these are unique to getting first place. Similar to the card we showed before, all of these cards are kind of going around, but they don't have that special stamp on them that says champion. These tend to actually be quite unique. There's not many of these in circulation, and so it's just another way of kind of flexing and saying, I won one of these 1,000-person tournaments.
Yeah, and honestly, the prizing itself is almost a way. It's not just like it's the serial card. Oftentimes, people reference the number of serials they've earned as a sign of their career and like how many tournaments they've played in, how much they've won. So being a serial holder is almost like the equivalent of calling yourself a pro. If you're a serial holder, and if you're like an 8-time serial holder, that holds a lot of significance in the One Piece community. But yeah, gorgeous prizing. I'm so excited to watch these players play it out and just like see what games we see.
Exactly, yeah, it's amazing. And this prizing, it goes for a lot of money. It can actually make a difference in your life, really, to win today and to walk away with these cards and to either keep them as mementos or to sell them for their value. So it's really valuable prizing that you get for competing today in the top 32. There's a lot on the line. And it's stressful, so I expect we'll see a lot of sweat, a lot of tears, and hopefully some glory from the players today.
Yes, so if you guys see the players tense, really thinking about each decision, you should understand there's so much on the line, and it's hard for that not to, we can see the players who are going to get affected by that, and hopefully every player is able to just lock in. And honestly, with so many great players around you, it's easy for that to happen, but sometimes it can get to you thinking, oh, this is my top 8 time. This is what's on the line. But more than anything, I think everyone's going to focus on how great of a game One Piece card game is, and how fun it is to be here at the Westin Harbor Castle playing these top 32 brackets.
All right, well, that's it for us, and we'll see you shortly. How did you get this ball? I'm here with AJ, who placed 5th today on none other than Yellow Eustace Captain Kid.
My guy.
Wow, that is. I think I was watching you over there. I was watching. I was like, "There's a kid player. He's still in it. He's still at the top tables. You made it. How are you feeling?"
I'm feeling amazing. This is my first top at a big event with a deck that not a lot of people give the respect to, I think, especially in this meta with Zoro and Rayleigh. That was my prediction to be the most represented. Kids got a decent spread. After the bans, I was a little worried with the direction the meta was taking. A lot of Bonney, Marshall D. Teach is always hanging around. Not the greatest matchups. Blue-Purple Luffy, it got hit. Still relevant.
Yeah.
But it played great. The deck felt amazing today.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was a mix of luck. I mean, it's yellow. A little bit of trigger luck does happen. But it's just a fluid deck. People underestimate turning your stuff, swinging, and turning it into a blocker. It's very strong.
Absolutely. Wow. And so I just have to ask you, said this is your first time making top 32. How does that feel?
It feels incredible. I've been playing since set 3. If it's okay, I'm going to shout out my store.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Battlefield.
Yeah.
All my testing partners. We did a lot of good testing heading into this, and it just feels great.
Yeah.
I said it would be a pipe dream to make 64. Here we are, 5th, back for Top Cut.
Yeah, back
it's
tomorrow. You can go the distance. That's awesome. Congratulations again. I'm so excited for you.
So much.
So just kind of take me through your day. What was the day like? What did you face? You don't have to remember everything, but
I kind of do have everything remembered.
Amazing.
So we started off with Lim. I won the dice roll. If anyone knows Lim, you take first from them.
Yes.
Good things tend to happen.
Right.
I then got a green-purple Luffy. I had all the answers to their Sanji puddings. It just eventually went my way.
Right.
And then I had a green Zoro. Again, things just kind of went my way. Trafalgar Law, the 7-drop.
Right.
The 6-drop, the new Kuma secret rare. Amazing life healed cards. And then, of course, Law can be made a blocker. So we got through Zoro. After the break, faced a Rayleigh. Beat the Rayleigh.
Yep.
That was, again, the 2 matchups I was expecting to see the most. Then we got green-purple Luffy again. That was my only loss on the day. I just had a rough mulligan. I opened 2 Kikinojos, which you'd prefer to see them in your life instead of in your hand. So I sent them back, mulligan again, and sure enough, they popped up again. At that point, I was just a little too behind. But from there, I bounced back against a blue-yellow Nami.
Nice.
Really tough matchup. The decks are similar game plans. I think Kid is just a little bit stronger because our 8-cost Kid comes out and then he gets restood as a blocker.
Right. That's good value.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then from there, I faced a gauntlet of my hardest matchups. I faced Teach into Bonney, into blue-purple Luffy, into Bonney, and we got it done.
Wow.
I don't know how. A lot of healing.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was the day.
Oh my
So
goodness,
it
you
was
you weren't
incredible.
joking about a gauntlet.
Yeah,
That's
it
like
was a
you
gauntlet.
kind of started seeing some of what you wanted to see, and then really didn't see what you want to see at the end.
Exactly.
Wow,
That was a
awesome.
fun time.
Yeah, and so going into day 2, you kind of mentioned you want to see Zoro Rayleigh. Is that kind of the game plan? You're hoping to see maybe a Zoro?
I wouldn't mind either.
Yeah.
I'm not going to act like it's a free matchup. It's stressful even in the games you win because they're just both so powerful and aggressive with their gameplay. But yeah, if I had to pick one, because I feel like I'm maybe a higher seed, maybe Rayleigh because I can take second, which gives my deck a huge boost. Being able to potentially drop Kuma on 6. I think the main game plan into Rayleigh is heal, 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 board.
Right.
And then with your massive army of large characters, chip away at their life once they have no cards in hand. So
Yeah.
maybe a Rayleigh tomorrow, but
Yeah.
I'm sure whatever I pick, I don't want to jinx it or anything.
Right, and so being that top seed, like you mentioned, you will typically get to choose first or second. And so what do you typically take? I know it's matchup dependent, but is there an optimal curve?
I definitely like second. You can do something like against Teach today. I can recite the exact lines I did. It was literally, I played 2 Searcher Luffys. I found a Hawkins and a Capone. The new Capone that protects my Supernovas, super important against Teach.
Right.
I played Hawkins on 4. I played Hawkins again with Capone, and then I played Kikinojo twice on 8.
Right.
And so my board was basically full of things that Teach probably doesn't want to KO.
Yeah.
And then from there, just a little bit of luck. His last life was counterless.
Right.
So I had enough just to get over the hump.
Right, so that even curve is really nice for kind of playing out these
Exactly.
annoying
You
bodies
can
that people can't deal
Kuma
with.
Against Teach, you can't Kuma on play.
Right.
But other decks, Kuma's amazing on 6. But honestly, the deck can go first. You have Law on 7, just a great card. you can still play your Hawkins on 5 and get value out of it. So I prefer second, but I'm pretty comfortable going.
Yeah, yeah. And do you have any advice for yellow kid players out there, people looking to pick up the deck and top 32 like yourself?
My advice would be keep playing. Don't underestimate the power of a blocker.
Right.
That would be my advice.
That is good advice, considering
heal.
you make everything a blocker.
And heal, heal, heal.
Yes. Awesome. Do you have any shout-outs? I know you mentioned ETB. Anybody else?
Shout out Enter the Battlefield.
Yeah.
Shout out my brother Jarrett. Shout out my testing brother in crime Brad, Josh, Nick. They all had great runs today. Much love to them. Shout out Zach, amazing employee at Enter the Battlefield. If you're in the area, highly recommend it. Just incredible practice. Even at a locals, you can bring any deck. You never know what you're going to face there. It's just it's a good time. So I'd like to shout out everybody there.
Awesome. Sounds amazing. So thank you so much for doing this interview with me. I'm so excited to talk to you. I'm so excited to see your run tomorrow. So best of luck, and I hope to maybe get you up on stream for some games. We'll see.
We'll see.
Awesome. All right. Thank you. Good
so
luck.
much.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back to the top 32, day 2 of the 401 Games Toronto Regionals in Toronto. Who would have guessed it, right? I'm back with Patrick. How you doing, Patrick?
I am so good. It's been so exciting. One of the things that's been so much fun about having this caster team is actually getting to rotate off, because we get to hang out with the players and find out and watch the matches, and it's been really tense over there. We had a really, really great first round. A lot of great moments.
Yes.
A lot of seeing the players losing, feeling sad. There's a lot of emotions, but we're just getting started. It's so exciting.
We are. That was just the first round of the day, right? We're going into top 16 here. Coming up. We're going to look at the bracket, I think, before the game too, to see who's the winners and losers going into this next one. But this is the important one, right? Top 8 is where you get those serials, and I know that's what people are fighting for. So let's look at this bracket.
All right. So the first thing that kind of struck me today was that there's a lot of UP Luffy, and they seem to be doing quite well here.
Yeah. We started the day with 7 of them, and I believe we still have 4 of them left in rotation for this top 16, so a quarter of the field is pretty good. I think it's going to be one of the matches we're going to go over for this one too, but yeah, we did see, one of the tables is going to be Silver's Rayleigh versus Bonney. We've got a Shanks versus Zoro, which was our close, almost picked this game for us. Blue-Purple Luffy versus Zoro. We've got Blue-Purple Luffy versus Kid, which I think the matchup we're going to go to. We've got Zoro versus Bonney, Bonney versus Blue-Purple, Blue-Purple versus Vince, who we just saw win against the Kalgara, and wrapping up, we've got a Silver's Rayleigh versus Zoro.
And pretty exciting. I'm really keeping my eye on the Shanks.
Yes.
And we're keeping our eye. We will be all keeping our eyes on the Eustace Kid.
Yes.
As kind of our 2 real one-ofs that are left here in the tournament.
Yeah, and I persuaded on the Eustace Kid. If you guys didn't want that, you guys can blame me. If you wanted the Shanks, we definitely had Patrick trying to vie for it. So, but with some good fortune, we can see potentially maybe Shanks versus either Silver's Rayleigh or Bonney. 707 is our first seed in this right now, so he's definitely continuing his undefeated streak. So that would be a good matchup no matter what. And yeah, just a lot of games still left today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely keeping my eye on 707.
Yes.
I was talking to him this morning, and he's a very consistent player, and he really wants this to be his 4th regionals win.
Yes,
so
of course.
It's really fun seeing what all the different players are playing for. Some players are like, this is my first time, I'm just happy to be here. Other players are like, I need to get my 4th win so that I'm ready for Nats.
Yes, exactly. And these are invites for the finals in Las Vegas, right? So obviously being, I think Gen Con was the first actual way to get invites, but still, 6 months plus out would be fantastic for that. I know that he was hoping for the Blue-Purple to win, and I think that Bonney doesn't have always the best matchup in the Blue-Purple, so a little bit of a high roll. He's like, man, this is going to be a tough matchup for us. We saw him win it yesterday, but you do not want to face Bonney as Silver's Rayleigh.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit scary, but we know 7 can come through. He's a very technical player.
Yes, yeah.
Hopefully we'll show. We had an interview, but I faced him before, and that was one of my most memorable matches in terms of learning, because he's just so clean. I was like, I wish I could play like this.
Yeah. I got a good couple games with him during the Doflamingo meta, which is definitely where he had his breakout in my mind. Very, very technical. And in a lot of ways, Silver's Rayleigh is a lot like Doflamingo, right?
Yeah.
You generally just play a bunch of 4 costs and higher. You had Jozu every once in a while, but the technicality becomes you have 10 Dawn and you've got so many different routes you can use with it, right?
Yeah. There's kind of overlap too, in just like the way both decks play for tempo. Like they're they really like to control the pace of the game. They can pressure life very aggressively, but they can also fight for board.
Yeah.
They have these really big tempo swings, and so there are just like a lot of overlap. And so I'm not surprised to see 707 doing similarly well here on Rayleigh now.
Yeah, definitely one of the favorites. Not only because he did get the first seed, but
Right.
just doing really, really well. So, but yeah, we've got this kind of spread for you guys there. We're going to get into our top 16 game in just a second here. And again, we're going to do the blue purple Luffy versus yellow Eustace Kid. Let's get on over there.
All right.
All right, there it is. There's the fist bump, and we're going to start us off. And, I don't think either of us are completely aware of, the matchup spread for Eustace Kid outright, but there's a lot of good things going on. Mostly life burn in a deck that, only has 3 life and lost its healing card too, right?
Yeah. And it looks like we are seeing our Eustace Kid starting off with that Capone Beige. A really strong card here against the UP Luffy that will allow him to protect supernovas on his board, essentially getting them tossed in life rather than getting them tossed back into the deck. The 6K swing comes through, and that's a quick take, and starting off with the Zoro Juro from Comboguru.
Yeah. And to note also that this is AJ's first top in the One Piece Regional, so that's pretty big. Comboguru has gone atop before previously, but yeah, just being able to get this first one here. He also had the higher rate, so he ended up going second, which I think we both agreed was probably the better curve for the deck too. So just really strong off the gate.
Yep, absolutely. And now on our 4-Dawn turn here for AJ, what is he going to play? Oh, okay, looks like it is that Red Hawk coming down that will allow him to KO the Zoro Juro and stop Comboguru from ramping.
Yes. Yeah, big play here, right? Just being able to get that. There's not a lot of interaction. I think that's almost the only interaction that you get from Eustace Kid on here.
Yeah.
So being able to get that removal for Zoro Juro, deny them a ramp, I think is really strong.
Yeah, that's just a 2-of in the deck, that Red Hawk. So really coming through strong here. And I'm not sure who wants to play the later game. I mean, we're slowing down the pace of the game, absolutely. We're slowing down Luffy's ability to ramp to those big cards, and I think AJ will be happy about that. And the question is, will he be able to just burn away this life with cards like Eustace Captain Kidd, maybe a Basil Hawkins?
Yeah, and Comboguru is well, you showed me your 1-drop, fancy extra card. I've got my own, actually. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Able to get up to 6. So on the even curve is kind of where Luffy wants to be.
Yeah.
The other kind of thing with Eustace Kid is that life is like a double resource in a lot of ways. You want to try to keep it face up, or face down, to be able to flip it face up for your leader effect. And already being down to 3 is a little bit aggressive to go against AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing that Luffy search coming down, searching for our supernovas, finding our 7-cost law that will allow him to heal a card, and so now we're seeing Eustace Kid is the one who can heal. It used to be UP Luffy who was always gaining back life, but in this matchup, Kid can heal life pretty freely as long as he keeps seeing those laws, and that will also allow him to take life more freely because it's the ability to turn anything into a blocker means that you'd rather block and counter than counter for your own life.
For sure. And I think the big thing, too, is that Kid is doing the 2 things that Blue Purple Luffy can't do. It can heal, and it can have a restand blocker every turn, right? So 2 huge things that I think Blue Purple Luffy still misses, but apparently not needed, though.
Yeah.
You can still survive without them.
Apparently, yes, but still rubbing it in his face. You can't do that anymore. And there's that Kiku Nojo coming down, just really annoying. You don't really want to KO it because, of course, that will allow Eustace Kid to gain a life. And so I don't think you would want to God Thread something like the Kiku Nojo. You'd probably rather bot deck that with a Mihawk or bounce it back to hand with a Kuros. But of course, it's just kind of a target there that can easily pressure the leader every turn with a 6K swing if it sticks on the board.
Yeah. When your opponent is only going to max out at 3 life, right? The trigger is just you always get to play it. And it also just being a 6K body means the free pressure on leader is fantastic. So this is going to be an 8K attack. We've yet to flip a life up just because we haven't had anything needed to get that blocker. We do have 2 blockers on the board if we want to try to prevent an attack, and we're going to use that Apu to do so. And where we're going to do the rest of our Dawn. Ooh, a Bond Clay.
Just seeing the Bond Clay coming down, ramping a Dawn. That leaves 3 Dawn remaining. So that's enough for a 2-cost event and a 1-cost event, potentially. I'm not sure what else we would need exactly 3 Dawn for, but there's also not a lot to use it.
Yeah, no.
Use it on either.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of, so we're at 9 right now, going to 10 next turn. If we feel like you're going to take damage, you can do maybe like a Bagua and a Giant. We're still at 3 life, which is kind of unusual for Blue-Purple Luffy this early in the game. We'd rather be down to 2 so Thunder Bagua can get that ramp, but yeah, just a little bit of an awkward start for Blue-Purple Luffy.
Yep, and starting with that 6k swing from the Kikunojo into Comboguru, he seems to be thinking about it, opting to take. That's kind of interesting. Maybe he does want to go down to 2 for a Thunder Bagua ramp, or maybe he just doesn't want to give any cards from his hand quite yet. Also, against Yellow Kid, you sometimes just want to take your life because otherwise it's going to get burned away. So I often like to just kind of take life a little bit more freely before it gets trashed by some of those cards. Here comes that 7-cost Law, allowing him to tuck a Supernova card into life. We see the X-Ray going there into life, and then at the end of the turn, he will be able to make that Law into a blocker should he wish.
And definitely good. There's an issue where you just now have a 9k body where Bon Clay can be a 9k body, but I think you're okay with just taking 1 hit from that. I think you're okay with that.
Yeah, and of course, getting out that big body is really important against UP Luffy. It is a battle of the big bodies, and being able to stick that big body first can be really, really helpful. It allows you to put down a lot of pressure, and of course, you could just keep chaining big bodies, and you're always going to be one ahead in that war of the high drop and high cost, high statted, powerful units.
Yeah, and I trust AJ more than myself, but we did not use the leader effect. Just confirming as well. I'm not sure if play too fast or if that's on purpose. You're at 4 life. I don't think a blocker is super necessary here because I don't think there's much of a cost for leaving 1 face up in your life, but. I think this is, you're not in a bad spot. I don't think it's like a major misplay if it is one.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. I would expect that after doing so many rounds, you'd be used to declaring that.
Yeah.
So potentially on purpose here, maybe just not wanting to run into an issue where life remains flipped up. I don't really see that because you're definitely expecting 1 swing to come through, but let's see what AJ's got planned for us. It could turn out to be totally intentional. Here's the first 9-cost Sanji. What do we get? We get the
3-cost Zoro. Big body out here, but yeah, you see, not necessarily the one we'd want, right? There's a potential that, there's 8-drop Luffy, 9-drop Mihawk, both I think slightly better cards in this scenario, but it's playing 2 bodies off 1 and being it off the top of your deck, it's still strong, no matter what the card is.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there are some things you can do with that Zoro. Still, if you return more Dawn than you'd like to with something like a Giant, maybe like a double Giant, you can use that Zoro to get it back. So not completely, it may come into play, but really it's probably just going to be a potential 5k swing at some point in this game. We see the Mr. 2 swing coming through, looks like copying that Law, so that would be a 9,000 power swing. Thinking about it, that is a trigger, draw 2, trash 1.
Yeah, so this really helps us. And I do think, in comparison, if we had a Mihawk instead to get rid of this Law, the game would be completely different, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that Law is still existing, the fact that we have time to play another one, I think it's going to be really huge and definitely swing the momentum a little bit in AJ's way now.
Absolutely, and we discussed this yesterday when we were watching UP, but it's more important than ever to really see a strong Sanji turn. To your point, we would have a completely different trajectory to this game if that Law was not there on the board.
Yeah, and even just playing 9-drop Mihawk instead of Sanji, I think would have been a little bit stronger. So, but yeah, I think even one of the more consistent decks in the game, we do have these variants here, and we're going to see what the reaction is.
Yeah, so that Luffy clearing the Mr. 2, Kikunojo swing coming through for 6, gets 1k'd out, another one of those beautiful Mr. 2 alt arts in the trash. And what are we going to do with this Law and our leader swing? Are we just going to turn it sideways?
Yeah, this is definitely a point where if I had 8-drop Kid, that would be pretty huge.
Yes.
I wouldn't be too scared about losing. Also, if they did try to Mihawk, we can use, I think, the beige effect to put the Law into life. So it wouldn't be as brutal, but still, I think I'd rather that in life than on board at this moment, right? So that would be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's actually kind of a 2-step combo to do any removal right now. You're going to have to deal with that beige. First, Comboguru likely not seeing a God Thread or something that could have just taken that out early. So that swing will get gianted, pitching a Thunder Bagua, saying I have a little bit too much defense. Let's cycle that out, see what we get. And that will get him up to 10,000, protecting him. And so what does AJ have? Another Law.
Yeah, that's very good. So we're going to put the card right back there, and from there we're going to be able to attack I believe this is 9k once again.
Yep, another 9 with no Dawn up. I imagine that will be taken unless he has 2Ks. Not always wanting to offer those up either, as the 2Ks can be quite useful. You don't run so many of them. going to take. I think that's completely fair here. And I do like how AJ also showed the same card that he took last time, that X-Drake. He's very consistent, controlling the amount of information that he provides his opponent. That will allow him to restand that law that swung, and it is now officially a blocker.
Yeah, now we've got 2 9Ks out. Even if there's Mihawk, which we see off the top, and we've got best friends here. Yeah, wanting to remember what this beige does. So this will, if you try to remove something, you can put it back into your life. I still think, 1 life is a little bit dangerous, but being able to do a Sanji into Mihawk would still be strong in this position, just not as strong as maybe previously.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that might be one of those subtle differences with this new UP Luffy that just doesn't seem to be able to go for quite as long without the ability to heal. Before, you were quite comfortable just kind of always giving your opponent life because you knew that you could just play this really, really long game. You had so many ways to stall out the game. Every kata that comes down was a wool. But now kind of missing those pieces makes it a lot harder.
Yeah. And I think we're leaving the Mihawk on top after this. So if we have another Sanji in hand, that will be able to let us play it. Because I don't think Sanji was in hand at all. So I'd have to assume we have another one.
Yeah, I mean, establishing a few more big bodies would feel good, but you're also going to need a lot of defense. There's a lot of big swings potentially coming. I'll be curious where Comboguru decides to go. Here looks like that was a 6K swing straight through to life. I like this. You probably don't want to block yet with your law because you don't want to risk it getting swung into. So just going to offer up that 2K Zeus saying, you don't really have any 5 costs that I need to pop. I don't really want to take my own life either. Yep. And there is the Sanji.
There's the Sanji. Yeah, into the Mihawk. So great removal there. If I was AJ, I'd be like, well, if they had the Mihawk, they would have removed it first. There is a chance I could have, gone the blocker here as well. But yeah, making it so we were preventing any real blocker. We're going to attack the Zoro Juro into the Luffy there, and then we get this 9K attack. But do we really want to give our opponent Trafalgar Law right back?
I know, it's scary. I do feel that because he was able to play it off the Sanji, it feels a little bit better. Because now it looks like he's going to swing for board here, and it is kind of that older style of UP that I was just talking about, where it's like, we'll just put everything in life, we'll give you life, because I'm just going to do kind of what Enel does and play a bunch of big bodies and just kill you across 2 turns of big swings. So I quite like that. I do feel that, the added body from the Sanji may make a difference. If it was just the Mihawk, but I feel like just now having these 3 9,000 power characters on the board, it's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, so the only issue is that, we're down to 1 life. I think if we found 8-drop Mihawk, or 8-drop Kid, we'd get a lot of pressure this turn. Yeah. But seemingly no case of that. We're going to go 10 into leader.
Yeah, the Kid would have just been so nice here. Because the scary part, again, of swinging the law here is that, of course, Comboguru can now just turn everything sideways into it next turn. Yeah. Of course, he can restand it, so that's one option, but we'll have to see what he plays out. And it makes it just hard to block with it.
It does, yeah. And we've got such a funny life stack, right? We've got just the X-Drake hanging out in the middle, yeah. And this is the valid state for it, too, just because we got a double heal after flipping that up. But, yeah, we're going to use a Giant here again, so this will get us to 10 using the God Thread. We should know the 2 cards that we're getting into. Yeah, nothing too good. It's a Sanji and a Gear 2. So not helping us immediately here, but then using another of that full art Bond Glaze.
Yeah, looking like the play set there. And so what do we have from AJ? Kid would be good here. Does he have another 7 cost going to a 6 life leader? What does he have in store? I know one of the scary things with Yellow Kid is sometimes you just can kind of run out of gas. You're very dependent on really drawing into the cards you need. You do have that Luffy searcher, but there can be some consistency problems. That looks like an 8K coming through, 8 into 6 with no Dawn Up, demanding a 2K and a 1K. Of course, 8 is the optimal number into a 6K leader if you want to get 2 cards.
And we've got 6 Dawn left, so looks like we're playing out... Oh, Akuma. Okay, so more
healing.
More healing, yeah. Not too upset. We're going to get a Katakuri out of her hand. Yeah, a little bit more. Not as strong, I think, in this matchup. We're going to likely restand that. Also, being an 8 cost means that Mihawk won't be able to interact with it next turn. And, yeah, we're going to use our leader effect. Flip this up. It is use this Kid. Now,
okay.
I don't even want to attack anymore, right? That is brutal knowing that we're giving them that card.
Yeah, I kind of love some of these interactions that can happen with these leaders where it's like you're flipping up cards, you're flipping down. So do you really want to swing now? Do you want that 8 cost Kid to come down and burn your last life?
Yeah.
But you kind of also have to swing. There's nowhere else to go, or are you just going to leave your board standing? Bit of a puzzle here for Comboguru.
Yeah, and I think the best kind of spot I think we can be in is if we can get them down to 3 life with the X-Drake being the top one, it means that they can't establish a free blocker next turn.
Yeah.
And it'd be hard to interact with. But yeah, even with cards on board, like if they play the 8-drop, we need blockers, we need counter. Blue purple has access to that, but it is quite scary now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already saw that there is the Red Hawk that he's running that can maybe deal with blockers. We have, we know there's a one-of Slam Gibson in the deck that could also deal with blockers. So you would want a wall of blockers as well as some defensive events to feel completely safe here as Comboguru. And I really liked your point about swinging a couple times, but swinging just to that X strike.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? That's a very kind of on-the-nose specific way of punishing a yellow kid.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, and so starting off with some swings now. Looking like wanting to just turn leader sideways.
Yep. Just doing a quick 6K. Yeah, and you're like, yeah, please, I'd love
I'll
that
take
card.
that.
Yeah, please, thank you. Quite generous.
Yeah. And are we just going to see all of these 9s coming through? It looks like we probably are. There's the 9. This is certainly scary for AJ. These are some big bodies.
Oh, we might have had a trigger here. Yeah, we're going to trigger out the 4-drop law. This is a new promo that was just out for this regional, essentially, right? It was out for Gen Con. You were able to earn some of these, but definitely probably one of the pricier cards just due to scarcity in AJ's deck right now.
Absolutely, and that will allow him to go a little bit wider. Throwing a Dawn on that law. That's another 6K swing.
Yeah.
That's demanding cards out of Comboguru's hand. And here's another swing coming through. No trigger. And is he going to stop at the X strike?
Yeah, that's going to be pretty important here.
Yeah.
Because we still have the Sanji attack. Zoro's Joro doesn't need to attack here, but...
Yeah, kind of an interesting moment. And it looks like Sanji is going to swing. And now AJ also is faced with the option to block and not go down to 2 life.
I think they kind of have to. You either stall at 4 or go down to 2, right?
Yeah, I think so as well. A little bit scary here. AJ putting some thought into this. This does seem like a pivotal moment in this game.
And not to like overhype, the 8-drop kid was great and likely was a little bit better on this previous turn, but you've got some pretty big attacks next turn too. There's a chance you can just go for game based off that fact as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And AJ might have to go for game.
Interesting. But we are just going to leave that there. Maybe we're respecting the fact that maybe a blocker can be interacted with next turn, but
potentially AJ may also have another way to heal.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I'd love that, but
there's a lot of possibilities from AJ's side right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see what Comboguru is going to play here. Blockering up would feel pretty nice, something like a Nami to just filter the hand. Playing another big body to put down a lot of pressure. This typically feels like a nice place for a Nami, though. Of course, Nami allows you to just leave up some Dawn for events, allows you to put some bricks to the top or bottom. Usually bricks to the bottom, counter to the top. But Comboguru is thinking, I believe he does have another Sanji there too.
He does,
so
yeah.
He could just go really, really wide.
Yeah, it depends on what the top card is. I wasn't able to catch it this time, but an 8-drop Luffy. Okay, so we're just going to go really aggressive here. We get one more potential 9K attack if we so desire. We also get to bounce the beige back to hand, which is pretty nice. And now, must have done the calculations that I'm not afraid of losing next turn. And yeah, there's going to be some pretty great value. So going 8K first, we're going to see if we get rid of the beige, yes or no.
Yep. It's looking like no.
No, okay.
Opting to just keep cards in hand. Gonna probably need them.
Yeah, and we can still just remove it next turn as well, so that not as much of a priority. But what a wide board from Comboguru, right? Missed out on maybe like actually we've played a Sanji every turn. The first one was a little lackluster, but the other two have kind of compensated for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like we are really on a timer now here for AJ. That is a scary board. Gonna play the kid, tap the kid, trash the life. And does that mean he's going for it here? He only has 2 Dawn left to play with.
Yeah, we're going to go 6 with the Trafalgar Law. Our best numbers are, 6, 6, 7, and 9?
Yeah.
And we got the 1K.
The 1K. Do we want to go 6 again? Okay.
Yeah, I think we want to do the 1K check from them.
Yeah. I do like that. It also would have been... I wouldn't have minded saving a Dawn to put the Law to 10. It's kind of the same, though.
Yeah.
7K swing coming through, demanding a 2K. There's the 2K.
And then we know that they're going to have the giant likely, right? Actually, we don't know, but it's a somewhat safe. Oh, we've got the Gear 5 and the 2K, so not quite, but it is enough to get out. Yeah, we're going to get the draw 1, trash 1 from Eustace Kid. Likely going to get the restand with the leader effect too. Seeing another Kuma there, but now we've got so many attacks and only 2 blockers, and that beige is not staying on that board for long.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels really hard to survive this many 9K swings coming through. And of course, even if you did manage to survive, you would end up probably losing your blocker here as well. While not the end of the world, that would limit the amount of pressure you could put down. We see the giant being taken from leader ability there.
And I don't think this was very obvious. He's down to 0 cards, so he exactly had the numbers. And you could do the math with that idea of 8-drop Kid being the next play, knowing that you're going to lose the life card and still be good. But he was only one, or he was 2K above what he needed to be. He was really, really close.
Yeah, that is impressive. I wonder if he considered both lines there, if the Dom was allocated split, and if that 8-cost Kid came down. If so, he did that pretty fast.
Yeah. With having the variety of 1K, 2Ks, and Gear 2, I think he was in a good spot to get out of it. But yeah, it was a calculation for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So starting off with the Snake Man swing coming through, bouncing the beige. Now we've got another 9K coming through. That's going to be countered. We see X Drake, and we need one more. There is that
the
beige
that we added back. Yeah,
bounce back to hand, and now we are staircasing. We're ramping up, so now we're going 11, starting with a 9, going 11.
And he's got 7 more Dawn with 2 9Ks and a 6K. Like that is brutal.
Yeah, the 11 just getting blocked here. We could of course go 11 again if we want to.
Yeah, I think we can go like 11 and some big numbers. So we're just going to take the 9, and this is.
I like the 9. It's very non-committal.
Yeah.
You don't have to allocate any Dawn there, and kind of getting the read that probably AJ just doesn't have what he needs. And there's the rest on the Sanji. Game 1 wrapped up. Comboguru is going to take it.
Yeah, super close game though. I think that if we played the 8-drop Kid 1 turn earlier would have made a huge difference. Really pressure that life a little bit earlier. I don't think the heal was as impactful as that damage, but those 7-drop claws were definitely very scary, putting in a lot of work, and you can definitely see Comboguru, sigh of relief that he was able to get that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of just, it feels like seeing the wrong top end there. Like you want those laws when you're under a lot of pressure to kind of heal and defend, but I feel like in this matchup, AJ actually kind of wants to be the one putting on the pressure, because as we saw, if Comboguru is allowed to just keep playing Sanjis freely and cheating out these big bodies, the late game is totally in his favor. So it's actually AJ who needs to put on the pressure. He needs to see those kids. He needs to trash some of that life and really try and end the game a little bit before Comboguru can start to set up like that.
Yeah, and I think there might have been some consideration that, well, one, the 4-cost law, even though it was a good body on board, it might have been better as a 2K in hand. Yeah. There might have been some numbers where you could have stalled at 4 life a little bit easier than to make it harder for them to go for game last turn. Yeah, a lot of alternative plays I think that could have happened.
Yeah, and so it was kind of an interesting trajectory to that game. It seemed like at first AJ was in a strong position. He established the beige. He was able to kind of start building his board, but then Comboguru just kind of swept out with the Sanji. So I'll be interested to see kind of how that affects the next game. We saw Comboguru was really reading the beige, just making sure he knows the effect, and I'm sure he'll feel more comfortable now into this next game playing around that and looking for the cards that he might need to remove it.
Yeah, the protection for that card is really unique, especially for this matchup when life is, again, this additional resource that we have to count about. But we're going into it. I'm going to guess AJ is going to want to take second again, and I think the curve was good, but yeah, hopefully, I think 8-drop Kid on curve is so strong in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, and perhaps maybe seeing a Basil Hawkins along the way might be good too, especially if you can establish the beige first, just because you can of course just block with that and get Comboguru maybe down to 2 life a little bit earlier. Yeah, because as we saw, he was at 3 life essentially until the late game. Yeah, and that's just always a little bit scary when you're up against the UP Luffy. You just don't want to give them any breathing room.
Sure, and they're, I don't think there's any spectacular triggers from AJ. Having Kiko Nojo means that that card's really difficult for Luffy to interact with cleanly early, especially because again you're always at 3 life or lower right now, and that's really helpful there.
Yeah. AJ just hoping maybe that first life just pop out of Kiku, get things started, get some really strong tempo. Comboguru with that 1 Dawn and passed. No plays that UP Luffy tends to make on the 1 Dawn turn. Let's see what AJ has. Gonna draw up our Luffy Searcher again, looking for a Supernova's type.
And a lot of good targets from here. Again, like 7-drop Law, 8-drop Kid, Basil Hawkins, as you mentioned here. This is going to be a way different game if this is the first card we kind of establish.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be curious to see if he does drop that on 4. Feels pretty good.
Yeah.
And so 3 down does Comboguru have the Zoro again to answer, or maybe a gear 2 to just safely ramp. Players laughing here. I think they've both warmed up.
Oh, yeah. No
Yeah.
Zoro, and or respecting that it could get removed if we did have it. And going from there.
Yeah,
But
very interesting. I wonder if that was a respect play from our
Yeah.
first game, or actually just not drawing it.
Yeah, and I'd want to see what their 6 Dawn plays. I actually don't mind the idea of, putting 4 on leader to attack here and then maybe try like 7 and play Basil. But we do get there. We do see that the Law is in our life. I think you'll have to remind me. You have to be at 5 or less life between the two of us.
Yeah.
And we're currently both at, it's 3 and 4, so I think we're at 7.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
a little early from that to proc, but can still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have to see, what does Comboguru really want to do here? I mean, I hope he has a God Thread in hand, but I don't know if you want to use it here. This is the typical turn where you're like, oh yeah, I'll just God Thread. Oh wait.
Yeah, because God Thread still gets that removal as well.
Yeah.
Which means the on KO from Basil happens. So
Yeah. But I always find I like to just deal with it. Like, get rid of the Basil. I don't want that swinging at me every turn. 'Cause it ends
Yeah.
up demanding more cards than the life that gets trashed anyway. So we'll see if Comboguru is just going to remove that here.
yeah, and there's the God Thread here. So that's going to hit them down to 2, and then if we hit here, we'll go down to 3 life after this trigger. So this will be able to be played out. So just replacing itself.
That's a very fun little interaction there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting.
We think it's fun. I don't know if
Comboguru is liking it. Yeah.
Immediately. I don't know if that's the fun word he would use, but
Yes. Yeah. I'm wondering if he had just done the 6 first.
then
then
you would have gone the block, and then
you don't get the trigger.
yeah,
But you
then
get to keep going. It's like,
you'd be at more life. Yeah, because it's either or. But yeah, it looks like we're just going to go 7 with this.
Yeah. 7 here, I think, would leave him with 4 Dawn.
Yeah.
Another
Another
7.
7, so maybe a 2-drop beige coming down.
Very nice. I always love, as a GP Luffy player, 7 was the way you play into UP Luffy. Is this a trigger?
It is, and it's a pretty.
He's counting his Dawn.
It's a pretty good one. We're at 6. I think it's the Thunder Bagua. If we were at 7 to go to 8, we'd use it, but we might need more defense than we need ramp right now. So it really only makes a difference if we maybe want to play like a Mihawk next turn, which are a blind Sanji, and get a little bit luckier with it.
Yeah, so opting to ramp here. Very nice. And I thought yellow is the deck that's supposed to have the triggers.
Yeah, and you know what? It's been we've been seeing some triggers from Halo, but not. It's been across the board as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we do see that beige come down, offering some protection, but not really protecting much. I think hoping to protect some future targets. So I imagine we'll see Comboguru probably swinging into the Law here and then looking to deal with the beige.
Yeah, that can definitely be an option there. I think this is a good turn to not flip a life face up to. I don't think like restaying the Law was that important. We got a 2K there. We do have the Mihawk. This likely just going to remove the beige. Yeah.
Yep, and there is the Mihawk. Feels pretty good here to get that first big body down and get the beige out of the way.
Yeah, being able to get that ramp, just allowing this play to happen helps a lot. But again, if we have 8-drop Kid here, the only way we have to remove this card is Red Rock. It's public knowledge. There's only one in the blue-purple Luffy's deck too, and just immediately dropping it.
Nice. Okay, so we're kind of seeing that more ideal curve. We're seeing the Basil Hawkins. We're seeing the Kid. That's 2 life gone. Those are 2 cards that are not in Comboguru's hand.
Yeah.
And of course, UP Luffy does draw 2 per turn, but it takes a couple turns to kind of get back and make up for the fact that you are a 3-life leader. You're already missing 2 cards.
Yeah.
And so also losing those 2 cards in life means that Comboguru will just have less options to play with here.
For sure. And we've got 8-drop Katakuri shown in life here. We also are at 9 at the start, so we get to look at the top there. We do see a Mihawk, so if there is a Sanji in hand, that would be quite good. We also see like maybe something like a Pudding. I'm not sure how many cards AJ has in hand, but I'm guessing like 8-ish right now based on how much they've been drawing and such.
Yeah, Pudding would always be nice. Or like the Sanji Pudding,
yes,
the UP Luffy special. But just thinking about the stack here, very important. This is really when UP Luffy kicks into gear, and so you really have to just take some time, plan out your turns, figure out what you need, Use that leader ability, search a straw hat. It's going to be the Usohachi, grabbing a 2K. Always nice to see.
Yeah.
And what is he going to do with the stack? Is it going to go on the top or the bottom? That really is the next big decision here.
Yeah, and I did see, I think, some blocker Namis in there, which could help you be a defense card if you need it. Also, if you're playing like Sanji into Nami, that might be a good way to kind of keep stabilizing. But you're on the ropes right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Really need a blocker. Really need to figure out, okay, how much Dawn do I leave up?
Yeah.
And you can see Comboguru is just doing the math here, and that's what you have to do. You have to figure out how much can he swing next turn, what threats can deal with my blockers. Do I play for more events? Do I risk playing the Nami and having it get removed? Just there's a lot to think about, as well as the fact that AJ is still at 3 life, so you also need to put some pressure down and find a way of both stabilizing and putting down pressure.
Yeah.
There was a card that used to do that. I think it was 9 Mom.
Yeah, that card's quite good, yes.
And so let's see. He planned it out, so what does he have in store for us? Starting with the 6K swing coming through, that gets that extra 2K right away.
Yeah, I'd be mildly tempted to block with Kid on that one, but we're just going to take this one because we know we want to.
Yeah.
We've got 9 Sanji. Let's see what they left on top there.
Oh, gotta be the Nami, right?
Yeah, gotta be the Nami.
Okay, so that's good. That'll allow Comboguru to kind of filter his hand out a little bit. He does have a blocker. However, that blocker could be toast, and then he only has 1 Dawn to work with. So a little bit scary, but I think that's the whole point of UP Luffy. You have to play close to the ropes. You have to. It's going to get tight.
Yeah, and the big thing, though, I think in this matchup is that specifically we don't really have ways. We don't have Hody Jones, right? If this was perhaps a yellow-green supernova leader, this would be a way more terrifying spot. But, blocker and 1 Dawn gets you out a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, and of course, when you're a 6K leader, that always helps. That would mean that if the Slaw wants to swing, you have to, at minimum, attach 1 Dawn to it. And just going to start off with a 10K swing, saying, okay, let's get the Giant out of the way if you have it.
And, I have to relook. I'm not sure I immediately saw that in the hand, which is, it's always assumed, right? You always assume, but it's not a guarantee. Yes,
you play under the assumption of Giant against purple decks nowadays. But it certainly happens where there are games where you don't see that Giant. And Comboguru really thinking this through here. I feel like if he had the Giant, he might have snapped it down.
Yeah, there it is.
And pitching a Sanji. Returning 2, drawing 2.
We know the 2 cards. I think it was Sanji Mihawk, which Mihawk, what you would love to keep on the top of the deck there, but we'll take it.
Yep, and there's that 1K counter with the Mr. 2. And so how does AJ want to do the rest of this turn? Looking like the 6 is coming next. This suggests that he does not want to push too hard, and we're likely going to see another big body coming down. Maybe something like a Law would be good.
Law, another Kuma.
Yeah, another Kuma.
Both would be quite good, yeah.
Yeah, that would just allow him to heal, and it gives him just another body, another turn to just keep up this pressure. Of course, you just want to be demanding cards out of UP Luffy's hand to counteract their leader effect, and he has already demanded 2 cards with that 1K on the 10K, and now the pudding out of hand. Here comes the Law.
Yeah, putting Basil. Yeah, great card to put on top, too, because then you get to cycle your hand if you need to off that hit, Aha Life. We're going to go another 6K here, demand another 1K, but here's this. Nami survives, which is really good news for Comboguru.
Yeah, but he does have to pitch his Nami here to get out of that, which is a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Would have, I think, liked to keep that in hand to be able to potentially play it again next turn. And one nice thing about that 7-cost Law is it does allow you to attach a Dawn to your Supernova leader there. I always forget about that in Kid. I remember it when I'm playing Law, of course. But in Kid, too, you just get that little sneaky Dawn that gets you to 6.
It's very, very handy, agreed. So we're going to go to 5. Let's see. Sorry, look at top 5 for Luffy here. Got some good targets.
Yep. Seeing 2K in there. Some other nice cards. And we do see also a Dawn up here for AJ, that hinting at potentially that Red Hawk plus 3,000 coming through. And what does Comboguru really need here? I mean, he probably wants to continue building up some defense.
Yeah.
There's a lot of swings coming through. The Nami survived, but he has to really plan out this turn. How much Dawn does he need to leave up for events versus can he squeeze out another big body here? He did. There was like a Kyros in that stack. I don't know if that's something you would want to play here, though. Bouncing a 2K to hand doesn't really feel that good.
It's at least one guaranteed attack, though. I think you can likely pressure at the same time. It is also a 9K, though. Just establishing another 9K body.
Yeah.
If you think you can survive this turn and maybe go for game the next turn could be really big. So
Yeah.
I think that's a solid choice still.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel, having to pitch that Nami is a little bit awkward. I think that would have been a really nice play here if he had been able to keep that in hand. Of course, he just ran out of potential counter cards there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we're just going to start off non-committal 9. Looks like that's going into 5.
Yeah.
Into the character here.
You got it.
Yep, and AJ just letting it go. Don't think you can really defend that here because, of course, there's just going to be another 9 following that up.
Mm-hmm.
Much better to just probably take a life here. Let that Basil Hawkins try and find you some more pieces that you need. Oh, and he does find he has the next Nami.
Another Nami. Yeah, again, if you were able to keep one around, and you drew into really good 3 cards here.
Yeah.
Bagua, Giant, and Gear 2.
That's kind of exactly
Yes,
what he
it's
needs.
really what you needed,
Yeah.
Because that will just help you survive. Yeah, that was a breath of relief. You're like, oh, good. All right, should be okay to survive this next turn. I still get to apply some pressure here. Yeah, very, very strong Nami there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's something that you see these kind of veteran UP Luffy players really value the Nami. Nami's really good because you already look at your top 5 with your leader ability. Then Nami lets you potentially look at 3 more depending on where you put the stack. Or you can manipulate your stack in such a way so that when you play the Nami, you filter. So just really strong when you've already established a board. There's the Mihawk swing coming through, going to trigger our Hawkins, draw 2, and then trash something that we don't need.
Yep, and getting rid of Kikunojo, yeah, super good card to get out of your hand in the spot. Would love to have it in your life. Being able to play free ones would be good, but this is still going to be a lot of pressure here. But I think it's kind of swung back to Comboguru once again.
Yeah, I really think so too. I mean, when you look at this, we've seen 2 big swings for AJ, right?
Yeah.
We've got 2 blockers.
Yeah.
So even if you want to go for game, it's going to be really hard with your 5K leader to get enough Dawn there to get through 4 standing Dawn from Comboguru.
And the Namis, yeah.
And the Namis, right? And so you probably want to swing 10s here minimum. And that just doesn't feel very scary. Okay, starting with the 6.
No, I do like this though. If just to start us off, curious if we're going to try to play like a larger body here. You're going to get a 2K out there, so that's a good +1 conversion on that counter there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my sense is he's going to play another body just based on how he kind of started off these swings.
Yeah.
And here comes that 10K swing coming through, demanding a Giant and something else. Maybe the Bagua here and a 1K would feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Still a lot of pressure. Could also just opt to give up a Nami. Typically, you like to keep the blockers, though, because they can really block out of anything.
Yeah.
They just make you feel really good. But you also want to keep cards in hand, and that's what he's going to opt for here. Just giving the Nami, not paying the cost of really losing a card. And here comes the Kid. Another 10K swing coming through.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, too, is that, unironically, those Namis can start attacking. They can help you be enough attacks to go for game next turn. So giving one up is pretty consequential here. Another 1K there, so we do get out of there. And, we got, I think, 7 Dawn left. If we have a Kuma, that'd be a great card just to play out and
Yeah, exactly.
make it tough for us to lose. Yeah, another Kikunojo. Hopefully healing a 3rd one there.
Yeah.
And, passing with 1 open again. We're going to have a +2 cost, so we're 8 costs for a Mihawk there, and likely going to end the turn with our leader effect. Yeah.
This is the stage of the game, too, where it's just when you're playing it against UP Luffy, it just gets scary because they're drawing 2 cards.
They are, yeah.
Every single turn, and they're looking at a stack of 5. They're taking whatever they need.
Mm-hmm.
And as the game goes on, it just gets scarier and scarier, but AJ is still building up that board slowly but steadily to see if he can make a lethal push that just kind of breaks through.
Oh yeah, we see our one of now. Red Rock's up the top there. We can also get another Giant. Giants can draw into 2 2Ks off the top here.
Yeah.
That is some really good value off this top 5 here.
Yeah, imagine we could take the Red Rock here and put the Giant to the top. That's going to feel really, really good. No beige on board to protect anything.
No. He's in life. He's hanging out, but not quite in the right area.
Yeah. He just needs to migrate on over a little bit to the board, and AJ would be feeling a lot better here. And so we'll probably see that Red Rock come through, hit the Kid most likely.
Yeah.
And then Comboguru is free to kind of pressure life, pressure that Law on board, and we know he still has a lot of defensive options in his hand.
Yep.
Yeah, I do feel like Red Rock leave up 4. probably pretty good.
Yeah, there it is. Get rid of the kid there.
Yep, bye-bye, kid. There goes the block as well with that.
And now there's a bit of a decision. Do we want to bully the 9-drop Law or not?
Yep, that kind of classic. Do we want to try and get some cards in the hand? Do we want to just pressure life? Looks like that's an 8K swing coming through. Wow. Interesting. So just leaving up 2 Dawn. Comboguru doing this math very quickly of, I think, the lethal math in his head, of whether he can die or not, and knowing that he's probably safe with the Nami and 2 Dawn.
Yeah, and we're going to use another one of the Red Hawks and a 2K.
Yep, very interesting here. That Red Hawk could also have KO'd the Nami.
If we had a little bit more life.
If we had a little more life.
Yes,
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. A little unfortunate.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You need the toe. I always think it's...
No,
it's
well, the other one doesn't matter.
The
right?
other one
So
doesn't matter.
It's understood. Yeah, you're like, oh, this card has the potential to be so good.
Yes.
And it's...
Oh, this is the other one.
Okay, this is, you know what?
There we go.
I've decided the game has gone long enough.
Yeah.
This is my best chance to win. I think AJ's got the right move going on here, and now we just got to choose the right numbers to get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards, I think, in Comboguru's hand. We've got a likely, we're going to start off with a 10 from leader.
Yep. Coming through, and let's see, did Comboguru anticipate this? He did swing 8. Potentially, he didn't need to swing that. He could have left with those 2 Dawn.
Yep.
And so, is this something he calculated?
He looks a little taken aback,
yeah,
right?
He does, yeah.
Oh, wait, how many? Oh, he put everything. I think that's a little... I don't know if those are the numbers I would do. I'd definitely start trickling a little bit here.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, getting those 2Ks as mentioned. So 1, 2, 3, I think 7. So this is 16. So we're currently at 13 right now with the gear and the giant. And then 17. So now we have a 6 and 7.
Yep. Oh, just waiting here on some confirmation.
Yeah.
Just making sure that the
these are some big numbers. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
And one thing that I will add here is we have this beautiful mat that's lit, but we do have the light right in the judge's eyes, so it's very hard for him to see. So sometimes he has to just say, "Can I take a look at that?"
Yeah, we've got a 6 and then a 7. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, and I think there might have been some numbers that if we did like the baby taps first, it could have helped us, be a little bit more confident on this swing. I don't think it mattered with this, but yeah, having all these 2Ks, super close. But yeah, we got the win from Comboguru on the left. He's able to win this match. Yeah, wow, what an ending there. Just having enough counter to get through. So it looks like he did, I mean, even though he looked taken aback. Yeah. I guess he was sitting there with his hand. I was like, I've got a lot of 2Ks. Yeah, Blue Purple Luffy just barely won there. Yeah, just narrowly just get that 1K you needed. So, but I think AJ made the right play to say this is the turn to go for it. Obviously, if 8-drop Kid was able to survive that previous turn too, I think you had a lot of chances to go from there too, and super duper close. Yeah, really close game. Well played to AJ. Yeah. What a great run here with Yellow Kid. Just awesome. He will, however, not be making it to the top 8. No. That will be Comboguru, who will be receiving a cereal card, as well as all that lovely top 8 prizing. Yeah, unfortunately, AJ definitely could have played that ace. I'm sure he would have sleeved it up immediately, started playing with it. But, of course. Regardless, that is a super great match. I'm really happy you were able to watch that one. Yeah, that was great. I'm always happy to see Yellow Kid. I think it's a very neat deck. It was one that I had anticipated maybe seeing one of in TOPCUT. And so I'm happy to see that here. Yeah. It does have a pretty good matchup spread, but it is a little bit limited. Yes. Just because you just don't have that consistency of some of these more modern, I would say, even though it's a relatively new deck. Yeah. But it's not like a GP Luffy. It's not like a UP Luffy. Even Rayleigh. Like it doesn't quite see the consistency you want across 10 rounds. Yeah, and I think it's really good to note like just how thin the line was. Yeah. Obviously, you're really consistent. Obviously, you can plan out your turns very easily with Blue Purple Luffy, but that's still a skill I think for the deck. I think that Comboguru did a really good job finding that line. Again, he only won that last game by 1K, right? Like if one of those 2Ks was instead of 1K, it would have been a different state. But really, really close, and just end up taking it. Yeah, absolutely. And so another UP Luffy advancing. Yeah. And this is really fascinating. We're really seeing the rise of
of UP Luffy at this tournament. I'm curious about the implications of that for nationals.
Yes, exactly. So we've been having a lot of regionals around the world this weekend for this format. I'm definitely seeing a lot of blue and purple Luffy. Other blue purple straw hats like Sanji's been popping up. We didn't get any in ours, but it's been topping around the world too, which is really interesting. And I don't think that the amount of viable leaders in this game are like 20 or so, right? There's so many different decks that are good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the greatest spreads I think we've had in terms of both like leader diversity and just interesting matchups.
Yeah.
And so it's a really exciting time. It's been fun prepping. I've never had to learn so many decks in my life.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, that's going to be it for for top 16. We're going to go into top 8 in just a moment. So we'll let you guys know what the kind of bracket looks like when we are when we update it too, and then we're going to go to some interviews we did earlier this weekend too. So check those out, and we'll be right back.
My name is Maya. I will be doing interviews today for the streams. I'm from Japan. I love One Piece. Also, I love playing One Piece card. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be here. All of you this weekend. So I'll go to get the interviews. Let's go together. Oh, what's your name?
Tannen.
Honey?
Yeah.
So can you tell me like where are you from, and then also like what leader are you gonna play today?
Oh, okay. So I'm like a Toronto native. I'm located downtown.
Yeah.
You can probably see me at a lot of downtown locals. Right. Like every single one, I was farming them.
Right.
I'm playing Rayleigh today.
Nice.
Right. This is the best deck in meta. Everyone who talks shit about Rayleigh, they're wrong. It's best deck. But yeah, I started playing about like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, nice.
And so I think you were actually on my first turn.
Yeah, I remember you.
That was my second match.
Yeah, yes.
And so, but I'm here to win it all. I'm kind of on a Luffy run right now, where like Luffy just got into like the new worlds, and this is me right now. I feel like. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So where did you get the nice donker?
So shout out to Midas, right? Midas has probably the most insane One Piece collection on the market.
Yeah.
Right, and this is where I got all these Dawn cards from. Right, and it's not only that. I got this alt art from them. I got most of the deck actually from them too. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got a lot of cards. You see, like, I know people. It's hard to find these two, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love Sanji.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So yeah, shout out to Midas. Also the mats from them too. They hooked me up pretty nicely, right?
Yeah.
And then they'll hook you guys up too. they go less than market sometimes too, guys. So like, watch out. You know, no taxing out here.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, that's so exciting. What's your goal today?
My goal is to win it all.
Oh,
I'm not dropping a game.
Okay.
Even against, I know I'm not dropping a game. I'm not dropping one game.
Are you not afraid of ML?
No. Why should I be? I know how to react to me. His problem, he has to deal with me.
Okay.
Right? My game plan is to win.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm cheering for you.
You're cheering for me? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Tay.
All right, what leader are you gonna play?
Today I'm playing Red Rayleigh.
Rayleigh.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really scared too. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay, what matchup do you wanna face?
The matchup I want to face the most is just green purple Luffy all day.
Oh, green purple Luffy is your favorite?
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy. No, not easy, but you know.
Okay. How about Zoro?
Yeah, that too. I can do that.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just no yellow,
No yellow.
please. Yeah.
And no
Yes.
yellow kid.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yellow is a hard matchup.
Yeah, very hard matchup. So I will be very sad if I match up with those. So.
Oh no.
We'll see
Okay.
what happens.
But I'm sure you can do it.
I hope so.
Okay. What's your goal today?
My goal is to make top 32.
Oh, that sounds nice. Then I can see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. For
Okay,
sure.
that's great.
Okay.
Do you like One Piece?
I love One Piece.
Oh, which character is your favorite?
My favorite character is Robin, for sure.
Robin,
Yeah, she's
how
gorgeous. She's gorgeous, very gorgeous, very
Oh
pretty.
yeah, that's true. That's gorgeous. Yeah, that's true. All right.
exactly,
Thank you for
exactly.
talking with me.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Okay, can you tell me your name and where you are from? Also, like, what leader are you gonna play today?
Okay, sure. So my name's Kristen. I'm from Allentown, PA,
Yeah.
and I'm playing Rayleigh.
Oh, nice. How about you?
Mario from Allentown also, and I'm playing Yellow Kid.
Okay, Yellow Kid and Rayleigh. Like, how confident you are?
I'm pretty confident with it. I've been practicing a lot with it, so I think it's gonna be okay.
Nice.
So-
Are you not afraid of NL?
Oh, I am afraid of it.
Okay.
I'm just hoping there won't be any.
Okay, I see, I see. How about you?
I'm 50-50. I haven't had much time to practice, but
Okay.
I'm gonna roll with it.
Okay. Do you love the One Piece? Do you like One Piece?
Oh, I love One Piece.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, which character is your favorite?
Chopper. For sure.
Chopper! Nice!
Sanji.
Sanji! Oh, me too! Thank you! And then like, look at his tattoo! So cool! Is there a Sanji?
No, it's just.
Oh my god!
One day, eventually.
Okay, I see.
Big fan.
Eventually. I got
Okay,
it on
okay.
my backpack though over there. So
Oh, really? Okay, that's nice. Alright. Oh, what's your goal today?
win.
Nice.
Do okay. I
Okay.
probably won't win, but I'll try.
Yeah,
so.
you can do it. Okay, okay. Thank you for getting talking with me, and then I hope you can get so many winnings. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. What's your name?
My name is Christian.
Christian. How's it going?
It's not too bad. Yourself?
Okay. So you said XR.
Yeah, I'm EXO right now.
What did you play?
I'm playing Koala.
Whoa! Oh my God, that's interesting name. Oh,
Yeah.
that's great.
It's for fun.
That's great. Oh, what did you face?
What have I faced so far? I've faced a Zoro.
Okay. You beat Zoro?
Green Zoro, yeah. It was first match, I beat Zoro.
Nice.
Second match was Purple Black Luffy.
Okay.
And then the third match was a Kuzan.
Wow, that's great.
I've been getting lucky, so. Yeah.
That's so great. Or what matchup is easy for you?
What matchups are easy? Honestly, I don't play too much, so
Okay.
I'm not too familiar with most matchups.
Oh, you EXO though.
Lucky.
No, I'm sure you're a good player.
Pretty poor. Probably okay, but I don't think that great. So.
Okay. But the matchups was so close? Or
The Zoro matchup, yeah, it was pretty close. The Purple Black was also pretty close.
Okay.
The Kuzan, pretty easy for me actually.
Oh, really?
I got lucky and the other guy got unlucky. So
I see. What's the koala's effect? Can you tell me again?
the koala effect, if you have 2 8 costs or more,
Yeah.
if you swing koala into their leader, you
Yes.
draw 1 card.
Okay.
And then her other effect is if they play an 8 cost or higher, they have to take top life.
Oh, that's why Kuda is have to take that.
So if he plays his 8 cost Garp, he has to take life.
I see.
So it keeps him in check a little bit.
Okay. Well.
I'm hoping to see Rages.
Oh, okay. Reiju is also good.
Yeah, so it also, if they cheat out a body, they have to take a life. Yeah.
I see.
So fingers crossed, you know.
Okay, right. Okay.
I see
That's
Rages.
great. Oh, I want to see the koala will get the top 32.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, okay.
Wish me luck, guys.
Yeah, okay. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
How's it going, everyone?
Good. We're doing well. Good,
Nice. What data are you playing today? Oh, yeah.
I'm playing Rob Lucci.
Okay.
Green, purple Luffy. Red Rayleigh.
Okay, and then you guys EXO or?
I'm okay against Zoro. I don't mind Zoro.
What's your
EXO?
record?
Oh, EXO.
I'm sorry.
I'm 2-1.
Doing nice.
I'm EXO.
Nice.
I'm also 2-1 right now.
Oh my god, everyone doing good job. Okay, what did you face?
So round 1, I played against yellow Charlotte Katakuri.
Okay.
And I've never played against that in my life. So I won. And then round 2, I played against Teach, which was
Okay.
really tough, so I lost. And then round 3, I played against Rayleigh and won. So
Okay,
3 different decks, yeah.
nice.
I faced Blue Kuzan, Green Zoro, and Red Shanks.
Reiju, GP, and Rayleigh Mirror.
Okay, so you guys had so hard a matchup or everything easy?
Teach is very, very tough.
Okay.
But I almost won. It was close.
Oh, that was close?
Yeah, it was very close. And then he played 3 caribou blockers, and
Oh my god.
and then I got cleared them all, but I was
You cleared him?
yeah.
But
Yeah.
still, you didn't have enough?
No, I had no. He killed me next, so. But it was fun.
I see. How about you?
I think all my matchups I'm relatively favored except for Zoro. Against Zoro, I got lucky that my last life was Gum Gum Giant.
Ooh, that's
My
nice.
mirror, I just played in round 3. It was pretty close. And then
Okay.
GP, I faced one of our local friends, Adam.
Oh no!
I lost to Adam in my favorite matchup, but it was fun.
Okay. It's kind of sad to face friend, but it's okay. Okay, what's your goal today?
So my first goal is these are my friends. I want to do better than my friends.
Yeah.
Which is tough because they're really, really good. But main goal, have fun.
Nice.
Play well.
Mhm.
It's my first regional, so just enjoy.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's great. How about you?
I just want to do better than I did in the past.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Also, just trying my best.
Okay, that's great. All right, I'm cheering for you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Thank you. Hi, hello. What's your name?
My name is Blas.
Okay, Vladis. Like, where are you from?
Watch
These players, last time in overtime. Please finish any attacks in progress, and then go to tie breaks.
I'm sorry.
From Toronto.
Nice.
Any unreported matches within 5 minutes will be declared a double loss, and both players will be dropped.
I feel like you might
So please make sure you submitted your result on TCG Plus.
Is it great to do?
I don't know if we have time, but we can try.
Okay, well, what did you do? No, I'm sorry. What leader are you playing today?
Yellow and L.
Oh my god.
It's my favorite. I don't know. I've been playing it forever.
Okay, so like, and how's it going?
3-1 right now.
That's great.
Yeah.
What did you face?
So far, Kalgara, which I won.
Okay.
Then Blackbeard, which I lost.
Okay.
Then Kuzan, which I won. And then Green Purple Luffy, which I won.
Okay. So Blackbeard is a hard matchup for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I lost on turn 6.
Oh my god.
It was 3 11k Burgesses and 2 Teaches. And he went second, so I only played 1 and L.
Oh, I see,
It was not close.
But like, are you afraid of another leader? Only Blackbeard?
I wouldn't say I'm afraid of it, but I really don't want to play against Bonney.
Bonney is not good
No.
for you? Oh.
And it's also just really not fun either.
Oh no. I see. So then what matchup do you want to face?
I want to play against Rayleigh. I haven't
Okay.
seen one yet. I don't
Really?
know.
Oh yeah, that's true. No Zoro too?
No Zoro, no Rayleigh.
Oh, that's interesting.
nothing.
Oh my god. Then, but like your score is pretty good, so I think you will face them.
Or more Teaches.
That
Which I hope
sounds
not,
awful.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of like 3-0 Blackbeards right now. Or like 3-1.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'll do finger crossed for you.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck for next one.
Appreciate it. I'm going
Thank
to try
you.
to win out.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Bye.
Bye.
What's your name?
Erin.
Ellen.
Erin.
How's it going today?
Better than I thought. I'm X1.
Nice.
Yeah, I honestly never thought I would do this well.
That's so amazing.
Yeah.
What leader are you playing?
Shanks.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing better than I thought I would. I never expected to come this far.
Keep going.
Thank you.
Oh, what did you lose?
I lost round 3.
Okay, and then what did you face?
I have faced 4 Bonnies, 2 Rayleighs, and a GP Luffy.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing a good job. Nice.
Like I said, better than I thought. So.
That's so nice. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Thank you.
Are you not tired?
Yes, very much so.
Right.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't.
Yeah, right. But like, you can get top 32.
Maybe. I never expected to, but maybe. It would be amazing because not a lot of girls get to make top 32.
Exactly.
So
That's so cool.
It's
I'm
a big
cheering
deal.
for you.
Thank you.
Oh my god, that's cool. What do you want to face?
I'd like to see another Rayleigh. I'd like to see
Okay.
another Bonney.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind another GP. I don't definitely want to avoid UP Sanji. And I want to avoid Lucci and Blackbeard.
I see,
Yeah.
I see. UP Sanji is hard?
It's very fast. It's so fast, and there's so much counter, so many events.
Okay.
It's scary.
I see. Wow. But you are doing a good job. So nice.
Thank you.
Also, do you like One Piece?
Oh yeah, I love One Piece.
Okay.
I got into the game originally because I like the show.
Oh, great. Which character is your favorite character?
Law is actually my favorite character.
Oh, you don't want to play Law?
No, I want to, but my brain works better with Shanks.
So
I've tried every build of Law that exists, and none of them have worked for me.
Okay,
So,
I see.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I hope I can see you next day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks. Nice. What's your name? This is my
My name is Sam.
Sam?
Yes.
Okay, what are you playing today?
I am playing Green Zoro.
Okay. And are you XOR?
Yes, I am currently round 7 undefeated.
Oh, that's so cool. Let's go.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll do my best.
What was the hard matchup?
The hardest one today was Red Rayleigh.
Okay, what happened?
It was he had 2 life, and it's already a bad matchup because Rayleigh's usually good in the green Zoro.
Right.
And I had to swing. He had 1 card in hand. I had to go 5, 6, 6. And I still got him. Yeah, I got lucky. Really lucky.
That's great.
Yeah. So I was kind of nervous, but I dodged Eno today. I don't like Eno. Eno's really bad.
Yeah,
So.
right. But you didn't face NL?
No Eno. Yeah, no Eno. Thank God.
I saw so many NL. I faced like 2 or 3.
Oh no, yeah.
But it's okay.
For Green Zoro, it's a scary matchup.
Right.
Yeah, they just give you like a lot of life and destroy everything. So yeah, it's really annoying. So
yeah, I hope you don't see NL.
You know, I'll take your luck. I'll take your luck. No Eno. No Eno, no problem.
Yeah.
No Eno, no problem.
Okay. And then also, do you like One Piece?
I do like One Piece. I never watched the show before I played the game, but now I watch a little bit of the show.
Nice.
So.
And then do you have favorite character?
Ooh, it has to be Nami.
Nami,
the most useless character, but the nicest. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope I can see you next day.
Yeah, I hope so.
tomorrow.
I'll do my best. Only 3 more rounds, so I think I just have to win 1. Right? So.
Let's go. Thank
頑張り
you.
ます。
頑張って日本語上手。
日本語喋ってきますけども。
上手。
ありがとうございます。
ジャパニーズ
ペルペロになりたいと思ってる。
すごい。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Bye.
またね、皆さん。
Fine. Are you still doing good?
Yeah, I'm 5'2".
Oh my god, that's great! Nice! Great! How many rounds left?
I think 3.
Okay.
So it's 10 rounds, maybe
Do
9.
you have confidence?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
What did you face before this time?
Blackbeard again, which
Oh
I
my
lost.
God.
And then Green Zoro, which I won.
Okay, nice. Okay, you don't want to see any Blackbeard?
No more. No more.
Yeah. But if you don't see, you have a chance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Okay.
I'm just hoping to dodge Shanks and Blackbeard.
Oh, Shanks?
There's some Shanks.
Okay.
They're doing pretty good.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Scary though.
Oh, it's not good?
I don't have Raigo anymore, so it's bad. It's bad now, right?
That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope you can get the top 32 next
Okay,
day.
thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back, One Piece card game players. I am so excited for this next game because we are truly in the presence of 2 amazing Limitless legends. If you pull up their pages, you'll see points in the 200. We see tops in the double digits, let alone, you know how we earlier, if you've seen the prize video, talking about how being a serial holder is a badge of honor. Now imagine having 10 serials.
I almost can't.
That's incredible. It is an unfathomable amount of wins and serials, and not just to do it this consistently. And we have 2 players who are legends at this game. We have obviously, you saw Sammy from yesterday, or 707, who went 10-0 yesterday and beat an unfavored matchup, Bonney, just now, and going into this next round. Incredibly skilled player, 10 serials, and definitely an amazing player to watch. And across from him is a Toronto legend, Richard Yam. If you played in the early sets of One Piece, you know Richard Yam is one of the most skilled Zoro players ever. The number of tops he has on Red Zoro is probably more than almost anyone else, and he's always innovative with his lists. He's very thoughtful about how he builds the deck. He always wants to take a very innovative approach to how he does things. So, and once again, yes, also serials in the double digits. So just Patrick, I can't even believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so exciting. This is a dream come true to watch and to cast these 2 fantastic players. I'm excited to just learn from seeing how they play their lines. They're 2 players who both are known for their technical play styles. They're known for their consistency. We've both played them in different capacities, and they are they're so scary to be sitting across from because they don't make mistakes. They always take the optimal line, and they're also pretty like fast players as well. Like they know what they want to do and how to do it and how to execute their game plan. It's just like they're just unbelievable. I'm so excited.
Yes, I'm so excited to watch these games, and we're going to go to the game very, very soon. And I think both players have mentioned that they're just like very excited for this game too. Richard mentioned that he thinks that compared to others Rayleigh players, Samuel will know exactly what numbers to swing, and it's going to be a very intense match. But I don't count Richard out because of his amazing tech and his deck building skill. And we're going to head into the game very, very soon, and I cannot wait to watch this. And I hope you at home are really excited to watch these two great players duke it out for this top 8 round.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, so we have Rayleigh, I believe, going, was it first or second?
Yes, going first. Sammy is the higher seed, finishing in first place. Finds that mole pistol. Starting off pretty good with an event search here. Starting off with the buggy as well. That's the card you want to see as Rayleigh into this matchup against the green Zoro because it is protected against Slash. And now we see Richard starting off with the Perona, allowing him to search for a Slash character or an event card. Finds the Tashigi. That's a good card. That's what you want to see. Part of Zoro's optimal kind of curve and line, allowing him to rest and swing into the bodies, keep the board clear while developing a board of his own. And he also does pop the Kazuki Hiyori, so he has another search lined up for next turn.
Yeah, some of you may think that going second on Zoro is not very great, but actually against Rayleigh, it does let you set up a bunch of searchers. It lets you look for certain cards. You get the extra card draw. In this matchup, it is potentially good to go second, but we see the leader ability from Rayleigh come out, buffing the buggy by 2, attaching 1 Dawn, and then swinging for 6, demanding that 2k from hand.
Yep, and here comes the observation hockey. Going to be able to search his top 4, grab an event, or a big body for what we consider a big body in Silver's Rayleigh here, also attaching a Dawn to his leader. This is just one of those consistency pieces that makes Rayleigh such a strong deck, allowing you to find another observation hockey if you really want to. He may use that now, or he may opt to hold it for another turn. We will see here, and here comes a 6k swing right into Richard. Does he opt to take it, or is he going to counter? Taking it. There's the first life of the game taken. And here comes the Shaku Yaku. Another search, looking for a red event or Monkey D. Luffy. And there is our Luffy, the engine of the deck, the most important card in Rayleigh.
Yeah, and this buggy is going to present a problem because Zoro, being a Slash character, can't clear this buggy. It has to be cleared using the Hiyori or using potentially the Perona here. More likely the Perona, but it makes it hard for Zoro to counter it fully. And 7 with these 6 checks is really smart because everyone knows their deck list, so they know that Richard Yam only runs 10 2Ks in this deck.
Yep, okay, wow, and here we have the answer. This is exactly what you want to see from Richard here. He's able to deal with the buggy in one fell swoop, rest the Shakuyaku, swings Perona into it, and now we have the search going. These players play so fast, Jeremy.
Oh, and we're seeing really cool tech from Richard's side. He's running actually the East Blue Searcher Nami because there are actually several cards that you don't realize are East Blue type within the Zoro archetype that are searchable. Things like the Shimotsuki Kozaburo that was played just now, or things like the Kuina, and even the Tashigi is actually East Blue typed as well.
Yep, and he does, off that search, find another Tashigi. So 2 now in hand. Back over to 7's turn. What does he have in store for us? We probably want to get this Hiyori off the board. I imagine we might see a leader swing going there. We know he has the Luffy in hand. We know he has another observation hockey if he wants to find another piece. Plenty of cards, plenty of options. Starting off with the observation hockey, trying to look into the future, see ahead, plan ahead, and find what he needs. He finds the Supreme King hockey, that defensive option, one of the best defensive cards in the game, that will allow him to wall off later.
Yeah, and from 7's sides, he's looking down actually a lot of really annoying bodies right now. We're seeing things. The Kozaburo is actually really great at just contesting a 2k searcher or even a 3k body. So those are great. And then the Perona is actually still in play. And this Hiyori has to get cleared. Otherwise, Richard Yam is just drawing that extra card every single turn. And we see the searched Luffy come on down.
Yep, so he could reveal 2 events now, and that will allow him to cheat out a character card with 3,000 power or less. That is the Sanji coming down here. Just another big body. That is, of course, a larger swing during your turn. And let's see, how does Richard answer this? I imagine we'll see the Tashigi coming down here.
Yeah, and with this Tashigi, you can rest either unit, but you can probably rest the Luffy so you can clear it, attach 3 Dawn, and have 1 left as well. So, yep, shoot him down. So you can swing 9 into the Luffy to threaten it. Yeah. Oh, in this case, it's the Sanji that's being threatened here for 8. drawing card, and then 8 again, probably thinking that I'm not going to be able to out the Luffy being a 6k, but I can't clear the Sanji, and yes, you draw the card, but I'd rather you just not have that swing next turn.
Absolutely, yeah. With those 2 attached onto the leader, that does make that Luffy a 6k during Richard's turn as well, and so he might be fearful of 7 just giving the cards there to counter for that Luffy, and now he's facing down a really scary board where we could see another Luffy come down, and all of a sudden things can snowball out of control. There is another observation hockey. I like how 7 is consistent, starting his turns off with observation, looking ahead, seeing what he needs here, and what is he going to take, putting some thought into this turn. Both players really evenly matched in this first game.
Yes, and I think Richard's in a pretty good spot here, depending on how 7 answers here. He's got some bodies that can swing at sideways bodies. He's got a card advantage. He's got 4 life right now. He actually looks like the Rayleigh player right now because he's got 4 life and he's got 3 bodies. What's going on?
Yep, exactly. And so what does 7 want to do here? We have that Dawn attached to leader, so we know we're going to see a minimum 6k swing coming through. Likely we're also going to see this Luffy turned sideways. The question is, does he have another Luffy? Can he keep the engine going? So with that search, we are taking another observation hockey, just continuing to search, revealing too that I believe that was observation hockey and mole pistol there. That's going to put the buff on the Monkey D. Luffy, making it currently a 6,000 power character with 1 more attached on. It is now an 8,000 power character. There's the observation hockey coming down, giving a Dawn to the leader and doing another search. So much happening here.
Yeah. Richard Jam has a really interesting list that is actually fairly tactful for Rayleigh, and I'm thinking, does 7 know that? He knows that obviously he's seen the deck list, but how much is it going to come down to theory on this match, and how much does it come down to, oh, I actually have to respect now all these different cards?
Yeah, and we see the mole pistol coming down, popping the Tashigi, so establishing a little bit more board control. Not always optimal as Rayleigh. Sometimes you want to just be putting on the pressure, but of course, this is a tempo game. Mole pistol is a great way to get some tempo back, and we're seeing, it looks like a 8k swing coming through. Both swings are taking. That was an 8-8. Richard Yam is now at 2 life very, very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, on Yam's side, yes, you took that 2 life, but you're kind of happy. No other bodies to deal with, just the Luffy. Almost like a really great reaction from 7-2, though, knowing that if you put a bunch of sideways bodies, these little searches can clear it. But putting these swings down kind of forces your opponent to play differently, knowing that, hey, you might have to respect my kid killers, my rush units. So Richard Yam from here is really going to have to navigate how much danger is going to come across the board the following turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And does he opt to clear the Luffy here with a big swing? I imagine that would be a pretty nice feeling play here, just staring at an open board with 2 life. You would be feeling pretty good as the Green Zoro. So what does he opt to play out here? We know he has that other Tashigi in hand, and that Tashigi does come down right here. Opting to rest nothing. He's just saying, I want a body, and I want to attach 3 Dawn to my leader. That's a pretty good trade. And looks like we might see 2 more attached, going 10 into 6, potentially. There is no Dawn up. 4-7, so we're not going to see any of that Color of the Supreme King hockey coming through, getting value yet. And so Richard just has to decide, how much is 7 willing to give me to keep this Luffy alive, and do I risk it, or do I just put all my Dawn attached here? Or potentially also a double swing could come through with that 3 Dawn standing.
Yeah, because if this Luffy doesn't get cleared, Yam is thinking, well, if I don't clear it successfully and 7 gives a lot of his hand to keep it, he can just swing 2 really big swings next turn, take my last 2 life, and then I lose to unblockable, because even if I develop any blocker like Mihawk, I'll still lose. So he opts to swing 8 into Luffy only, I think.
Yeah, 8 into 6 with 3 up, so potentially a restand. I quite like that. That's pretty interesting, right? It's saying, okay, do you want to give me 2-1? How about 2-1 again, right? He could restand it, or he could allocate that Dawn elsewhere. So we do see the counter is being given. That was a 2 and a 1. He is giving that Color of the Supreme hockey that we saw earlier, just using it as a 2k and then pitching the Luffy for 1k. Here is the restand. Here it comes the 8 again, saying, okay, give me 2 more cards. I am happy to get 4 cards out of hand if you want to keep this Luffy on the board.
Yeah, and now 7 has to make a decision here. He's deciding, if I keep this, I can drop him to 0, but am I fully committing to that then? If I do that, I'm basically deciding that the rest of the game is just going to be these 2 swings and then 1 last swing on my final turn. Do I think that's going to win the game? And does Yam have enough counter to get out of these 2 big swings? If the next turn 7 only drops him to 1 and not 0, the whole plan falls apart.
Yeah, absolutely. And Richard Yam still hasn't given much counter. He still should have a lot of cards in hand, too, to be able to counter out of any incoming swings. And it feels like Richard Yam is the one who's kind of really dictating the pace of this matchup, even though it's supposed to be unfavored for Zoro last time I checked.
Yeah. And, 7 is definitely heads up playing around some of the tech cards from Yam's list, which we won't spoil yet in case he plays them later. But the reason why he's potentially not going wide on board because he knows that Yam is running cards that are good at addressing wider boards, and he gives up the Luffy and then 8 into life, and 7 takes immediately saying, I need this card in hand, I need to replenish, I need to make a new game plan here.
Wow, very, very interesting. 7 has nothing on the board, no way to put any pressure on Richard Yam, but of course, Rayleigh has a lot of options. There are rush cards that could come out here to help. There's the Rush Zoro that we see him playing, so he could, and oh, there's the Kid Killer
there's
right
Kid Killer.
there, 7k, right across the
Immediate,
board.
no hesitation, just 7 across the board. Give me 2-1 right now.
Yep.
Tell me you have it.
Yep.
All right, there it is, 2-1.
Yep, so 2 cards out of hand here. And what else do we have? Do we have another rush card? Do we have maybe a Luffy to start rebuilding that board? Do we have some searchers that could just help find more pieces, keep the hand relatively full? Looks like we're going to see a 6k swing coming here, so 4 Dawn up, perhaps for a Luffy. That gets 2k'd out of, so making no progress here on Richard Yam's life, but getting cards out of hand. And we are seeing another Mole Pistol. I can't help but feel that that is not what you want to see here.
Yeah, I think 7 there was really hoping, you can't have another 2K. I mean, Richard has been seeing many of his 2Ks in this game. Like I said, only running 10 in the deck, but seeing so many of them is definitely slightly above average. I think on 7's side, he was really hoping that 6 was going to connect.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just feels like Richard has just been able to keep tempo in the game. From that first turn when he saw the Comboguru to help deal with the buggy, he's been able to just consistently put out Dashigis, consistently clear 7's board, and it doesn't look like 7 has seen another one of those Luffys. Maybe that's what he was searching for with all that observation hockey. I can't help but feel like these 2 Mole Pistol turns in a row may just be a little bit too slow. Here comes another search for Richard Yam, allowing him to once again search for a slash type or an event. What is he going to take?
Yeah, and 7's going to have a hard time clearing this Hiyori. There's no little searcher to swing into the Hiyori, so if he wants to clear this Hiyori and make it so that the long game isn't lost, he's going to have to commit a Kid Killer swing or a leader swing if the Kid Killer even survives this turn.
Yeah, these searchers can be so awkward on these later turns where they essentially act as blockers and they force you to turn something sideways that you might not want to into a 0 cost, but you have to respect that. And he does find Luffy is the man who will become king of the pirates. Another restand event. We've seen one that is a very, very good win con for this matchup. Here we see, looks like 5 Dawn being tapped. There is our 3rd Tashigi of the game, attaching 3 Dawn to the leader. How much do we want to swing at this Kid Killer? A 9 would feel good, or we could just go 8 again, and just with that knowledge of the restand event in 7's mind, he may just have to let this go on the 8.
Yeah, this is Richard's trying to think this through. He knows this Hiyori is gonna live this turn. He knows that the longer this game goes, probably the Hiyori's gonna get enough counter that he can survive that kind of alpha strike the following turn and probably go for game himself. So I think as long as he gets this Kid Killer off the board, I think Yam is in an amazing position.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really, really strong. Here comes that first 8k swing into the Kid Killer, who is only 5,000 power. He only gets that 7,000 when attacking. Kid Killer is... 7's thinking about it. He's thinking, can I win if this dies? Can I protect this? Is there a way for me to get out of this? Thinking it through, he could also just be bluffing that he has a handful of counter, just taking the time to say, maybe I could counter out, but maybe I choose not to. Both options here are pretty good, but this does feel like a pivotal moment in this game.
Yeah, and 7's really thinking about the outs too. He's trying to think about, this game is closing out on me right now, and I think I have to think about the outs I have and whether or not this Kid Killer is a part of it. And he's saying, nope, I'm going to take the next hit too, going down to 1.
1 life is scary here. There's a Tashigi. We know there's a restand event. Is Richard going to use it here? Opting to look at the trash, saying, okay, how many events have I seen? Let's take stock. Do I restand now and either put you to life or demand 2 cards, or do I wait till next turn where I could potentially swing higher with that restand event? And he is opting to use it now. Here's another restand event being used, 2 down, and it looks like 7 is going to respect it. He's got 2 cards ready to drop here. Yep,
2 events.
There we go. We have the arms hockey and the unblockable event there. So 2 2Ks, 2 events gone from hand. How does 7 stabilize here?
Yeah, and Richard heads up play there, knowing that without any Dawn up and without that Call of the Supreme King hockey being open for use, that his swings are going to get through a lot cleaner. And Yam isn't running the conventional rest cards for resting Dawn, as many in the same numbers that most Zoro players do. So he knows that he's not going to get opportunities like that the same way as if in that specific situation where 7 was tapped out.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, this is really, really tough. I'm very curious to see what 7 opts to do here. We see looks like 1 Dawn already being allocated to the leader potentially. And how do we put on enough pressure while also surviving? We do know that Rayleigh can be quite defensive.
Oh, a 6 check.
And another...
Oh, 7 is just being punished on these 6 checks despite having the read of how many 2Ks can you have, but Richard just seeing the 2Ks in the deck.
Yeah, and these 6 checks are really, really interesting. Clearly, they work for 7 because he's been consistently doing them. And we're seeing another mole pistol. That is the 3rd mole pistol. This is just, we are on repeat here. It's mole pistol after mole pistol, but that is not helping 7 build a board. It's not helping him put enough pressure here on Richard. However, if he is able to hold on for one more turn, he might be able to get there. The question is, can he survive the Zoro onslaught?
And is this successfully searches? So that's a Sanji. No Dawn left, 3 cards in hand is... Well, we can presume that Yam likely doesn't have another restand event. He's used 2 so far. I don't know if he has another one in hand, or unless his deck has blessed him with another one.
Yeah.
But he can try to search for one.
Yeah.
But he can go for game here. He doesn't have many tall bodies on board to swing with to do it, but he has a leader swing. If he has the restand, he can potentially go, I guess, 9 Dawn -3, 6, 11, 11, making a wish.
Yeah.
But he's doing the search now. He's looking for something.
Yeah.
He can grab something here. He can grab a Mihawk blocker. He can grab almost I think everything in that stack.
Yeah. Yeah, and as it turns out, if you could just keep removing your opponent's board and slowly poking away, you might be able to find an answer here to win the game. This is still could go to either player.
Yeah, and this is a really tough search for him. This is a very pivotal moment for him to find a certain card. So what he picks here is important. He obviously doesn't have the restand event. I think he was looking for the restand event. I think had he had it, he would have just gone the 12-12 check and just said, hey, you know what? If you got 4 2Ks and like 3 2Ks in hand and 1 off life, you got it, man. You got it.
Yeah.
But not seeing that event off the search even or off the draw, he has to change plans now. He has to get rid of this kid killer.
Yeah.
And I think...
Do you drop something like the Mihawk and then just Luna? I mean, that's one way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
You get a big body out. You don't have to deal with the kid killer this turn. You can deal with it on a future turn. And we can see Richard Yam, he is thinking a lot here. This is another just really crucial turn. There are multiple lines he can take, and he really has to decide what is best. You can see him shaking his head. You can see him moving his hands, doing the math, doing those really subtle calculations. This is what makes a pro player.
Yeah, and we see 7 with trying to now read Yam a bit. He's trying to think, wow, okay, Yam's taking a while to think about this right now. So what is on his mind? He obviously didn't find a restand event because I think if he saw it, he would have just used it right now. So what is in this search, and how can I glean information about what's in his hand based on that? You can see him looking up, making eye contact, trying to just read every little expression.
Yeah, this is really actually a fun moment in this game, just where we get to see not just the cards that the players are playing, but see the players themselves, see how they think, see how they do these kind of make these really subtle decisions. And what's going to happen here? It looks like Richard Yam has reached a consensus on what he wants to do. And is it the Mihawk? It almost dropped onto the board. He's like, do I play this? Do I not?
And it is the Mihawk.
Okay,
He's thinking hard. He knows that this is a tough matchup. It's a tough player. He knows, hey, if I can steal round 1, that's going to be amazing. So I need to make sure I'm not going to lose this advantage I have right now off of this.
Yep, okay, and opting not to Luna here, instead going for the swing, saying, 7, I don't think you have enough counter to keep this alive. I want to be able to pressure your board. And
here's a really important thought. He's thinking about whether he actually swings because he's like, do I have lethal guaranteed next turn anyway, even if I don't swing here, and deny that extra card draw to stop you from having an out? And he's saying, no, I'm going to give you that card because I don't think there's an out you can have this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure 7 does have that out. We see him searching, snap, grabbing the Zoro almost as fast as you possibly could. Zoro was what he was looking for there. So he did find it. Now the question is, does he have the math here? He has a Mihawk wall in his way that he needs to get over here. And we do see Richard Yam with 1 life. Looks like we are using our leader ability. That is a mole pistol and a color of the Supreme King hockey. Was that another mole pistol?
Yeah,
did I see that right? Wow. Okay, and so now that puts our Nami at 4,000 power. That will allow him to allocate some Dawn to Nami, giving him that essential 3rd swing that he needs. And he is going 6.
6. He's saying, come on, show me that one more 2K.
Yeah.
He's like, surely you're out of 2Ks now. You've basically countered out. You've played one of them. You've had all this. So we have to see the read. And I think Yam has done the math to say, hey, the best play you can have is you have another kid killer. And then in that situation, I block the kid killer swing. And then even if you're unblockable, it won't matter because I'm at 1 life.
Yeah.
If you go wide, does he have enough counter? And so I think 7 has to play to his outs and hope that there's no 2K in hand and use that read to try to get lethal. But with Yam thinking so hard, I think had he had the 2K right now, he would have just given it and said, you know what, I think that's game. But he doesn't, so he gives a 2-1 case. So is there just... Oh, and the Zoro swing!
5 just coming right out saying, okay, if you can counter out of this, I think you have it. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's game.
Wow.
So reason for that, he did sequence like that is that if he didn't have counter there, he could then... Yam can't actually block there because then the Nami will swing across and then he'll swing his leader. And if he takes the hit, 7 will just use unblockable and go straight through and go for lethal. What an intent. No, I believe, Yam won that one, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So crazy intense match. I can't believe there's like so much happening in a split second and just the level of thought both these players have.
That was incredible. I mean, for those of you at home, for us, we are really, this is such a privilege to be able to watch these games. I'm learning here, right? We're seeing, okay, 7 always opting for this 6 swing, right? That's something we can learn. We don't need guides. We don't need anything. We can just watch the game and learn, okay, against Zoro, 6s are good. Zoro doesn't have that many 2Ks. And we saw that in this case, he did, but we can still take out these really interesting principles of how someone like 7 navigates this matchup. We saw 3 mole pistols come down, popping 3 Tashigis. We saw 2 restand events from Richard Yam, and just a really explosive first match, and we have a series on our hands here.
Yeah, and we see Yam not losing composure. We don't see him as the sigh of relief. We don't see him going like, oh, yeah, great, okay, now just one more game to win. No, he's still locked in. He's still thinking, okay, that was close. I almost lost that still.
Yeah.
Now 7 gets to once again choose turn order once more. Does he change his decision? And now he's thinking, okay, we have to win.
Yeah.
We have to just focus, lock in, think about this because that was way too close. Those of you at home might not know, but 7 was very close there. 1K less. Yam would have lost, and Yam definitely saw more 2Ks than normal in this situation, given his deck only runs 10 of them.
Yeah, that was absolutely, I think, a higher roll on 2Ks than we would expect. And so 7 was really playing... hoping for that kind of a normal roll in terms of the amount of 2Ks. And we also saw, I think 7 would have liked another Luffy there. That's my feeling. We did see him doing a lot of observation hockey. He was looking through his deck. And I feel like if he had just been able to go a little bit wider, to get a couple more bodies out, just to squeeze in 1 or 2 more swings to drain Richard Yam's hand, he would have been feeling pretty good. We see that was, I believe, a snap keep from 7.
And then a mull from Yam, not seeing the cards he wants. He saw blockers, some 2Ks, a Tashigi, but no, he wants to see the searchers. He wants to see the Comboguru. He wants interaction on board. But gotta ask, did 7, take second or first this time? I think it's favorable for Zoro to take second in this matchup, so I wonder, why did 7 pick this turn? Or does he have a read on this? Or was it his hope that if he goes first, he can ping for those 2K counters from hand more efficiently and then demand like life easier? And just didn't happen to pan out that way.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the fist bump. We are here into game 2. There's the buggy coming right down again. That buggy, again, one of the best cards in this matchup, demanding the Shimotsi Kozuburo. That's a hard one to say. In response, or an awkward swing from something like a searcher. We see the color of observation hockey being taken here over to Richard Yam.
Yeah, and we're seeing 7 take the first turn order, and I want to see now. I want to see actually the science on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the Perona coming down once again. This is a very similar start to our last game. Looking for a slash type, looking for a green event. Both players kind of seeing the searchers, and we do have the Mihawk. That's a great pick here when you're going second.
Yeah, and I think Yam's knowing that with this match going kind of the distance that it did, he knows that maybe there's a chance that on 8 he can actually play that Mihawk on 8, which is the best turn to develop it if you're in this high aggro matchup, because later on it becomes too risky to do it. But really, I think what Yam needs here is the Comboguru, because this, like I said, this buggy is almost impossible to out without it.
Yeah, and even what he was looking for there with the mulligan and with the search. And so very interesting. I would be curious too, because Richard Yam won the first game, if maybe he was a little bit more greedy, wanted a better hand with that mulligan. We do see the Zoro search, the Zoro being searched here by the Nami. There's one of those rush pieces in 7's hand. We see a 5K swing coming through at Richard. That's countered out right away. No hesitation, saying I want to stay very, very healthy because I'm going to be under a lot of pressure this game. Here comes another Nami.
Ooh, this going wide board is going to be scary to contest. Yes, we saw last time that Yam could deal with it, but, I mean, you play the Comboguru this turn. If 7 doesn't turn this buggy sideways, there's 2 swings coming back at you the following turn. The 5 being counter out was definitely good, but there's a lot of things in play. So I think this buggy is going to come across for that 6K swing right now, and we're going to see if there's a 2K in hand.
Yep, and there was the observation hockey and Molgun being shown, and there is the 2K, and he is willing to pitch the Comboguru right there. Interesting. Does he have another one?
Yeah, I mean, he must because he's just going to use the 5K swing to clear it and decide to save that extra life.
Ah, very interesting. And now we have to see what 7 does here. This is always very awkward. You need to be able to clear this buggy. Of course, you can't with a leader swing, so you have to almost overcommit to clear it, and he does get it off the board. That's very important here.
Yeah, and we're seeing the 5 swing come across and 7 pick it up. Very good clear there. 7's thinking, if I counter out and save this buggy, can I get more cards out of your hand the following turn? And I think he's deciding, no, I can't. I'm going to play a longer, slower game. From Yam's side, having this 5 life and playing this slower game and countering out early means that Mihawk just gets better on that 8 Dawn turn. He knows that if he can get that Mihawk established, that extra blocker, and stay at a decent life total, he can probably win just on the control matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And so at the start of 7's turn here, just turning the Nami sideways, clearing that Perona, saying I don't want you to be able to swing those back into my little bodies because for me they are more than little bodies. They can become big bodies with my leader effect. A 5K swing coming through that gets countered out with the Kuina. And now let's see on the 5 Dawn turn, what is 7 going to play? I imagine we're going to see that Luffy. We're going to see the observation, Haki, and the Mole Pistol shown. And the question is, what is he going to play with the Luffy? I don't think we're going to see any observation this turn, of course, because the leader is turned sideways. So I'm imagining Luffy into something, and then maybe another Searcher with that extra Dawn.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yam just feels so impenetrable in his defense. Like, he counters out perfectly. Like, if he misses one of these crucial decisions on how to counter, when to counter, he would have lost last game. And 5 life right now, and defending all these swings, is he playing Bonney? He's so tanky.
Exactly. Yep, and there is the Luffy showing those same 2 events, the Observation Haki and the Mole Pistol, bringing out the Brook. That is that 2K that allows you to give 2 Dawn, attaching 2 Dawn to his Silver's Rayleigh. That also makes Luffy a 6K, and though it's not relevant this turn. We see the leader effect going to the Nami, and the Nami swing coming through. I believe the attached Dawn was from the Luffy that went to the Nami there. A lot happening.
So, yeah, the Luffy granted the 1 Dawn to the Nami.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 2 to the Rayleigh.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the 5K swing coming through. That gets taken. And now we're seeing a search being resolved. That was that remaining Dawn with the Shakuyaku looking for a Monkey D. Luffy or a red event. What does 7 want here? I feel like maybe a color of the Supreme King Haki would be good. Some defense. Potentially another Luffy to refill the board because we may see these 2 Namis go down here. Opting for the unblockable event, that is obviously a 2K and a win con at the same time.
Yeah, and you know that Mihawk's enhanced. You know that this unblockable is going to be relevant for sure. And going back to Yam's turn, I wonder how much counter is still left in hand. I wonder if 7 has the read on how much counter remains, knowing that, well, you know, you can't have counter forever. And once you run out, then 7 can just spam 5s and just get those attacks through.
Yep, so here comes the Tsushigi, wrestling the Luffy. 7 just had the counter ready and waiting. He's like, you are not taking this Luffy from me. He pays the tax to keep the Luffy on the board, and then we see that 9K swing coming through to life that also gets taken. Man, that was the fastest counter ever.
Yeah, he just immediately knew, I need this alive still. There's no way you're taking it. We're also seeing the Prona not swing in to the Nami to clear it. Maybe saying, actually, I'd rather have this swing assigned a different way or maybe clear a buggy, but opting not to clear the Nami is interesting, but also there being 2 in play means that even if you cleared 1, it wouldn't matter. There's still another one you can buff. And 7's board is actually maxed out, meaning that 7 actually has to overplay his own board if he wants to continue playing characters anyway. So maybe that's Yam's thinking.
Yeah, I think so. He's just probably anticipating that 7 just won't have the Dawn to allocate to all of those little weedy bodies. And so he may need this Perona later, because right now 7 will just clear that no problem by swinging one of these Namis with no commitment. And so we are on 7 Dawn now for 7. 7 for 7. What does he have for us?
Yeah, and 4 life and not that many cards in Yam's hand. We're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But, I mean, I feel like if he had a 1K last turn, he might have used it to guard that life, or maybe he just needed that extra card in hand. Yeah, I mean, next turn is going to probably be the Mihawk turn.
I imagine so, yeah.
So, 7's probably planning, how do I make this as awkward as possible where if you drop the Mihawk, you risk dying?
Yes, and Rayleigh players take note. These are the turns when you've got all of this Dawn and all of your cards cost very little. What do you do? This is really what makes a great Rayleigh player. And you can see it on this turn. That's why we're seeing 7 really thinking it out. We saw a 4-3 Dawn split to start. He's really playing with all those lines in his head, considering how can I put on as much pressure as possible because I don't want Yam to safely play out that Mihawk on 8. We see a leader effect coming through, revealing our same 2 cards. That's going to make Brook a 5K swing. And do we just start with a simple 5? Maybe get some information here with the Brook? Or do we see some more? Okay, there's the Observation Haki attaching a Dawn to leader, looking at the top 4. able to search a red event here, and he is taking the 0-cost event, the Bad Manners Kick Course. That's an interesting pick. I don't see all Rayleighs running that, but that doesn't allow him to pitch a brick.
Yep. It's a searchable event on two sides too. Sometimes you use it so your Nami ratios are better, so you don't whiff the Nami.
Right, yeah.
Whiffing Nami feels terrible.
Yeah.
And also on trigger, it's a minus 3k, so it can make some pretty big differences in the Zoro matchup where if you hit it off trigger and you minus 3 to leader, ooh.
That's true. Yeah, a lot of versatility there. And we're just asking to see the trash here. Very important. You should always ask to see your opponent's trash because you want to keep track of what's there so that you can map out your swing. Starting with 5, that gets counted out right away. 1k with the Hiyori.
Yeah, and 7 asking for that 5 check, asking for just one more layer of information, knowing that, hey, it's not time yet to swing tall numbers. Let's just get that free swing. And I think Yam is starting to run out of counter, so we're going to see how 7 decides to swing these remaining swings. If 7 continues the 5 checks, it could be very good for him.
Yeah, 6k swing gets counted out there with the 2k, but of course Richard Yam's hand is running low, and it's really going to depend on what's in his life now too. Are those life cards counters?
And we're seeing a 7 swing come across, and Yam's going to take that, obviously not going to give up 2 cards, and then we're seeing the Mole Pistol clear that to Shigi.
But I have to say, Jeremy, that Mole Pistol feels a lot better than it did last game, because look at how big the board is.
Yep.
Last game it felt like he was just able to establish maybe 1 6k to get the Mole Pistol. Now we have 5 characters on board and the Mole Pistol. However, Richard is still at 3 life going into his 8 Dawn turn.
Yeah, and with 1 Dawn up, 7 can't present that color of the Supreme King Haki, minusing 1k to the whole board, meaning this Perona may not get a free clear on this Brook by threatening it. It means Yam's looking at a lot of swings coming across. Even if he plays the Mihawk, that's 1 block, but there are 6 swings on the opposing side's board, and you can clear maybe 1 of them.
Yeah, exactly. He's saying if you play this Mihawk, I know you really only have 4 Dawn left to work with, and color of the Supreme Haki is just so efficient at dealing with any swings that could come through. So we do see the Mihawk, of course, has to come down, and now Richard Yam going to decide how much to allocate. Going to go 3 on the Perona, likely going through at the Brook.
Yep, he's demanding, hey, if you want to use the color of the Supreme King and you want to get that free counter using it now, and you're actually not getting a free counter from it anymore.
Yep, there is the Sanji given right away. That is a 1k. Probably no longer needed in this game, so not the biggest loss here. Getting to keep that Brook on board for another turn. However, we will potentially now see an 8 coming through at that Brook. Richard just deciding here, do I want to swing 8 at Brook? Do I want to take a stab at this Luffy, potentially getting 2 cards out of hand? Or do I have something else here that I might want to drop down with the Dawn?
And both these players so intently focus on one another, trying to read the board state, the game, everything, little mannerisms, things about their expression. Like, really, they're both so intent on understanding how the other player is playing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much focus here, and I feel like I'm not even playing the match, but these players, they exude so much aura. Like, I can feel it from here. It's like they themselves have hockey that is reaching through the screen. You can see it. They're so confident. There's just a certain way that they play. Here comes that AK at the Brook. That is certainly going to allow the Brook to be cleared, and we see another AK swing coming through and passing the turn.
Yeah, Yam opting for that guaranteed clear on the Brook rather than trying to risk it on that, knowing that the color of the Supreme King Haki is very likely in hand, and he's not going to clear that Luffy successfully.
Yeah, always have to play around that event. That's very important when you're playing against Rayleigh. And it can be tricky for people. That event's really, it changes how you do your math. But of course, for someone like Richard, he knows exactly how to play around that card.
Yeah, and 7 not risking just overplaying the board too, because, cashing in that Nami and clearing that Perona is good because he knows if I ever do a double play off Luffy, I'll likely lose one of my bodies anyway, get that swinging right now, so I can just get it out of the way. Yeah, because that's a mistake some Rayleigh players make, is that they actually overplay the board and realize, wait, I'm kind of wasting resources because I'm actually playing over top the Nami.
Yeah.
I should really play in a way that I'm actually making use of every single searcher that I'm playing, such that I get that free 5k swing.
Exactly, yeah. We see the leader effect coming through on Nami. +2, attaching a Dawn, that's going to be a 5k swing coming through. Of course, we always like to start here with 5, and you might say, well, why don't you turn your leader sideways? That's because you may need to attach some Dawn to your leader to use some of your effects. And so swinging 5 with one of your characters as Rayleigh is very, very important, especially if you have observation hockey in hand or if you have armament hockey in hand. It's a little bit of a switch, but this is still a very important skill to make sure you're always checking your opponent, saying, I'm going to swing 5. Are you going to give me a 2k? I'm going to swing 5. Do you have a 1k? Do you take 5? How long are you thinking about this 5 swing? This is taking quite a while here for Richard Yam to decide. We see almost a head shake and the 2k demanded. This is why you check 5.
Yep, and this gives the read. He's saying, hey, okay, well, now I know. You gave me a 2k on a 5k swing. You've got no counter left or all 2ks. And I'm going to bet you probably just have bricks.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So 7 should be feeling pretty good here in a commanding position this game. However, Richard still has 3 life. He still has this Mihawk, and he can still last a little while longer. So this is by no means over.
Oh, the Zoro swing here is going to be painful.
Yep. So when the 5K, they give you a 2K, what do? You swing 5 again. And here it comes down with the Zoro, just a quick 5, saying, I'm going to make this as awkward for you as possible. Do you take a life?
Yeah, and the reason this decision is so difficult is it's not just this 5K coming across to these 3 lives. You know, there's still leader swing. There's still that Shaki that can swing. There's still the Luffy that can swing. And you cannot get dropped to 0 in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's the thing is the 7 now just have some really good math. I mean, one swing will probably get blocked, but knowing that he's been taking the 5s, do you just go 7 now? Here comes the observation hockey, and I love this play because he's waiting to see what happens before he goes digging into the deck, before he uses that observation hockey. It's just such a neat...
Oh, and that's another color that's King in hand. That's 2 now. I don't quite know how you're going to get through so much defensive counter.
Yeah, yet 7 will be able to really save his board here or his life. Going to go 6, saying, I bet you didn't draw a 2K. And this is very, very interesting. These are the really important moments. Does Richard take here? Does he block? Did he get a 2K off life? I'm guessing he did not. And so this is giving 7 information. He knows there's another potential brick in hand or whatever it is. It's not a 2K. 6 is now a very, very good number.
Yeah, and this is actually a really heads-up play because I believe Yam has Electric Luna in hand, which means if 7, he's saying, hey, 7, if you want to get me down to 1 life or 0, you're going to have to turn that Luffy sideways. And if that Luffy is sideways, it's not getting another swing.
Yeah, and of course, that sneaky Luna always lurking can always freeze everything on a Rayleigh player's board, and so 7 has to think about the best way to do these swings. I do not believe he has attached to Dawn yet, so his Luffy is not getting the full effect, so I anticipate he will either want to attach to Dawn here, or if he feels like he's already in a commanding position and he wants to play around Luna, he could opt, as you said, to just leave the Luffy standing. I really want to see what he does.
Yeah. Oh, and he's thinking about it. He's thinking about committing this 6 from Shaki or 5?
Maybe a 5 and keeping up 1 Dawn. Of course, he now kind of loses a little bit of the... He would have probably preferred to swing 6 here, because there's the 1K, probably off of life.
Oh, and he does commit the Luffy! Wait.
Oh, and there was a 2K!
Oh, so he was... So is there Luna in hand? I think I saw it, but I wasn't entirely sure. But if he has it here, there's a really good shot.
Yeah, wow, that is unbelievable.
Because the whole board's going to be frozen. 7's have to overplay his own board just to get rush swings down. Yes, 7's running the 2 Zoros, the 2 Kid Killers, but... I mean, unless you play out 2 rushes, you don't actually threaten lethal. And even then, there's still a blocker in the way. The actual question now is, if Yam has this Luna in hand, how is he going to spend the rest of his turn? Because he also has to set up his own lethal.
Exactly, yeah. So we do see the Tashiki coming down. Just, again, in this instance, it's really a body here that he wants that can swing, and it basically costs 2 Dawns, so that feels pretty good. Going to attach some Dawn to the leader, and I believe that is a 9K swing at 6 that is going to be let go.
And I think 7 has the read that, hey, I think you have Luna, so there's no point guarding this. It's dead anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. There is that 9K at life that gets taken, and we have a potential trigger on our hands.
Yes, so now the trigger is, I believe it likely is Mole Pistol. I believe 7 runs 3 copies, which is why he's been seeing it so frequently. But the only trigger it could be is Mole Pistol or Zero Cost Event. And we've seen him, I believe, use or search the Zero Cost Event, so it's likely Pistol.
Yeah.
He's thinking, do I drop the power of this Mihawk down to 3? Because then it can't swing at me, and then I'm safe from being set up for lethal the following turn. Because you can't clear the Tashiki here because you don't have a 6K in play. So he's probably thinking through this very carefully of how scared am I of this Mihawk swinging across, and then me being denied lethal the following turn, and then also having no way out the turn afterwards.
Yep, and Richard just taking a look at the trash here. We're going to see him, you can see him pausing and counting on some of those crucial Rayleigh events, just keeping track of what's been seen so far. This is how you plan out your turns. This is how you allocate your Dawn to swing.
Yeah, he's thinking really hard about this one. He is going to do the reduction.
Oh.
So now the Mihawk can't swing, and he knows what that means for Yam is. If I was Yam, I would definitely swing this Mihawk, knowing that next turn, hey, if you really have 2 rushers and I can't counter of both of them, yeah, you've got it.
Yep, and there is the Luna, just like you predicted. We see the Luna coming down, freezing every single thing on this board, while Richard still has 2 big bodies that can swing next turn. I do feel like 7 might be on the ropes a little bit here. What does he have for us on this turn?
Yeah, from 7 sides, you got to think about, hey, okay, Luna is great, but also, can I live 2 turns in a row?
Yeah.
Like, from Yam's side, okay, you have all this counter, you had all this stuff. do you not have restand event?
Yeah.
Because if you know, keeps him tracking the bricks in Yam's hand, and one of them had to be Luna.
Yeah.
So he's probably thinking, wait, is there a world where if I just live 2 turns, can I get out of this? Oh, and he's going to pistol the Tashigi.
Look at that, attaching a Dawn to the rested character, saying, I'm not going to swing you, but you can still be very, very useful for me. And that also may be why we saw that mole pistol get triggered earlier. He already had one in hand, ready and waiting to go. And that looks like an 8K swing coming across the board.
Yeah, and 7 knows, hey, you know what? If I get one more turn, this whole board restands, and that Luna only stopped me for just 1 turn. And he has 2 Color Supreme King Hakis in his hand. So it's guaranteed he has 6K, pseudo 6K encounter in hand, at least. And minusing 1 to the whole board means that you also -2 to the Mihawk.
Absolutely, yes. That Color of the Supreme Haki, it's like Gum Gum Giant for red decks, just kind of the ultimate defensive option here. So we do know that 7 can likely hold on. The question becomes, what's in Richard's hand? Does he have another Luna? Does he have a restand event? How much pressure can he put down? Another Luna here would definitely be devastating. It looks like we see the block coming through. That's going to be a 1K counter out of hand. Richard Yam is still sitting healthy with 2 life.
But now I believe he's just top decking. I believe he has no cards in hand now, right?
That looked like a top deck. So potentially,
yeah, I mean,
he's
holding it. I think he has no cards left in hand. I think this top deck was it. He was probably thinking about keeping this Hiyori in case he wanted to use it to look for some miracle event, but he's probably thinking to himself, actually, I don't think, even if I find restand event, I'll have lethal. Maybe that's his thought. But maybe his thought is also that this Mihawk is enough. If I just stack these swings the right way, I'll get the same value coming across. But
absolutely,
he's doing the math. He's saying, he's trying to think about how to play around 2 Color of the Supreme King Hakis.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Richard here. Like, you can see him really thinking. He's kind of had his hands on his temples, putting a lot of thought into this turn, trying to find the path forward. 7 looking quite confident. You don't get much information from 7. I remember sitting across from him. He plays very confidently, just very controlled, commanding, and we see the trash being looked at and the turns being planned out.
Yeah, and something to note about Yam's Zoro list is that he has a very unique build for Zoro. He doesn't run things like the Hody, and he only runs 1 copy of Dead Man's Game.
Wow.
So he doesn't actually have a way to rest these 2 Dawns, and I think 7 knows this. He says, well, hey, if you see Dead Man's Game and you can rest these 2 Dawn, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and of course, both players were able to see each other's deck lists before the game. However, I feel like 7 likely had his work more cut out for him because Richard has a very unique list that he had to study there for about 8 minutes to take it all in, to integrate it into his game plan and to really think it through. However, both players were sitting there very focused. They were really thinking ahead to the game. They both really respect each other as opponents, and you could just see they both really want to win. Wow, is that a 14K swing just coming straight through at the Zoro?
Yeah, 14 at the Zoro. It's probably going to clear. He's probably thinking to himself, I can't end the game. Yeah. I have to live 1 more turn here. I just cannot afford to do it.
Of course, 7 could potentially still get out of this. 14 is not out of reach with 2 Color of the Supreme King Haki and just a couple 2Ks. That Zoro may stick, and that could spell doom here for Richard.
Yeah, I think 7 here is going to have to decide, because I think if he counters out... Nope, he can't. Okay, so or he decides not to. I think if he gives up too many events, he won't have the ability to make these units stronger. But 1 Dawn up for Richard Yam, and... you have to ask, like, is it because it's the event? And I don't think it is, because 7 knows there's only 1 copy of the event, and so if he had it there, I think Yam would have gone for lethal or tried to.
True.
That I think that
Maybe
it telegraphs
hoping,
he's hoping he picks it up off of life, and we
Yeah.
see a pistol and I believe pistol and something else revealed. 0 cost event from before. Yeah.
So we're in for like a really exciting turn here, folks. So we've got 4 swings, 2 life, 1 blocker.
Yeah.
Right, and so 1 card in hand for Richard. So 7's going to have to do some planning. I think what's in life is going to really, really matter here. And so how do we allocate Dawn? Does 7 have a rush character? He's already used his leader effect. He's made Shakuyaku a 4,000 power character here. And how do you gamble?
Yeah, and it really comes down to the math right now, right? Like, he knows, okay, everything is stable now. Nothing is changing. I know there is 1 card in hand. There's 1 blocker, there's 1 Dawn, and there's 2 life. He's trying to think, is there a perfect lethal math here?
And just starting with a 5. I like this. There's a little bit of risk, but I quite like it. Not knowing what's in 7's hand, maybe he has a rush character. Of course, Richard Yam also has to be thinking about that. However, I really like this 5. We are going to get so much information by what Richard does here. Does he drop that only card? in his hand.
If he drops it, he's basically saying, I'm going to leave it up to what's in my life. I'm going to play to my outs. And he does drop it. He's saying, let's find out what's in my life.
Yeah, and we see 7. Immediate response with his Dawn allocation, splitting off 3 there, potentially hinting at a Zoro or the next 5.
Yeah, the 5 is guaranteed. Now, the 5 hits, it's going to pick up that life. He has 2 more swings. He potentially has unblockable event in hand. If he has a Zoro or Kid Killer in hand, it could be very bad.
Yep, and we just saw, I think, a little interruption for Richard Yam there. That is actually his son, I think, calling Dad. His son, his family is here watching. They are cheering for him, too. The whole family, this is a family event. The 5 swing gets taken. I wonder, is that a 1K? Is that a 2K? What?
Did Richard even look? Did he just say, you know what, I'm not going to give you that information because until you swing, I'm not even look at this card.
Yeah.
Because he can't change what he's going to do based on this card, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, I won't look at it, so I don't even know if it's a 1K or 2K. So you have to swing based on no information.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, okay, so what do we have? Another 5. Another 5 swing comes through. That's just going to be block. Another 5 coming through. Did Richard draw counter? Does it matter?
How much Dawn is left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 3 Dawn left. It's
There's
Rush
only
Zoro.
It can only be a
for
Rush
5?
Zoro. Yep.
Wait, so if it's a counter off the top,
if either of these cards were a counter, Richard will take this series.
He's thinking. The likelihood, wow.
I mean, if it's a 5, you would just give the card, right?
Yam is now he's in that. He knows it's these moments. It's these moments where you can, even if you have it guaranteed, you could misplay.
Yeah,
you could make a mistake and you would lose a game that felt like it was free. And he takes
it.
And it's
Rush Zoro 5.
He
gets there. Whoa! Oh my goodness, he got the 1K off of life. 7 had to go for it. Wow. Richard with a commanding 2 games here in the unfavored matchup with Green Zoro. Are you sure this is not a favorable matchup for Zoro? It looked favorable to me with Richard as the pilot.
I have not seen such skilled Zoro play, and it's each little decision and thinking about each one so carefully. Thinking the whole game, every turn countering, he's thinking about how, when, by how much, all that. Okay, what's the max that 7 can send across to me? And by the way, this is I'm in disbelief. So, for those of you who don't know, Yam is famous for being a red Zoro innovator, and it goes to show that it doesn't matter what color Zoro, Yam is just a Zoro master. Oh, I just felt like I just watched such an intense game, and also. Yam's list is so interesting. Like I said, there's no Hody. There's 1 DMG. There's fewer 2Ks, but a lot more searchability. That Nami searcher is definitely a tech that people aren't expecting. It plays itself off of trigger, which means that if you get it, you might have to use it to clear things the buggy. And we didn't see those miracle triggers, but that 1 trigger might have also made a difference too. But Yam taking a commanding 2-0 win in this best of 3.
I have to say I was not expecting that.
Just insane game and great play from both sides. And 7 was playing so well around that Luna, around so much stuff. For this one, he was literally 1K or just a little bit off of lethal for both of those games. It was so narrowly. He almost got there so often. So. And Yam just with perfect reads and the greatest counter.
Yeah, that will be a series that I will definitely be reviewing again. There was just so much there to glean, so many nuggets, and I loved watching Yam's Zoro, which I've said before, but in a completely different context. Red Zoro, but on Green Zoro too, just such an innovator, such a great player, nicest guy ever. It's just he's the whole package, and we got to see him win here convincingly 2-0. He is certainly a favorite to go the distance in this tournament.
Yes, Toronto represent, and also can't wait to see his family celebrating with him just now. But we have an interview with 7 who played so tremendously well as well. So you'll have to watch that in between while we go into, I guess, our top 4 match shortly. So stay tuned. Don't go away because we got tons of stuff coming for you soon to come. But if you also want to see Yam's list, I'm sure Eggman will have tons to say about it in the future. So. Take care, guys. See you soon.
We're back, and I am here with Sammy, our top seed from yesterday, playing Rayleigh. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Thanks for inviting me to this interview with you guys.
Yeah, so happy to have you. Sammy is, of course, a top player in One Piece. I believe ranked 3rd on Limitless at one point. Now, I think you said you lost a few points. So
Yeah, I lost maybe 30, 40 points.
Okay.
I topped at the UK last year, so yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you've won 3 regionals so far?
Yeah.
So going for your 4th?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and do you think today's the day?
Today, yeah, I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to watching your games. And actually, I think we've played before. I think I faced you maybe last year in a Sakazuki mirror.
Yes, yes.
At, would have been Niagara Regionals.
Right, right. I remember that.
Yeah.
I think it was round 7.
I think so, yeah. I remember that. Actually,
it was a very close game.
It was a close game, and I remember it specifically because I learned a lot playing you. And I actually remember taking away from that game and taking some lessons from that game into TOPCUT the next day and stuff like that. So
yeah, likewise, yeah.
Yeah.
You also topped that regional, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
That's good. That's
yeah,
good.
it was from facing you. I played so many Sakazuki mirrors, and so I feel like I learned a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
So obviously you're a fantastic player, and so I guess my first question is, what's your philosophy about One Piece? Like, how do you think about the game?
I think the game is really skillful in terms of strategies and all that, because usually in different card games there's a lot of variance, and then like even if you're like a top player, you can't really like consistently top. But in One Piece, like there's you like when you see a same player keep topping again, then you probably know like the game is pretty balanced.
Yeah.
And then I think the Bandai like did really good work on that too.
Yeah. And how do you practice for like these big tournaments? You're so consistent.
I actually don't practice as much as I wanted it to, but I do have a lot of like top player friends, so I kind of just like we theory craft, we talk a lot, so. Yeah, and then we just kind of apply the strategy that we talk in the actual game, and then most of them work.
Yeah. So you said you kind of theory craft. So is it more like away from the game table, or talking about the matchups?
Yes, because in this game, like a lot of like because of Dawn system, so you kind of know like it's 4-6-8 Dawn or like 3-5-7. So most of the time you can just talk about like what's the most ideal curve, and then we try to like resolve like okay, what's the best way to counter that curve. So and then like this is basically how we tech our deck to beat that curve. So it's like how I run One Cost Law in Dofi.
Yeah.
It's because in OP10 there was a lot of Shanks and Pluffy.
Right.
And those decks they can really deal with blockers, but they usually swing very tall.
Right.
So One Cost Law just kind of like destroyed those two matches for us.
Right. So very much like a theory crafting and thinking about the ideal curve and how do you counter kind of the ideal curve.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, and so you're on Rayleigh now.
Yes.
Rayleigh's a new deck. So kind of what made you decide to bring Rayleigh?
So I was actually deciding between Rayleigh or UP.
Right.
But I have more games with Rayleigh, and then I kind of want to like give Rayleigh a chance to see if it's like a national pick for me. So yeah, that's why I decided to pick.
Okay, so you will be going to Nats in a few weeks?
Yes, in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks? And do you think you're going to be sticking with Rayleigh for that?
Yes.
Yeah. And so what do you like about Rayleigh?
So Rayleigh is a very aggro deck. It kind of reminds me of Dofi, but I'll say like in terms of game style is like slightly different, because Dofi is more on the semi-control, because you have the 4-cost Law and 6-star Jozu, Red Rock to control the board, and then usually like if your opponent have a slow start, you cannot beat them already by like you turn 3 or 4.
Right.
But Rayleigh on the other hand, like most of like sometimes Mogunning your opponent's board is a bait, so you actually just want to use those 4 down to pressure your opponent and then put them to 0 and then like double unblockable 2 turns.
Right.
Yeah, to put them on clock.
Right. So a bit like less of a control style, or even like a mid-rangey style, and much more like aggro pushing.
Yeah.
Did you ever play Zoro back in the day, Red Zoro?
So I did not. Yeah, mostly I played control decks, so like Sakazuki, Lucci, and then later was like Dofi.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a change for you, going from kind of like those control styles, and even like you were mentioning the mid-range Dofi to now more aggro.
Right.
How does that feel? I know for me it can be hard to switch between those two styles, especially in One Piece.
So personally, I think really is I'll say in terms of complexity, I'll say is like a medium level deck, but you definitely do want to sequence it right. Yeah, like sometimes you want to review your the events that are main, like Mogang or the 0-cost searcher, before you use them, because you want to give less information to your opponents.
Right.
So yeah, you want to make sure you sequence right.
Right.
Yeah.
That sequencing. That sequencing seems so important.
Yes. Definitely like it can get you like a lot of games if you sequence it right.
Yeah. Okay. And so I guess thinking ahead to today, what matchups do you want to see? What's the path to your 4th finals here?
So personally, there's only like one match I don't really want to see, which is a Nell. But if I see it, I have like a solid game plan for it. So even if I do see it, hopefully the plan works. Hopefully they don't see too many triggers from life, obviously.
Yeah.
But for some reason, every time when I play against a Nell, like even on the Dofi side, they always see more trigger than
of course they do.
Usually when I play other decks. So
yeah. And I know I don't want you to reveal too much of your plan, but I am curious. Can you give us just a little bit of your plan against NL? Because I know that's a matchup Rayleigh players really struggle against?
Yes, I think against Anel, first thing, it depends on if they have like 4-cost coups on their list.
Right.
Yes. Because of that card existence, I think you don't want to develop early bodies because all the body that you play will just get bottom life and then you have to pitch 1 card from your hand.
Right.
So in order to play around that, you want to just actually swing big in the earlier turns.
Right.
So then like in their late games, their best play is usually like Yamato or 10-cost Ace or Anels. So then like playing a 4-cost Kuza on 10 turn is like actually a weak turn for them.
Right.
So you can actually like try to flip board like in the late game so that like it makes their 4-cost Kuza like a weak.
I see.
Yes.
I see. Okay, so that early game, you're really playing around the Kuzan, not letting them throw your characters in life and also trash a card from your hand.
Right.
Awesome. Okay, that's good advice. And do you have any general advice for Rayleigh players, more broadly?
More broadly wise, I think definitely, I think Rayleigh as a deck, you can be very greedy with your mulligans because the deck runs like 20 searchers. So a lot of people, like when they see their hand, which I think like, mulligan is like a really important part in this game, right? If you keep a mediocre hand, that can lose you the game if you don't see like the most important card. That's why like knowing like the ideal curve, right, 4, 6, 8, like in this game is really important because if you know the curve, you will try to mulligan towards that curve. Right. So I think with this deck, you just want to be very greedy with your mulligans.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to see like double searcher going second. You want to see like triple searcher going first.
Right.
Yeah, try to get there. Like at worst, like you're still gonna see some plays, right?
Yeah.
Get you out on 20 searcher.
Yeah.
That's like I'll say like be greedy with your mulligans.
Be greedy with your mulligans. Okay, that's actually really great advice for the Rayleigh players out there. And just if I can ask you one more question on that topic, I'm always very curious about how players such as yourself decide the mulligan. Because I think that's an art that nobody really talks about that much, especially playing in these big tournaments. Do you have any ideas around that? Like, do you keep more greedy hands early in the tournament, or how do you think about it?
So I think in this game, because you know all the curve, actually like before any matchup, I think you should know your perfect five card hand. It's like an open text,
right?
You know, like exam, right? Like if you know like what questions are expected to be in the exam, then you will like have those answers already in your cheat sheet, right?
That's a great way of thinking
then,
of
like,
it,
like so if I were to say like if you against Anel as Rayleigh, like what's your best 5 card hand? I'll let you pick and then so you wanna make sure on that time you know like what the best 5 card is, and then like maybe like one less card, like maybe 4 out of 5.
Yeah,
it's pretty ideal. So maybe you can keep like when I say greedy, you don't want to be like that greedy, right? Like maybe like keeping like a 70%, 80% is good enough.
Right.
But keeping like a 40% quality hand, like if you only see double searcher in 3 events,
right,
then that means your double searcher need to hit the Luffy, need to hit the Sanji, and need to hit like the second Luffy,
right?
Which is like not as good, right? Like there's too many odds in there.
Yeah.
So you want to be greedy. You want to open at least like one Luffy and then one searcher that can find your second Luffy.
Right.
So plan your curve ahead, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. That's really interesting. So you're kind of saying like you're thinking about the ideal hand as your starting point, and then you kind of rate the hand based on the perfect hand. Like so if it's like 70% there or 40% there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
this
awesome.
is usually like I'll say like in the top level competitive like player, like we will like discuss like, okay, will you keep this hand, will you keep that hand,
right?
And then sometimes we usually have like an argument, right? Like maybe Jackson said, okay, this hand's good, but maybe I'll disagree,
right?
Yeah, maybe Sock say like that hand's good, and I agree, and then we're like, okay, this is a good hand to keep. Yeah, because usually when we lose our games, we will like start analyzing like where we made the mistakes, and it's usually the mulligans.
Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah, I do think it's an art form, and it's something that you don't see that much discussion of. People will just say like, oh, this is your curve, but there's so much there. So I really appreciate your insights on that.
Yes.
I mean, I guess just to close off, so you've got Nats coming up. How do you feel about your chances? Are we going to see you at Worlds?
Well, I think like even though the game is like pretty balanced and skillful, but I do think there's still variance in this game.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can make it in day 2. That's like my main goal for every event I attend.
Yeah.
And if we do make it in day 2, we'll figure it out from there.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I hope to see you top table or winning your 4th finals today, and I will be cheering for you 100% at Nats.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. We are back. I'm here with Shuu, who played Bonney today, placing 13th. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty great. It was a pretty intense run,
Yeah.
but we made it.
Yeah,
That's all that matters.
you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. So just walk me a little bit, or walk me through your day. Like, what was it like? What were your matchups like?
Well, it's been a long day, so my memory's not going to be accurate, but had 2 Bonney mirrors. Played a lot of green, actually. It is a really green-dominated mirror. So, yeah, even ran into a Zoro and Sanji, which was pretty cool.
Oh.
Zoro's it was a great spread. I think I played every single. Ran into a Blackbeard.
Wow.
So that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. So kind of like a wide spread. You faced a lot of different decks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what did you feel like confident into? Like what felt good?
I felt confident into Zoro, and now Kuzan for sure. Rayleigh, I can get a little rocky on Rayleigh, but it can. Sometimes you just don't have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. I've been piloting Bonney for a while, so I'm pretty comfortable on that deck. It was really just a comfort pick.
Yeah. I mean, this is the time, right? If you, for Bonney mains like yourself, like Bonney has such a great spread, and all that practice really pays off. And so going into day 2, what are you looking to see? What do you want to face in your early rounds? What are you afraid of? What do you absolutely not want to see?
I don't know if any Blackbeard players, because that's a stressful matchup, especially if we end up doing best of 3. But I would say ones I kind of want to avoid is Rayleigh. I think Rayleigh is probably the one.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's any Kuzans made it, but I'm pretty comfortable in the mirror. So don't say I want the mirror, but I'm pretty comfortable in it.
Right.
So I'd say maybe the Zoros. I think Zoros are the ones I'd want to run into.
Yeah. So you want to run into Zoro. You're okay in the mirror, but no Rayleigh, no Teach. Yeah. I think that sounds like a good a good pathway forward to the finals. Yeah. I like that. Awesome. Do you have any advice for Bonney players, people who are just getting started playing Bonney? How can they also get to day 2?
I don't know. I would say I've been playing for a while, so I have to go way back to like OPO7 when the deck first came out. Like I guess if you were my friends, you know me. Like you always trust the Hody. Like Hody is
right.
Hody is such a great card that can just I feel like he's just one of the best. Obviously the best card in Greed, but he can just be such a great utility. In so many different situations, so just trust. Like sometimes, there's a few games where I'm just there, like, all right, let's pray Hody and pray.
Yeah.
Like we got this.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great opportunity. So and then also I think it's just kind of learning your matchups. At the end of the day, I think it's always just comes down to learning your matchups. Yeah.
Right. And how did you prepare for this event?
I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't really prepare. I was actually just I just knew I was gonna play a green deck today. I actually wanted to play Smoker, but it was just. If I don't find 5-cost Smoker on curve, it's just not fun. Right. So I'm like, I just went comfort pick like Bonney. It's a deck I've been playing for a long time, so I was just there. This makes the most sense.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. And like you said, you've been playing it a while. You have the fundamentals on it, so it clearly shows that you can kind of just produce on demand on a day like this. Exactly. That is so awesome. Well, thank you so much for doing the interview with me. Congratulations again on making day 2. I can't wait to see you tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see. Maybe we can get you on stream.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right, we are back for the top 4 of the 401 Games Toronto Regional. Thank you guys for sticking with us, but we do have this top 4, and we have our what's our leader breakdown for this one?
All right, so we are going to have Ape Strong
Yes.
playing Mr. Rob Lucci. We saw him a little bit earlier.
Yep, top 32.
Yep. And we are going to have Tyler playing Green Bonney.
Yes. And so this has been kind of like approaching an old school matchup. They both came out of OPO7. Bonney has a couple new cards. Lucci's lost a couple cards in the way, right? But definitely, something that I think has been generally Rob Lucci, but I'm curious to see with the difference in card pool if it's kind of leaned more on Bonney's side now.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like Lucci has been consistently losing tools to ban lists and the such. Well, Bonney has been gaining tools with starter decks and all these new options. Bonney just feels more flexible than ever, and now with that new Mihawk man, Bonney players, this is their time.
Yeah, it really, really is. So that's what we've got on our stream for this one. Playing off to the side, we also have a blue-purple Luffy versus Zoro, which Zoro just ended up winning our last stream match, right?
Yes, exactly, yeah. And these are actually all 4 Toronto
Oh,
players.
okay,
so
nice.
Toronto, we defend our home turf.
You did, yeah. You did get there. So, but yeah, this will be a top 4 match, best of 3, 60 minutes. We'll go into it, and let's see our matchup of the Bonney versus Rob Lucci.
All right, getting started here. There's the fist pump into our top 4. Very, very exciting. I've played Nigel on many occasions, or Ape Strong.
Yeah.
And so I'm really happy to see him here on stream showing us how to play Mr. Robert Lucci.
And Nigel's the man of many names, right? Ends up switching a lot. You had to double check. Oh, that is Nigel, isn't it? With the name. So
he does. He usually goes by. It's usually when he was playing Kata, his name on the Bandai app would be all caps. Swing 5, take, Parasparrow trigger, oops, GG.
Just a whole, yeah.
So he always has a good name. Coming today as Ape Strong, playing out that Uta. Always like to see it. You cannot swing into Uta with your leader. Nothing will happen, and Uta allows you to flexibly reduce cost by -2. We're seeing Tyler now with the Bonney search.
Yeah, and a little bit better into a different green leader for this format. But, if we're able to get rid of the 1-drop Bonney, the leader can't attack into it either way. So still, I think, a moderately good turn 2 play here.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to just kind of get that down. You want to force. You want to have that pressure, right? You want to be able to just swing 3, clear the searchers. You really don't want Bonney to just stack up searchers on your board, even though Lucci, of all the kind of leaders, can deal with those weenies the best with things like Brook. Still just a nice play. Strong play, passing the turn back, and here is the 4-Dawn play, or 5-Dawn play for Nigel.
Yep, and that's going to be pretty good. Our first kind of trashing was Rob Lucci and Rebecca, so not our best cards in there. We definitely want Rebecca in hand, not in trash, so we'll see what our decision is here. But yeah, 5, we can maybe do like a greedy Rob Lucci play, maybe like a Bonney play, but yeah, 7 into, I'm guessing, leader.
Oh, and we're revealing a tech card here with our 7 swing, swinging into the Bonney.
Guessing leader getting the reduction.
Yeah. And, going into leader getting the reduction. Okay, yeah, there we go. That is a take, and we see 3-Dawn being tapped. Luckily, a Brook to finish up the job.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I mean, probably would have maybe liked to see a Kuzan here as well, or just establishing a Rebecca into something, but Brook being kind of the only option available, it does allow him to clear the board. The Brook is still a threat, so definitely just an overall pretty strong turn.
Yeah, and you're still building your trash, right? You want to be able to keep cards there just so you can get your Tempest kicks online a little bit later. Currently, I believe we have 4 cards in there, so that's pretty nice there. And honestly, with Uta and potentially leader, probably just Uta because they can tap down if they leave one open. You're able to really pressure some cards. So here is the Cavendish getting the 2-Dawn back.
Yep, and the Cavendish into the Tashigi. Pretty strong play. Tashigi will protect Cavendish from any of those pesky effects, and so Ape Strong now has to deal with the Tashigi first. And I wanted to add, too, on that trash, we saw the Iron Body. That is a special tech card that Ape Strong is running, which allows one of his leader or characters to gain plus 4,000 power during the battle. Then if you have 10 or more cards in your trash, that card gains an additional 2,000 power. And when I was talking earlier with Ape Strong, he was saying he likes that just to mess with people when he leaves up 2-Dawn. They think it's going to be something like Black Vortex, and then he gets to play out the Iron Body instead.
Yeah, and now especially, it's already a good tech, I think, when you don't know about it, but when you do know about it, now you can just leave 2 open. I'm like, all right, can this be a plus 6K? Is this minus 4K? Like, what could that 2-Dawn represent now?
Yeah, I'm a fan of these kind of tech cards. Once I heard the name, I couldn't even think of the card. I was like, Iron Body. I don't know if I've ever seen that played in a top list before, but pretty exciting here. And we are tapping down the Uta. We've got the counters there indicating our Tashigi is -2. I imagine we're going to see a Brook swing for 7 at leader, popping the Tashigi along the way.
And one more thing about that card, it is a Cypher Pole card, too. So you do get, like, the bottom deck expanding. It's very, very minor, right? But it's technically in archetype, so that does help as well.
Yeah, very fascinating. Okay, we've got 4-Dawn remaining here. What does Ape Strong have in store for us? Okay, that 7K swing was taken. No trigger. 5K coming right after, milling our Jack and our Kuzan. Those are both cards we probably would have liked to have in hand.
Kuzan would have been, we don't know what they're finishing up their turn. They might have another Kuzan in hand. And you know what? I think I did snipe one.
I think, there is one there.
But yeah, establishing the Kuzan's very nice. And the manga Bonney.
Beautiful. Getting countered out there. And will we see that Kuzan coming down? Absolutely. comes down. That will allow Apestrong to draw a card. However, the Cavendish does get to stick on the board. Bonney will get some of that value. Tyler will be able to restand 2 of his Dawn.
Yeah, any time that Cavendish survives a turn, right, I'm already like, oh, that was a nice, especially against Rob Lucci, that's a nice little bonus that I wasn't really expecting.
Yeah, that might just be a nice little like 6 into 4 there to clear the brook. That would just feel nice. But it really depends on what Tyler wants to play out this turn. We see him thinking lots of cards in hand, lots of options.
Yeah, we're currently at 7. I know if we were at 8, a Mihawk would feel very good here. We do kind of want to interact with the Kuzan. Hody would be oh, sorry, we are at 8. Sorry.
Oh. Okay.
So that's even better. That is we are very happy with this. So being able to play with the Mihawk. If we were at 7, Hody would be tempting because you'd want to be able to interact with Kuzan a little bit, try to remove it. But this will still get some great value. So 2 back, we're going to attack into the Uta because Cavendish will be able to remove it.
Yes, very good. Yep, trying to clear the Uta here, and we'll probably try and clear the brook as well. And wow
double
Apestrong
2K.
is defending Uta, saying you can either take my Uta or you can take my brook, but you cannot have both.
Yeah, that is tough.
And
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna. I was gonna say like he was expecting that card to go down, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like sometimes when you're playing Lucci or playing against Lucci, it's when they choose to drop those 2 2Ks to defend something like a Kuzan, something like an Uta, something like a Brook is a very pivotal moment, whether you defend it or you don't. And so now we see that put Tyler kind of back into the think tank.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well, now I've got to rethink my entire turn, right? Do I want to try to get rid of the, leader can really only attack into the Brook, right? Leader can't attack into Uta here. Maybe they have like another removal card. They have what? They've got a good amount of Dawn still up right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Tyler could still even drop potentially another body. Another Tashigi here would feel really, really nice. 3 Dawn standing. Maybe we're going to see a Koshiro. Yep, there he is. And that allows 1 Dawn to stand for leader effect.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, we could have gone like 7 and 7, but then you would have saved the Brook if you were wanting that too.
Yeah.
So I don't think the numbers were necessarily wrong for Tyler, and just kind of let him decide which card he wanted to survive. But yeah, getting the reduction of 2. Is Koshiro, is it original cost of 5 or less?
Koshiro, opponent's effect with a cost of 5 or less.
5 or less. Yeah. So if you do reduce it, you do get that protection.
Yeah, very interesting interaction here. I actually hadn't thought about that.
I haven't played against Lucci in a minute, so especially with this deck. So because again, generally this is such a tough matchup for Lucci.
Yep.
Yeah, you do have to recognize that you do technically get protection if you reduce it to 5 or less.
Yeah, and so we'll see now what can Apestrong do. I know Lucci's are good at these miracle turns where all of a sudden they just remove your board and you're like, wait, I thought I had protection. I thought I had big cost units. What happened?
Yeah.
So we'll see. Can he pull it off? There's a 5 swing, or the leader being rested there with the Bonney effect.
Yeah.
Thinking about the 6K swing from the Kuzan, I think that will just be blocked right away. It looks like the minus was on the Mihawk.
Let's see, and then we do have Rebecca here. Now, I think Vincent is going to play around it because we're going to try to get the. Oh no, I thought he was going to try to play around it.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's going to get the rest. Yeah, not going to be able to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Was not aware of that interaction. Yeah. So it's not original cost. It is 5 or less. There's so many cards in Zoro's deck that cares about original costs, and oh man, that is tough.
Yeah, that is a really tough moment. We kind of saw the reaction there in real time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
From Apestrong, and I mean, we had to clarify it, so it makes sense that he might have had to as well. That is a complicated interaction.
It is a really complex one. So. I sincerely, I had to be like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I would have been caught off guard by that as well. Now, 10 Dawn here for Tyler. What pick bodies does he have? Of course, something like a Dofi might feel really nice here, just freezing up all the reduction options for Apestrong. We could, if we had another Mihawk, that would be good, just allowing him to continue flooding the board, playing out more bodies. We'll see. A Hody would probably be a little risky, but it could also potentially come down. 9 Shanks would be good. Okay, starting off with a blocker.
Yep, another protection tool here. Very nice.
Yep, and that does allow him to just restand those Dawn.
Yeah.
So you don't have to put too much thought into that. You play 2 Dawn, you just get it back. Okay, now let's do the rest of the turn.
And 10 is a lot. I don't think 10-drop Dofi would be fantastic. Like Shanks would be a nice card to have on board, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that Brook is there. We're going to see a 6 swung into it. I think that will just get blocked out. Lets it go. Okay. And now we're seeing 8 into 5. Lets it go. And we're just seeing Apestrong's board kind of getting dealt with here without much commitment from Tyler. He still has all of his Dawn.
And if we have another Mihawk, that's just fantastic. We have Uruj, though.
Okay.
Still a great card. Maybe if we have like 5-drop blocker, Bonney. Yeah, another manga one. Very pretty.
Yep, so a wall coming down. That's 2 blockers. He will get to restand 2 Dawn, 1 now, 1 at the end of his turn from that Bonney effect.
Yeah.
And so having the Uruj is always just quite nice. It allows you to play things like the 10-cost Dofi and still have a Dawn up at the end of the turn. And it just allows you to really use all 10 of your Dawn in whatever way you would like.
Yeah. And are we, it's public information, are there any potential events coming from Bonney's side that we could use this Dawn, or are we just using...
I think we're just using it for leader effect.
Yeah, and Vince should know that too. So there's no bluffing with keeping that Dawn open.
Yeah.
So we are going to stop the leader attack. Potential to arrest the Rebecca here.
Yep.
But yeah, 5 into.
Yeah, the 5 swing.
Yeah, or sorry, 6 into 6 you attacked with.
Yeah.
Oh, the coups on here. So. We kind of have to get rid of the Rosinante. Feels pretty terrifying, right? Because now we still have this super wide board.
Yeah.
But Kuzan does make a lot of removal pretty trivial moving forward. I think the only way to get rid of this card is like a 9-cost Shanks, and they still have to attack with it first to get that ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as the Lucci player, you typically want to just keep that Kuzan standing unless you can find maybe another one just to play around that Shanks popping it. And so we will have to see, though, because Tyler does have a wide board, but we know when that Kuzan comes down, everything can just die to a couple Luccis, a Lucci, and a Brook. So the question really is, does Tyler have any more protection?
Yeah, I will say outright, this is like the longest I've seen a Cavendish survive against a Rob Lucci.
That's true.
It's like priority target number 1.
Yeah.
Eventually, usually like a Jack or something, get rid of it. But the fact that it came out on turn 5 or 5 Dawn and has continued to stay out, incredible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think you're right. I have never seen.
No.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything live this long against a Black Lucci, but especially not a Cavendish. Turning Uruj sideways here, just a pesky little 5 swing that will be taken. Starting to turn the board sideways here. There's now a 6. That gets 2K to Toy Soldier given in response. And wow, an 8-cost Captain Kid coming down, the second 8-cost on the board. Looks like we're seeing now 7 coming through with Cavendish. That will allow 2 Dawn to be restood. That gets potentially blocked by Rebecca. Yep. And Mihawk still standing. Will he also turn sideways?
Yeah, with 4 in hand, we're going to, what, if we have another Rosinante, we probably overplay it the... Uruj at this point, likely?
Yeah.
Oh, no, just passing. Okay. Yeah. Again, either they have the removal for it or not. Rosie on board would help you keep that 8-drop kid around. But, if you can force them to have to rest their 10-drop Kuzan, you're happy there as well if you can get the removal with Shanks.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tricky turn from Apestrong. Going to start off with a Brook. Finally... Will the Cavendish go down, the hero Cavendish that's restood so much done this game? Yes, he will, but he did his job.
Yeah, and so real quick, too, the entire board is a -5 thanks to the 10-drop Kuzan.
Yeah.
We're going to use the Brook effect. I think we gave the -1 to the Useless Kid, and then we chose the 5-drop Cavendish with 0. So, maybe Commentator's Curse is finally removed from the board here.
Yeah, exactly.
Second Brook, it's
okay,
fantastic.
Here he comes. Okay.
I think there was a sequencing that maybe if we attacked with leader first, we'd be able to. But we likely have some extra removal.
Yeah. We can see Apestrong just taking a second here to think about it. Going to take out the Uruj, saying, I don't really want you restanding Dawn anymore. I want you to have to play another body that restands Dawn. Should you want that effect? Oh.
No, we're just saying, I think we can get rid of it. So we're going to use leader effect to likely rest leader.
Yeah, who do we rest here? We could also rest a pesky Brook. How much do you want to take a 5 swing is kind of the question here, right, by Tyler. What's more annoying, a 5 swing or a Brook on the board? Let's see what he thinks. Okay, looking thinking about it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, sign the leader. Yeah,
that's fair.
Kid has left the board.
Yep.
And we're passing from there. But, technically these are both blockers, right?
Yep.
I think the momentum's there. If we have a 9-cost Shanks, that is a really good punish for this Kuzan.
Yeah, and I saw Ape Strong just gesturing and laughing, and maybe he was also saying the same thing. Do you have the Do you have the Shanks here?
Yes.
Yeah. We will see if Tyler does. He really needs that Shanks. I think that would be the most important card he could play on this turn. If he doesn't have it, he may be in some trouble here because he will have to actually just probably try and clear the Kuzan with combat. Now, 8,000 power with the Mihawk, you can put 2 Dawn and you're at 10,000, so you may be able to swing something like 12 or just 14 to really put pressure on it, but it doesn't feel as good as just playing playing a big body and saying goodbye.
Yeah, well, just immediately, this Brook is going to be able to attack and get rid of Bonney just on attack due to the -5 across the board.
Yeah.
Shanks 9-drop would be good. 10-drop Dofi would be okay. Would prevent like leader attack and Kuzan 10k attack. Oh.
Yeah, he's just going to...
Big number right back.
Yeah, big swing, big swing.
And this is 6 + 8, so this is 14 to 10.
Yeah, demanding 3 cards in exchange. Now, is that a trade that Ape Strong wants to make? Of course, this Kuzan is quite good, but that's a lot of counter. We already saw
counter,
2 2Ks given. Lucci's typically don't run too many 2Ks, something on the order of usually around 8, sometimes a few more. But they can bring them back with Rebecca, similar to Sokka in the good old days, so you don't actually need quite as many. And we see a 7K swing coming through. This is putting Ape Strong down to just 1 life remaining. A little bit scary. And another Koshiro.
Yeah, okay. Now, in this situation, if you get the Mihawk down to 0, you can double try to remove it with the Brook, so that does help. But taking that 5 and then the 7, not having a 5 kid get out was a little telling.
Yeah.
And, we're down to 1 life now.
Yeah, a little bit scary. Of course, Rob Lucci can always value cards in hand. They have Rebecca's, they have Mancherries, so they can always wall up. And so as long as they have a big hand, the game is not necessarily over. But does Ape Strong have the pieces? Lucci, traditionally a deck that does not have searchers, does not have a way to really gather the pieces. They just hope to draw into them, especially with the loss of Gecko Moria. And looks like a 6 into 6, milling a Tempest Kick and a Toy Soldier.
Yep. Get the reduction there. We're going to get rid of our least favorite. I was going to say, no, I don't like that one. That one's the... That one really pressured my board.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's when I got Cavendish. I can't gotta avenge him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The story of this Cavendish.
Yeah.
We see Ape Strong there really pointing at Koshiro.
And I mean, you can block it. You just know that, Brook attack will get rid of it for free, but that also means that they can't use that Brook attack to get rid of Bonney.
Yeah.
They need to prioritize remove this anyway, so I think that's fair.
Absolutely, and looks like that's a 6K swing at the Bonney again, and removing the Koshiro, just demanding another card out of hand. Demanding cards from these 6s feels pretty good, but we also really need to make sure we have a way to clear this. There's another Carrot going to the trash, 1K, and we see a Sabo.
Okay.
Walling up, adding some protection, not so relevant in this matchup, but that can cycle out bricks like the Kuzan and the Uta that may not be needed at this late stage in the game. Let Ape Strong get some 2Ks, maybe a Tempest Kick or something to help him really find a way through here in this game.
But if we've got a 10-drop Dofi, I think that's going to be the amount of pressure we want. We get to stun both Brooks and the Rob Lucci.
Yeah.
We've got a 5, 6, 8 attack coming in that we're not going to be afraid of losing next turn.
Yeah.
I think that's really strong because now the Brooks have protection. You can't Shanks them. I think they can be really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And now does Tyler have the Dofi? I feel like last turn the question was, does he have the Shanks? Now it is, does he have the Dofi?
The other thing is that we could be playing Hody right now, right?
Yeah.
Rest the blocker and 1 of the Dawn. We know that there's no 1 Dawn events that are in this deck too, so that could just be an easy peasy just attack from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting with a Vive. I like it. Just saying, give me a card. Or block, but probably you don't want to block here, so I think the card will just be given in response. Now, is it a 1K or a 2K? We know there was just a Sabo cycle, and he is going
actually
to
a block.
Okay.
Interesting. I think Tyler taking it back a little bit from that, too.
Yeah.
I would not expect the block to happen, but 6 at the Brook.
Yep.
8 at the life.
Ooh, 8 to life.
Yeah, this also just means likely Dofi from here.
Yeah. This is really scary, demanding 2 cards, 2 2Ks.
Or Black Vortex, right?
Or Black Vortex, yep.
Another double 2K.
Yep.
And there's the Dofi. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be pretty tough to understanding. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to be able to get over that. Too much value from there, and we're going to go into game number 2 with Tyler up 1-0.
Yeah. So it did seem like that Koshiro play early kind of maybe threw off Ape Strong a little bit. A little bit technical, a little bit tricky. He almost found his footing there, though. And so we'll see in this next game if he can really kind of just stabilize a bit more, get that Cavendish off the board a little bit quicker.
A little bit earlier. Yes, but yeah, I think that's kind of an less known interaction, right? And obviously one that I cemented in my mind a couple minutes before he did, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But definitely something that you need to know is like a removal deck, and helps you keep those Mihawks around.
Yeah, we do have a lot of these different effects. Some characters can affect other characters based on original cost.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's based on just regular cost, and so you have to really keep it all straight.
And like so many cards, I think in OP12 specifically say original cost.
They do,
so he's like one of the ones that just breaks the mold, I think, in that way.
Yeah, and especially those green cards like the Tashigi.
Yeah, Tashigi and Kuina. The Zoro leader itself. All of them say original cost. So Koshiro breaks the mold.
Yeah. All right, so I think we'll probably see the second curve going to Ape Strong here. I think that's the favorite curve for Lucci. Typically, you want to get down those Kuzons. But I'm actually not sure. Sometimes you want first to establish a Jack and to not see a Mihawk on 8. So we'll just have to see here.
Yeah, I think both these decks can be flexible in one way or the other, right? Mihawk on 8, though, is a great play that we saw last game, too. But yeah, being able to play Kuzon on 4 to just prevent you from really playing anything of value afterwards is good. Even Laboon, which we saw is on deck too. So I expect Vince to probably take the even curve.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really going to be once again a battle of whether Ape Strong can find the removal, can find the reduction he needs, maybe a Tempest Kick. I don't think we saw any Tempest Kicks last game. We saw a lot of useful cards getting kind of milled early. And whether Tyler could just find the protection that he needs, the Tashigis, the Koshiros, the Rosinantes, as well as kind of a nice curve to protect with those bodies.
Yeah. All right. Vince pretty automatically taking, and Tyler's thinking about it.
Yeah.
And they've got a good pace, right? They're 20 minutes deep, right?
Yeah.
40 minutes left in the round. That should be enough for 5 game or best of 3.
Absolutely, yeah. And both players here, very friendly players. There's a lot of joking at the table, a lot of laughs. I mean, once you get that cereal under your belt, you are still playing for a lot, but it's you feel a little bit good.
It's a little bit of a victory lap, right? Everyone wants to be a champion, but a lot of good playing here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 1 Dawn playing out the Bonney, 2 Dawn for Ape Strong, just choosing not to really do anything here. Back over to Tyler for the 3 Dawn turn. And are we going to do a search? What do we have in store? You can see just some thought being put into this turn. Potentially a search could come through, maybe dropping an early Tashigi, though that doesn't always feel the best because they can be dealt with. However, that can interrupt maybe a Kuzon turn as well.
Yeah, if they want to get rid of it, it's difficult on 4, because especially with no cards in trash.
Yeah.
And so, are we... Okay, we are playing Tashigi.
Yeah.
And so here's the extra thing. So we are taking the pass. And the reason we are is because if we attack and they get a card out of their hand for counter, they can then Rob Lucci put 2 more cards there. Then 4-drop Rob Lucci can remove the Tashigi with those 3 cards that are in your trash now.
Yeah, and that would be pretty awkward. And so we see the 5 swing coming through. That's a 2K to the trash as well as a Laboon. Not too bad. Nothing too important there. And what 4 Dawn card will we see come out? We could see Rebecca taking back a 2K. That wouldn't be too great here. We could see the Kuzon coming down preemptively. And it is going to be the Kuzon just drawing a card and placing a body on the board that must be really dealt with or addressed by Bonney because it has so much value attached to its effect.
Agreed, yeah. So we're going to be at 5 here. Cavendish would be okay. It would let us go play it for 5, Bonney to draw 1, and still have 1 open. So... I do see it. That's fantastic.
Yep, that Cavendish coming back again. And we see as well the Bonney search coming through, looking at the top 5, grabbing a Supernova, including another Bonney herself. And I'm seeing, looks like a lot of 2Ks there. I wonder what Tyler's really wants here.
Yeah, this deck's kind of weird too, where the late game, there's 8-drop Kid, but a lot of the cards we really want to see aren't really consistently searchable, right? Especially with the new Mihawk. That card's, you'd have to just draw into it and a little bit tricky. But getting the 2K Apu and then likely passing, maybe attacking, but no, just going to starve them out of resources.
I think that's a good choice. It always feels bad giving black decks, especially Lucci cards, because they really need to find a bunch of pieces, right? They're kind of toolbox decks. They have a bunch of ways to lower, they have a bunch of ways to KO, and they have to kind of line those things up together. And the more cards they have, the easier it is for them to do that. So if you can just kind of starve them out a little bit, they may have to overcommit resources to remove these early bodies, allowing your later bodies to kind of live and a board to kind of be built.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that our primary removal tactic is battle, and giving them more cards to help defend their board is also in their favor. So it makes sense why we're kind of slow rolling it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Ape Strong here just looking like he wants to attach a Dawn to the leader. We probably want to also clear that Bonney this turn. Remember, if he does swing here, his Kuzan will get rested, so he is going to clear the Bonney, milling a 0-cost event and another 2k. Reduction on the Tashigi here.
Yeah, and then using leader effect, to rest the Kuzan.
And there is Lucci just going to take out the Tashigi, looks like.
Yeah. It's it's done its job, right? Cavendish being able to survive feels quite good. We've got to decide which one card we want to keep in our trash. I think a Who's 2k makes sense.
Yep. Just want to be able to get that value from a Rebecca when we take back a 2k to hand. And we do see the Tashigi going down. Cavendish living again, though.
Yeah, it's scary. And we're at 7. And honestly, if I have Hody in hand, I think I'm playing it. I think this is at 4 life, and being able to potentially mess with their Kuzan and their Rob Lucci's really tempting here.
Yeah, the Hody would really force a lot of cards out of Ape Strong's hand if he wants to keep anything on the board.
Yeah.
Or he may just lose the entirety of his board and then be faced with trying to remove a 7-cost and a 5-cost.
Oh, yeah.
And you called it. There it is. Mr. Hody Jones coming down.
Yeah, such an aggressive start here. Obviously, you want to see it for like Rebecca plays and not too, but having both these bodies on board, really nasty. If you feel like you need to do it, you can maybe even play a Kyoshiro out this turn off the 2 Dawn. A lot of flexibility and really good play here.
Yep, this is a power play for Bonney. Has always been. The Hody Jones is just such a great character. We see a 6 into 5 here, restanding those 2 Dawn, and bye-bye Kuzan. There he goes. What we see now, maybe an 8 into 6, or starting maybe like a 6 into 6 first, would also feel nice just to say, okay, we're going to go 8 first, say give me 2 cards. There goes the Lucci.
And now we don't even have to leave Dawn up, so if we have any kind of defensive blockers like Kyoshiro or Resonante, super worth it here.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there it is. So Kyoshiro only protects slash-type characters, so even if Hody Jones gets reduced to 5 or less, it does not protect that. So, but Cavendish, again, is protected once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And so let's see, how can Ape Strong both deal with the Koshiro and Hody this turn? Or the Koshiro and the Cavendish. 2 options here. Going to start with a 6 swing at Cav. That looks like a Kuzan and a Brook in the trash. Seeing Brook in trash is usually pretty good. That's an option that can come back with Rebecca. And I believe the reduction was on Hody.
Hody, yeah. So, and we're attacking into Cav. So, yeah, going to need a 1k, off the Bonney there.
There goes that manga Bonney into the trash
again.
Every time I just see that going in the trash.
Okay, I guess.
Okay.
I guess you could use it that way.
Yeah, right. Okay, and so we do see another Lucci coming down, returning 2 Kuzans and a Brook back into the deck. And now we will see Hody Jones get KO'd and passing over the turn. Cavendish lives again, and the protection also lives for the Cavendish.
Yeah, so that's great there. We're at 9 right now, so we could potentially do like an 8-drop kid. Honestly, like I wouldn't be too afraid of another Hody at this point. Just, again, get some good pressure on the board. There could also be like a great Mihawk play, like Mihawk and Bonney.
Good,
the cards on board don't really advance any removal outside of battle right now either, so you don't really mind them being left on board either. A lot of good plays.
Yep, lots of options here for Tyler. The question is, does he have the big body he needs? And
that is a big body.
There it is.
Hody Jones.
Hody once again. Hody is coming in, taking a life, resting the 2 characters. And of course, Hody Jones has that rush ability, so he can just swing wherever he wants to right away. And man, this is a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure here. So still, we get the 2 Dawn back with Cav. We're going to just go 5 into Hina. Thinking about saving.
Yeah, may have to try and keep a board here just to have some sort of pressure in this game. You can't just let your board get cleared over and over again. And 3 Dawn remaining. We see like a Rosinante would feel good.
Yeah.
Just attach
just
it.
Making sure for the removal, right?
Yeah, there we go.
Would have been nice to put another body as you're eluding, but I think this is still solid.
Fine. Yeah, let's just clear the board. Okay, and this is giving me visions of our last game where the board is actually getting cleared for Ape Strong here, and Bonney is the one who's building up a board every turn. I thought that was Lucci's job.
Oh, and another Rebecca hitting the trash there.
Yeah.
Love to see that.
Yeah. Or don't, depending
depending on which side of the chair you're sitting, yes.
Yeah. And I do see that 10 cost Kuzan in hand looking favored. It's at the top of the of the hand there. We're going to see, again, a repeat of last game, the 10 cost Kuzan coming down. 5 swing getting countered out with the Cavendish, and 10 Kuzan drops again. Going to take out Koshiro.
Koshiro, yeah. Yeah, and you're just 1 short from getting rid of Hody Jones. Otherwise, I think that might have been a target for you, too.
Yeah.
Gets reduced to 1 after the Rob Lucci attack. And I will say that Kuzan is a little terrifying, though.
It definitely is, especially when you've taken 2 life from the Hody Jones. I mean, that can just swing at life as well, demanding 3 cards. So we'll have to see how Tyler kind of tries to follow this up. We could see just another turn like last game where he plays something like an Uruj into a blocker to just go more wide. We haven't really seen a Mihawk yet.
Yeah.
A Mihawk would feel really, really nice here if he has that in hand, allowing him to restand 4 Dawn plus 2 more Dawn with the Cavendish, potentially playing out another body. We could see a quite a strong turn from Tyler here still. Lots of potential.
Yeah, but I think, Mihawk would be the gateway to start that for sure. Maybe like 10-drop Dofi would be okay, but you have to be careful. It's only stopping the leader attack, so not incredible. And 5 and 2, now 7k with that 2k counter.
Yep. And here we see the kid once again.
Okay.
Okay. Coming down. 8-cost kid. This time will he play something off of it? Swinging, I believe that's 7 into 5, restanding 2 Dawn. That will be taken, putting Ape Strong down to 3 life. And 8, demanding 2 cards. That will also be taken. Oh, that's actually putting him... Now he is at 3 life.
Yeah, sorry. The mat sleeves can sometimes trick you.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see the kid being rested and the Rosie block.
Yeah, and that is helpful. So, honestly, though, with Kuzan on the board, it's still mildly trivial to get rid of a 0-cost body and a 3-cost body right now. But you have to at least put them on it.
Yeah, but they have to deal with that Rosinante first, which is why it's such a great card. Everything is sideways, and so they are all now under Rosinante's protection here. So demanding something like maybe a Rebecca Brooke to deal with the Rosinante into like a Rob Lucci. But there's still a lot of potential to kind of clean up this board, but Ape Strong is certainly on the ropes. He has to make something happen here. Looking at the trash, okay, so maybe I see like a Hina there. Rebecca into Hina, into some removal. Always a good combo. The classic from back in the day, maybe a Rebecca Hina Lucci, though we have seen quite a few Luccis already from Ape Strong. We just see him thinking out and planning the turn.
Yeah, we've got, I think 6 or 7 cards in hand, so good amount of options. Yeah, Brooke, reduction on Eustace Captain Kidd, so currently it's a 2-cost. We've reduced it by 6, everything's -5. That's fine, You got the dice out already.
Yeah, might as well while you're on it, right? Okay, so we see the first Brooke coming down. And what's going to come next? Maybe a Rebecca. We're going to do our reduction first from the leader effect. So swinging looks like 5. Thinking about it.
Yeah, it'd have to be just into an 8k body, right?
Yeah.
It'd also mean that Kuzan gets rested, which means, man, if we have 10 drop shanks afterward, or not drop shanks afterwards to get the removal, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
There's still good time for Sabo to come in, maybe, but then you're out of Dawn. I don't know.
Yep.
I can understand why Vince is thinking so hard here.
Yeah, a bit of a decision point, right? Because you can go 10 into 8 with the demanding 2 cards, but then you lose that minus from your leader, and so we might want to really put that minus here on the Hody or on the kid. What are we thinking? Okay, so it is going to be the leader swing 5 into 8, just for the minus effect and milling 2 cards, and it looks like we milled another 10 Kuzan and an Uta. Reduction on the kid.
Yeah, and. Yeah, just making sure. Yeah, Kuzan can attack, making sure we know what cards are in trash here. And yeah, we're going to get that rest on the Kuzan.
Yep, absolutely. And what removal, kind of the last piece of the puzzle, do we have here?
I see a tap of 4.
Yep. Is it Lucci again? Is it going to be a Rebecca? It's going to be another Lucci.
Yeah,
okay. Really?
This is great. You get rid of 2 bodies here.
Yeah.
The Kid and probably Cavendish.
And does he have another Brook too? He has 3 Dawn up.
Oh, and another Brook would
That
be
would
insane.
be
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh,
it's actually that's even more insane.
All right, it's going to get there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, but and we have exactly the numbers too, right? We had the bottom deck, I think 9 cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was really good heads up. And yeah, this is, I haven't seen a non-Gecko Moria play like this before.
Yeah.
In a while at least. And yeah, that's going to be really tough for Bonney to overcome. Exactly enough resources.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is giving me flashbacks of
yeah.
of those days with the Gecko Moria, where those Lucci players, they would do
yeah.
the Spandine combo. You'd see them going into the trash, getting everything ready. This isn't quite that, but it kind of felt like it. The whole board's gone.
Yeah, it's gone, and we're going to put that 2K in there. We need more cards into our trash. We do have the Shanks, so that's great.
Yep.
If there were maybe like 4 less bodies on board, it'd be fantastic, and 1 or 2 more in ours. But it's what it is.
Yeah, and so can Ape Strong deal with this 9 cost? We still have yet to see a Tempest kick.
No.
So this would be a nice turn. Maybe just throw down a couple Tempest kicks. Get some removal here, but he also has a lot of pressure. Going to start with a 7K swing.
Well, unfortunately, Tempest Kick we've got
a
few short. Yeah. We can get some cycle there, but
absolutely. Yeah, I forgot he's been returning.
He's been returning. Yeah. It's just he's got a full deck again.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So 7 coming through, asking cards in hand, just figuring out whether to take this or not. Big decision here. Could require 2 cards. Tyler has to think of all the potential swings that could come through. There is lethal represented on the board, though I'm not sure this is the turn that we will see it. But of course, you must consider it, especially when you're in these top tables and in the top 4.
Yeah, and we are really deciding, all right, what's scarier? Is it the -1 from Rob Lucci? Is it the 6K from the Rob Lucci? Is it the -1 removal from Brook? Or that big old Spandine? that 2K, you add to it. He's a scary guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And opting, it looks like, to rest the Lucci. I think that's kind of suggesting, like, I don't really want to deal with another 7K swing this turn. And based on the fact that he's taking it, that makes a lot of sense. And so Ape Strong's going to say, well, I'm just going to hit you with 7 once again. There's a Tempest Kick and a Jack going to the trash. Reduction on the Shanks, now an 8 cost. That's countered out, a 2 and a 1. And what's left for us this turn? Still 7 Dawn to play with.
Yeah, and we're looking at tapping 3-ish.
3, maybe a Hina for some reduction. Oh, we're just going to keep swinging. 6 and some more reduction coming through, saying, okay, now let's get another 2K out of hand. We know Tyler was reluctant to see a 7K swing.
Yeah.
So how much counter does he really have? Okay, he does have the 2K. There's the Scratch Man going to the trash.
Oh, boy, and here I told you, he's coming. He's a scary guy.
Can you see the future? How did you know? Spandine coming in with the big swing, and now Tyler's on the ropes.
All right, we've got a moderately wide board here for Rob Lucci. I think if we end up having a 10-drop Dofi, I think we can not lose next turn, but that doesn't mean we're going to be winning, right? So that has potential. Yeah, get rid of him. He's a menace.
Yeah. 5 there. I think we'll see probably 11 coming next to clear potentially a Lucci, and then maybe a Dofi to freeze the board.
Yeah.
Be pretty good. Just thinking about it. Of course, have to just consider that there are 4 cards in hand. Could be 3 2Ks and a 1K. Or 3 2Ks is actually all you would need here to save the Lucci.
Yeah, Luna, I know he's not riding it, but Luna could also be a good card in the spot. Like the board freeze.
Yeah. Just thinking about how to do the swing. Want to really make sure that this dies. Okay, and he's not going to take any risks. Just going to clear the brook and Dofi freeze the rest. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's, these are both pretty large cost cards, so I think either or is about the same. Maybe he's afraid that I likely would have removed the Lucci, but I don't know. It's a tough call.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably a slightly more conservative play, but I think you're right. The Lucci looked like a good target there. I do see a Mancherry, I think, in hand for Ape Strong. But again, his trash is kind of gone.
Yeah, he's been using it pretty aggressively there. So
and can't mill, yeah. Rebecca, I feel like a Rebecca might feel pretty good here. I'm just gonna.
Jack. Okay.
Jack also a good option, and there's the Mancherry.
Yeah. Yeah, not even trashing one with the Jack, which I think is fair.
Yeah.
Getting a 2K off of that, and we're a smoky spot, especially like in these situations. Mancherry can attack for game.
She can. Could we see the Spandine Mancherry duo?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2 big powerhouses in the same deck. No wonder Vince is in top 4.
Right? Exactly. Okay, so Tyler has a lot to do this turn. He needs to either potentially with another Hody try for lethal, which Ape Strong just took back a 2K, so that would feel not the greatest. Can he put up a wall? Can he defend himself? Where does he swing? Can he clear these Luccis? Going to start off with a search.
Yeah, and that search means that we can't play 8-drop Kid this turn, so that's already a bit of a benefit. We see like a 10-drop Dofi, maybe like a blocker Bonney's not too bad.
Yep, get that blocker down. That can stop one swing, so that may change now how Tyler decides to do his turn, knowing that he may need to save 5. That leaves him a little bit of Dawn to allocate. Of course, Bonney would restand it on, clearing the Mancherry. She is not.
Before the menace comes down. Yes.
Yep, just getting that off the board. And now I think it will come down to whether can we clear both of these Luccis. There's the 11 into 6. Ape Strong letting it go. And now what do we swing here with the Dofi? Do we just go 10, demanding 3 cards? Do we utilize a little bit of Dawn and then maybe just play the blocker down? Still a very tricky spot. If Ape Strong can remove that blocker, it won't do too much here.
Yeah, and if there's, we know we added a 2K Khalifa to hand, right? If it's like a 2K, 1K, just having another attack will likely win you the game. So might be considering if we need to attach that extra Dawn to Doflamingo.
Yeah, absolutely. Very crucial here. Could also try and sneak in something like a Koshiro potentially if we want an extra blocker. So just going 10
going
life.
into life. Interesting. All right, yeah, Bonney for 5.
Yeah. That will allow him to just cycle. Draw 2, trash 1. Of course, this Bonney just a fantastic addition to Bonney for that reason. Adding some consistency, adding a blocker, giving you a Dawn, everything you want. Pitching another Shanks here, restanding a Dawn with the Bonney effect. So 4 Dawn left. Will we see maybe another blocker and some Dawn standing? Some protection maybe for the Bonney. Okay, it is a Koshiro.
Okay. So Bonney is not a slash type character though, right? So you don't get the protection there. And so that could spell doom for it.
Yeah, Jack can very easily deal with that should Ape Strong so choose, but he still has some sequencing, and he has to think about how he wants to kind of break through these 2 blockers here while also swinging for game. I think that's 3 cards we see on the table for Tyler. So if we can just hit 11, we've got a guaranteed math or guaranteed lethal.
Yeah, and I do think Tyler did a good job at like trying to. The reason he didn't go over the Rob Lucci is just like, you know what, that card can just make it so I am like afraid of like I can't go for game next turn. I think he's like, this is probably my best route. Hope to survive here, and then I've got 11K, 10K on the board that's likely going to stay, and if I do that, I can likely go for game on the next turn.
Yeah, that's an important skill, right, that you see in these top players is they always can find what the win condition is.
Yeah.
And so sometimes when you see them make a play, you're like, why did they do that? It's because they're realizing if I do this play, I can never win.
Yeah.
Right? So I need to find the win condition. I need to find the pathway forward and force my opponent to just have what he needs.
Yeah, and we're ticking down the clock. We've got 16.5 minutes left. One thing to also note is that generally speaking, I think Bonney's a little bit rough in time procedure. He usually likes to go down to low life early and then stabilize. And I think for the majority of this round, Vince has been almost always above in life. So that can be a decider for a game like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with Bonney, you are playing Hody Jones, right? You're taking your own life. That is not something you really want to do when you might be going into overtime procedures.
No, you do not.
And looks like the Toy Soldier coming down, minusing 3 on the Bonney here. So I think that Bonney is not going to be long for this world.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing a Who's Who.
Ooh, Who's Who, okay.
Okay, coming down. Removing the Koshiro. Jack is going to now, I believe, deal with the Bonney. He's drawing one, choosing what to trash.
Yeah, but then we have only, this is 9K. This
9
has to be
to lead.
2-2-1 to get out of it. And no, not, I don't believe so.
I don't think so. That was really fast.
It was really fast.
Yeah.
No, I saw a 1K on the top, so unless the other two were 2Ks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe they were, so. Yeah, definitely a read from Vince to say I think this is enough. I think 9K. I don't think I'm going to put my opponent on 3 non-counters, and we're going to go to game 3.
That was close, though, actually. That
Yes.
really came down to the wire. It really came down to the counter. But, of course, we are so fortunate to have a third game here with these fabulous players.
Yeah.
We can see Ape Strong doing a little victory dance for the camera.
And I'm very sure that we've got someone waiting on the other side. We'll see if we get the confirmation on who's waiting in the finals there. But the match that's playing off camera is or played off camera was Zoro versus Blue Purple Luffy, and Richard Yam won, which I believe was the Zoro player.
Yes. Zoro.
So winner here is going to be playing against Zoro.
Wow.
Bonney versus Zoro, I think, has been pretty classic. Both, I think, a little bit over-represented decks when it comes to people on them. And then Zoro versus Lucci is also a really peculiar matchup.
It is, yeah. I mean, that's exciting for the stream. We get to see another Richard Yam game, this time on the green Zoro instead of the red Zoro.
Yes.
But he is an artist, so I just can watch him play all day. It's such a privilege. But before that, we still have another deciding match here to see who gets to face Richard in the finals.
100%. All right, and doing these mulligans again. We've got 14 minutes. We do have overtime procedure on top of that too, so not a strict out at 14, but we do have to get into this game 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, when you're playing on stream, there is already a lot of pressure, and trying to resolve time on stream is even more complicated, and it provokes a lot of anxiety. So hopefully the players can kind of get there without going into any overtime. They've been playing pretty fast, so I don't anticipate that's something we'll see, but it's always something that is a concern, always something you have to keep on your mind. And especially if this is your first time in like a top cut, I know for Nigel, this is probably his best run, or for Ape Strong, this is his best run here. And so it can be nerve-wracking when you just don't have the experience of dealing with this, like some of these pro players do, where they're like, okay, I've been on stream 100 times, I've dealt with overtime. And so we'll just have to see. I think we'll make it, though. I think we'll be okay. All right, and so have we decided on our keeps here?
Yeah, Ape Strong's not keeping it.
Not keeping it.
Yeah, trying again.
Yeah.
And then Tyler's thinking here.
Yeah, just putting some thought into it. This is the final game. A lot on the line. But just going to the finals, you will get that finalist, Matt.
Yeah.
That's always a win. And we see the life laid out here for Tyler. And can Ape Strong find the cards that he needs, find the curve that he needs? I'm assuming he will be on the odd curve here.
Yeah.
So probably looking to find an early Brook, looking to find that Jack, maybe a Rebecca or two, some 2Ks. Just a nice curve to ease into the game and keep Bonnie's board clear.
All right, this is the final starting hand, right? I think that Ape Strong's been a little bit fortunate so far. Yeah. And still joking around, but despite the high pressure, right?
Yeah. Ape Strong always at locals, always fun, always laughing, always a good time, and you can see that here. Both players having a great time, which is what you want.
It's what you want. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we know a lot's on the line, but they keep the balance there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, his last top 5 here going to hand and then into life, and we'll get into this one.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think from the Bonney here, once again, just looking to find some protection, find that curve. Will we see that Cavendish, the hero Cavendish, come out again and be protected or not? And we are in for a really good final game. There's the fist bump, and we are off.
Yeah, sorry, I had to make sure that was 5. It looks...
Yeah, it does look...
It's parading as 4 life, yeah.
Yeah. One Dawn.
Okay. Draw 1 off Tempest. You know what? It's been such a decision on getting cards into trash and that resource that I think getting it in there early is worth it. And no search from Bonney. Quick 8K, 2 cards into trash. All right, respecting that, we got to play a little bit quicker on these, more automatic turns too.
Yeah, absolutely. So a bit of a slow start here from Bonney. Do we have the Uruj to drop on 4 or some potential future protection? It is the Uruj coming down, restanding a Dawn, and passing it over. Now can Ape Strong deal with this Uruj in turn with only 5 Dawn?
Yeah, and we're at 5. Yes, we could use like a Who's Who, but we ended up attaching a Dawn here. There's a Who's Who and the Hina, making that cost 3.
Yep, and then a 6K swing coming through. So potentially maybe just playing out a Rebecca, playing out a Kuzan. It's going to be the Kuzan. Yep,
yeah.
Drawing a card here. Very good. Just once again setting up, as we know, Lucci can deal with multiple bodies in one turn. So it's really on Tyler to set up some defense, play out the Cavendish with a Koshiro to protect it. We have to see if Tyler really has that kind of like strong power play in the mid game here.
Yeah, and one thing too from Ape Strong so far is that I think we've been able to play Kuzan on 10 both games.
That's
true. Changes how the game works. We have been able to interact with them, but that card's really unsearchable. It's really tough to find that consistently, and even sometimes to get time to play it consistently. And he's been able to achieve that both times. So I think that's strong.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he see it for the 3rd game, and I mean that Kuzan also definitely feels good when you're being starved. When you're not, when you get to play it, and you're like, I'm quite healthy.
Yes. Yeah.
Feels pretty nice.
All right, and Tashigi there, yeah. Just saying, you know what, I need to protect that. Going to untap a Dawn with Uruj to pass the turn and going back to Ape Strong.
Yep, just a very, very strong going second curve here from Tyler. This feels really good. We've got the Uruj, we've got the Cavendish, we've got the Tashigi, and here comes the Jack from Ape Strong. Of course, Jack will just deal with Tashigi right away.
Yeah.
And now this is a body that must be dealt with. The question is, do you swing or do you pass? Looks like it might just be a pass.
Yeah.
Because, of course, Bonney effect would lead to the Kuzan being rested and swung into.
Yeah, and I think that if we do have Hody, we definitely should play it here to try to interact with the Kuzan. We are at 8. Otherwise, we could do something like a, this could be the Mihawk turn if we need it to. But yeah, that Kuzan is a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. And what will Tyler do here? Does he want to just continue going wide and playing big bodies? Or does he want to rest the Kuzan, like you said? I think that would be very good here. You don't want that much reduction on the board. Also could potentially try and do a big swing into the Jack. Still has the ability to restand Dawn with Cavendish. I don't love that, but you really do also want to get this Jack off the board. These are the 2 biggest threats. It is the Hody.
Oh, it's the Hody, yeah.
Taking a life here, getting Rush, and so it'll be interesting to see where these swings go. I think we probably just have to let the Kuzan die.
Yeah.
And maybe counter out of an AK either at Jack or life.
Yeah, because we can pressure this here. Cav go 6 to 5 here.
Yeah.
Get 3 Dawn active, and then we go 11 to 8.
Ooh.
Still keep a Dawn open at the end of turn with Uruj.
Yeah, that feels really good. That's going to demand quite a bit of resources here from Ape Strong. 2Ks if he goes 11. I quite like that. I feel like that's a pretty strong play, especially when you're starving. Just getting cards at a hand feels so good. And Ape Strong has to really keep this Jack on the board. There's 3 bodies he needs to deal with.
Yeah, it's either that or we play either another Tashigi or like any of our like smaller blockers for protection. No, we're just going to go big 8 or big into the 8, 11 to 8. You're going to need 2 2Ks out of hand. There's a Toy Soldier and Laboon, and we need one more card. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And either might have been a small mistake, but I think, yeah, if we can keep that around, we kind of need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and took 2 1Ks for it. Yeah, passing turn with Uruj to end it. We could have pressured into life, but when they just gave us those cards, it's easy to like take a turn back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of playing into the start. Oh,
Kaido.
Wow.
All right.
Okay. Kaido coming down. I was talking to Ape Strong earlier. He was saying this card has worked wonders for him at this tournament. The players just are not expecting it. They aren't playing around it. And it, of course, forces them to trash a card from their hand as well while dealing with a cost 7. So very strong card. And, of course, this is just a big body that can continuously swing and put pressure onto the board.
Yep. Gets rid of a 7 or less, so it does get rid of that Hody. You do get that advantage there. I will say, we have, 2 cards in hand, maybe 3 cards in hand for Ape Strong. So that discard was expensive, but
yes, yeah.
I think it's one you take every time.
Yeah, absolutely. It is painful having to already give 3 cards that turn and now trashing 1. I'm going down to a small hand size, but he has that life that he can use as a resource if it ever gets taken.
Yeah.
But this is still very evenly paced, evenly matched. The Jack does live, and so I think that does put a lot of pressure, potential pressure on Tyler, and it's going to swing 8, I believe, into the Cavendish here.
Yeah, so we can do a 2K, 1K of our own, right, for this. you know, we're hoping it just depends on what our play is next turn. If we think we have Shanks to play off of it, I think we're going to 10 Dawn technically, so there could be like a Dofi play that happens.
Yeah, and definitely interesting choosing to turn Jack sideways. It does open him up to being shanksed.
Yes, yeah.
But I think maybe Abe Strong is okay with that. Potentially, maybe he has another 10 Kuzan in hand, or he's okay with losing this Jack. He really wants to force cards out of Tyler's hand here.
All right, going to our full 10, and still, again, Cavendish has been an MVP in this one.
Yeah.
The fact that he's been able to survive for so long, so consistently, is unheard of.
Yeah, in every game, too. Like,
every game,
been a consistent factor here. And so now we're back kind of where we were in game 1. Did you have the Shanks?
Did you have it? Yeah, that's
yeah.
Great removal. That's going to be difficult for Ape Strong to interact with the 9-cost 11K most of the time, even with 10-drop Kuzan out on the board. I think this will likely be the last turn that we have Cav around. But you know, again, he's been a good guy.
Yeah, good guy Cav. Do we maybe see like a 10-cost Dofi here? Just freezing the Jack, freezing leader would be pretty nice. Just kind of building up a board, slowing down that Jack, not allowing him to restand. Also feels good when you know that Lucci just has a couple cards in hand. Won't be able to do any of these huge removal turns without resources.
Yeah. We could also, you know, a 10 into Jack gets 2 cards out of hand, which they have 3, and based off what they showed us, likely there's no 2Ks in there either.
Yeah.
So that could be really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Just using combat when all else fails, and it is going to be the 10 Dofi just coming down, freezing out the board. And of course, you can always just freeze Jack and swing into him next turn.
Yeah. I'd say this is the most straightforward play, right? It's that, and then you're like, man, do I even want to attack with Cav, right? Like, this just gives them chance to go into it. I guess we'll go 5 first. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And
then 6, yeah. So there was a 2K in there.
Yep, and just the 6 coming through. We're going to see Ape Strong take that. Just putting down a little bit of pressure. I'm saying I can't leave you at full life for too long. I don't want you to feel like you can just drop a 10 Kuzan and get away with it without some punishment, as well as the fact that, of course, Cavendish allows that Dawn to be restood, which is very important for just utilizing leader effect or playing out another body.
Now, another decision here. Do we attack with Uruj? You can also make it a 7K and keep one Dawn open at the end. We'd also play out a 2-drop blocker if you want to get some protection, some really tight decisions here with not a lot of time left.
Yeah, absolutely. We are down to about 3.5 minutes left before we go into our overtime. Still should be enough time to resolve this with the extra 10 minutes, but of course the clock is starting to tick.
Yeah, and it's 3 turns each for overtime. So even with it, right? We do get like a little bit extra time with it being the TOPCUT one, but we do have to be careful about it. So goes Shiro to end the turn. We have protection on Cavendish, and I don't think Uruj, and I don't think Dofi or Slash type. So, but currently, with Jack stunned as well, we've got some protection right here.
Yep, and Nigel with I believe 3 cards in hand. That will not be enough to really, I think, deal with this huge board from Tyler. There's like a 10 cost is already hard to remove. We are going to start with the Kaido swing into the Cavendish. As you suspected, the Cavendish turn sideways is a magnet for swings. Then we can just block that with Koshiro.
Yeah. And do we have 10-drop Kuzan? 10-drop Kuzan would be obnoxious. Oh, yeah, messing around. Yeah, that is tough. So
yeah. So that's the third 10-drop Kuzan coming down. Bye-bye, Cavendish.
What a great curve.
Yeah.
Being able to go strictly the we did Jack into Kaido into Kuzan, like obscene amount of pressure we were able to establish because these came out the turns that they did.
Yeah, we're really seeing those big bodies coming from Rob Lucci here, and so still looking pretty even for both players. We know that Ape Strong just doesn't have many cards in hand, so he may not be able to defend his Jack from a potential 10,000 power swing from the Dofi, or even more if Tyler wants to attach Dawn. And so we'll see what Tyler wants to do here. I mean, another Dofi isn't the worst thing ever.
No. There could also be like 9-cost Shanks, and then attacking to Jack afterwards. It'd be, you can even make it 11K because you're going to get the Dawn back from Uruj, so that would feel strong.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Mihawk hit the board since game 1, I think.
Yeah.
Which is tough to deal with.
Yep, and of course that Mihawk being unsearchable, you just have to hope you draw it. Looks like we're going to start with a 7. Just thinking here.
We'd need 1k more if we want to try to just pressure the jack for 8.
I don't mind that. Of course, when your opponent has very few cards in hand, every card counts. And just going to actually start with the 10 to 8.
Yeah, there's the jack, yeah.
Okay, and now thinking once again, really favoring a 7, it looks like. Potentially, oh. Okay, I'm just going to lay out some Dawn, think it through. Makes sense. It's a very important turn here for Tyler.
Yeah.
And just a 5.
Oh, 5 into life, and we get out of it. Wow.
Interesting. Do we now just turn Uruj into Kaido?
I kind of want to, right?
Yeah.
Like just big 10 to 9 with 1 card in hand. I don't think you have a 2k left.
Yeah.
Yeah, got rid of it. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, love to see that. And then Bonney, we have exactly 8 cards trashed because, or rested because of this. So you get the draw 1 and, or sorry, draw 2, trash 1, and end the turn with, I guess, 2 Dawn left active, technically.
Yeah, very nice.
So very good. So maybe not the clear in the way that I was thinking, but very helpful there. And we are going into overtime now. So I'll confirm if Ape Strong is turn 0 in overtime or not, since it was just as the turn was passing. But I'm pretty sure Tyler might have been finishing his turn. That might have actually been turn 0.
Right, right. Looks like the Rebecca coming down. Going to grab the Lucci. Of course, this board is completely unprotected.
Yeah.
So Lucci will be able to just slam down here, taking care of Uruj and Bonney.
Yeah, and with that -5, yeah, very good here.
Yep, and so what will Ape Strong do with his 2 remaining Dawn? He is going to pressure. Okay, interesting. He's going to swing 12 into the Dofi. That will allow the potentially Rebecca to be rested, and Tyler could actually swing back into the Kuzan if he wants.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but yeah, I think I'd be mildly happy for that. And yeah, we do have a confirmation. Thank you to the tech team for the overlay. But yeah, this is turn 0. It was Ape Strong's turn when it was declared. So it was 3 turns each, or 5 turns total, with 10 minutes left.
Yep. Okay, and here we go. This is a very interesting moment. What do we rest here? Do we want to rest the Rebecca?
Yeah, I think it's we know that we're resting something, right? I think that's clear, but we just don't know. Yeah, Rebecca. Yeah, I think it's easier choice.
But it does get
we
cleared.
have to lose the Dofi. Brutal.
Oh, okay. Tyler really needs a Shanks here. He needs a way to deal with this Kuzan right now, or he's going to be in, I think, a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and so this is going to be turn 1 here. Yeah, Shanks would be fantastic. Yeah, it'd be a really great play here, and yeah, well, Mihawk. Okay.
Little late.
A little late. We could put 6 on leader.
Yeah, we could.
I don't.
Yeah.
5 on leader.
Yeah,
I don't think.
It.
Okay, you don't have counter either.
Yep.
Pass it back.
Yep. Of course, we are in turns.
Yep.
And so if Ape Strong has something like a Manchuri here, we see another Rebecca in trash. We have to really think about our life total. 10,000 power swing just coming right across.
Resting, and again, another decision. Do we want to rest the leader or the Rebecca? Deciding on the leader here.
Yeah. We're seeing the players playing relatively quickly here. Is it another? Oh, it is going to be a Kuzan.
Okay.
That's a draw 1. 2 Dawn left. Mancherry. Oh,
And
Uta. Okay, okay. Just really playing out a bunch of bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was turn 2 in overtime. We're heading over to Tyler's turn 3 in overtime. So next turn will be Ape Strong's last turn.
Yeah. All right. And so Tyler is faced with essentially trying to put as much pressure down as he can. You really want to reduce your opponent's life because, of course, the first tiebreaker, should these turns run out, is the life total.
Yeah. And Rob Lucci's a weird deck where it is, it draws a decent amount, it mills a lot, but then it also puts it back into their deck, right? So,
yeah.
Holy Jones.
Okay. That's what you want to see here, but it does cost you a life.
Yeah, so a little bit of a risky play, but I think it's going to be correct one. Yeah, just get the easy clear on Rebecca here.
Yeah.
Going to get rid of likely. Oh, hitting into
and
life.
He still has 4 life. I keep that always has been evading me. So now it's 2 life, playing down a blocker.
Yeah, Kyoshiro is good for specifically protecting the Mihawk.
Yeah.
Though with Uta and Kuzan, we get like 4 and then 2 reduction.
Is that only 2 cards in hand?
For
Tyler.
For Tyler, yeah.
It's hard to see, but
we could also go for game. But with 1 Dawn open, it's
still, yeah, of course. Yeah, it's still a little tricky. Wow. Yeah. This is really down to the wire.
It's really, really down to it, yeah. So this is Ape Strong's last turn in overtime here.
Yeah.
He has to either win or feel that he is confident with ending the turn with 2 life and having hopefully either 1 more cards left in the life area or 2 more cards in the deck.
Yeah.
If he ends up doing a lot of like return to deck effects, right, that can help you on the ladder there. So
yeah, this is a bit of a puzzle that he has to solve here with limited time. They, of course, still have 5 minutes, so they've been kind of playing the turns quickly, which is good. They can both maybe use some of this remaining 5 minutes just to make sure that they take the line that they want to take here. Lots of pressure, very intense finale, looking like we are potentially swinging 7 with Lucci. Just thinking about it.
Just thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a weird situation, right? At some points, right, we were able to stall them out of resources, so we were able to get some easier removal on board. But at the same time, like, you know, if we were a little bit more pressured on life, it could have been lower a little bit faster. So we're going to get the -3 there.
Yep.
Get the rest on the Rob Lucci.
Yep.
And get a Bonney there. Also, fun thing, if we make their Lucci attack, they have to get 2 more cards out of their deck, which is troublesome too.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and so it looks like 2 in hand for Tyler now.
Yeah.
I see a Jack in hand. Potentially looking to just do a removal turn here. Another 5 at lead, milling 2 more. That's not going to help if you're tied.
No. And you're going to have to do a draw 1 and trash 1 as well. So
yeah,
the reduction on the Hody Jones currently at 2 cost. Get a 1K out of hand there.
Yeah.
And then a Jack. Yeah, this is going to be able to get rid of the Hody.
Yeah.
Or the Koshiro. I mean,
we could see this Koshiro swing, but yeah. So there he goes, turning the Uta sideways for no reason.
Yeah, you need that reduction.
But
right?
he does have 2 Dawn up.
Yeah, 2 Dawn is up, so you could get out of it.
Ooh.
Honestly,
do we see a Black Vortex, or do we see that super special tech card coming in here?
Yeah, so
Iron Body.
I would be somewhat safe to assume that, I don't know, it's tough because we put cards back into deck, right?
Yep.
This should be the last turn as long as we're correct on where we're at too, because it's a little bit tricky. Really, only them and the judges truly know, right? Yeah. But yeah, if we put them down to 1 life, we're able to. We have to go down to a deck count.
Yeah.
If we are. What is it? Also, like if we put them down to 0, we just kind of win from there. So we could just do 2 kind of large. We could pretend they're at 1 life right now and try to go for game, right? That's
we could.
The other way to think about it.
Yeah. Hard to tell with those sleeves how many cards are in Ape Strong's hand. Would be 3.
Yeah, 3 or 4. We did get a draw range. 1.
Yeah.
We have a 7 with Bonney here. 0 cost to get out.
Does he have an event here? Okay, this is such a great ending.
Yeah, I mean,
the event's not going to save you from this Mihawk swing.
Well, it kind of could, right? Like you can Kyoshiro attack to even it at 1, right?
Yeah, but I think 1 should do it, right? Given how much Ape Strong has milled this game, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and we're attacking with this first just in case there's something from, like a Tempest Kick is technically able to get rid of this. So yeah, Kyoshiro's going in.
Wow.
I think this is 6 Dawn on it. So, okay, we do get the boost.
And there is the Iron Body.
Yeah, this hits them down to 1 though, but that's going to be end of time procedure. So tied in life, we're going to have to go down to what people have here, and I think it is. If I remember correctly, it is a deck count, right? Is it's deck count and then cards on board, or is it cards on board first?
I believe it's deck count first, and then it will be
6,
cards
7,
on
8,
the board.
9. Deck count first. 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. I lost count. I was hoping you were looking at Ape Strong.
Oh no, I wasn't. Sorry. Those black sleeves.
Yeah. Yeah, and a little unsurprising, right? It could go either way, but yeah, I think the additional, like, Jack is a mandatory draw 1, trash 1. Your leader had to be a middle 2.
Yeah.
And being able to, judge is going to double count that, but
I
think Tyler narrowly wins that off the deck count.
Yeah. Yeah, just waiting for the judge to verify. We just want to be certain here because whoever wins this will be going to face Richard Yam in the finals. Kind of a crazy ending here. I wasn't actually expecting us to go the distance all the way into this overtime. Both players were playing quick, but there's the GG. And just waiting for confirmation on who that went to. I'm guessing Tyler.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess Tyler as well. Yeah. But Tyler is the winner. Or it is the confirmation on that one. So,
wow.
But yeah, I think it was like, it looked like under 5 more cards in deck. Very, very close.
Yeah. Well, congrats to Tyler here. I mean, he played a good series, showing us what Bonney can do into Black Lucci. Those Cavendishes, man, they did work.
They did so much work, and I think that's maybe a hallmark for what this format looks like compared to others, is that you just have so many more protection tools for it.
Yeah.
Kuzan doesn't automatically remove cards in the early game anymore because of like Kyoshiro and other cards, and I think it was a really tight match.
Yeah, absolutely. It was well played from Ape Strong too. I mean, we saw those 10 Kuzans coming down. He put a lot of pressure. He played extremely well, and so very happy to see him here in the top 4. But of course, we now have the finals.
Yes, we do. So it's going to be a green mirror match, right?
Yep.
It's going to be Bonney versus Zoro. I'm waiting for a quick confirmation that we're going to take a break for that too, but we're going to actually do an interview with Richard Zammer after this, so we're going to have that. So we're going to take a tiny break. We'll be right back. We're going to have our final, so don't go anywhere. Bonney versus Green Zoro. We'll be right back.
I am joined here with the player Richard Jam. I'm actually nerding out because I think it's the first time we've played before one time. You destroyed me on Red Zoro, which I think is a story that people could probably empathize with. But no, you're now playing Green Zoro. What made you want to try the deck out, or try it out, basically?
I mean, if anyone who knows me, I love red cards. I love Zoro. Unfortunately, I couldn't play Red Zoro in this format. So Green Zoro was the next best thing. He's my favorite character. That's a big bias. But the other aspect is that Zoro has a pretty well-rounded matchup against everything, except for probably Control NL and Blue Kuzan. So as long as it's playable, I can play the game, I enjoy it. So that way, any 50-50 or 40-60 matchup, I can actually still play a game, which is what I want to do.
Exactly. You said the NL matchup. Did you encounter any NLs in your day 1 bracket?
No, not kind of any, but I was practicing online, and I know NL is doing some of them are doing half rush, half control. I felt that if they were anywhere near the rush build, I was able to beat them pretty well, even close to 50-50. So if I did see one and it was rush, I was able to play, and I played like they were always going to be a rush build, because if they were control, I think I just lose regardless. So, but I didn't encounter one luckily. Which is good, but I did encounter Blue Kuzan. That was my round 1 loss, actually, my only loss so far. It's just unplayable, which is, this format is open format, so you will find a fast matchup for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. So did you actively choose to, I'm going to make my favorite matchups kind of better rather than trying to optimize for these little corner cases that may not even occur at TOPCUT even,
Yeah, exactly. And, even before this, I was on Shanks, and Shanks into Blackbeard was 10%, 90. If I was on control build, by the way, so that was terrible. So you just have to pick a deck that you like in the deck that you're good at, and then really just focus on your good matchups. Less on bad matchups, but always if it's close, you can still work on it. But if it's actually abysmal, I wouldn't try to put in some decks for it.
Yeah, and I want to call back to a really cool moment from your match with Seven, which we were so excited to watch it and cast it. But there's a moment where I think you have no cards in hand, and he's swinging, and there's a 5-swing coming across, and you have no cards in hand, and when you take the life, you didn't look at it. Is that true? You didn't look at the life?
I'm pretty sure I looked at the life. I looked at it quickly. There's no way I didn't look at it, but I felt I knew his swings or at least you should know what the swings are going to be, or what his best swings are. So I was at least I want to get 1K. I should be okay. I'm pretty sure I looked, but I was I saw 2K. I'm all right, I should be safe. I'm from lethal. The only question was can he defend? He has 7 cards. Can he defend my counter swing? And that deck can. So sometimes you have to really bait them into that push, or else they can leave up 3 or 4 down for all the conks. Yes. And it's a possibility, right? So really, if you can push them to that limit, and tap out Dawn and do it.
Yeah. We thought you didn't look, so you would give no tells as to what it was and how much counter you had, so that he couldn't pivot lines afterwards. He had to commit. But no, that was really cool. Speaking of which, I noticed your list is very unique, that you don't run Hodies or multiple copies of DMG. What was the thinking behind that, or how did you navigate situations where you might have needed those cards? Do you instead pivot away from those lines completely?
So let's talk about one at a time. So let's talk about Hodie Jones. I think that card originally for the UP matchup when UP was not banned. This deck taking life is actually pretty it's bad for your deck, because you actually want to preserve life. So because UP was banned, well not banned, but like it changed, you didn't really need a card. But now that UP's back, you might want to add a copy in too, but that's a different story. So that was the reason one for the cuts. DMG, similarly for UP because they have a lot of Dawn, but and then there are also some other decks like Green Purple Luffy. But overall, I felt DMG as a card is a game ender. So obviously you had to spend 4 Dawn to like rest like 2 Dawn or blocker, but in general, you probably just, using that 4 Dawn, you probably just do more damage, or restanding or whatever it is. So I just had the 1 copy for TOPCUT really, just to demand that. I think, but overall, I wouldn't play that card. It's just like you had to play it because of TOPCUT, but if not, I would just cut it completely.
Yeah, interesting, because you only need it to close out the game. You don't actually need it to it's people run too many copies. And one of your tech choices is one of my favorite things, which is I've been trying this a lot in Johto, is the Luna. I love this card. I love it on trigger. I love the way it lets you change the way you can play Zoro. Yeah. What was thinking behind the running of 3 copies of it? Yeah.
So if you see my list, you'll see that there's only 2 Mihawks as well. The reason is now we're gonna play a low ball where we my deck list also has like 4 Namis. So my game plan is really to get Shigis with my Namis and then Lunas with my other searchers. So instead of 8 Dawn playing Mihawk and restand, it's more like 8 Dawn, 5 Dawn to Shigi, and then Luna. So that combo is much better, and then you can push harder. Mihawk is a great defensive tool, I believe, but I think that's more like a Bonney card in my opinion. But I still play a couple of copies because in the Rayleigh matchup, you're the defensive player, so you still need to have that aspect in the game.
Yeah, you still need that blocker up to like for them to respect.
Yes.
But no, honestly, like such an innovative list. I'd love to see you go from like Yam Zoro in the red era, and then a new Yam Zoro to come out from the green side, which I think people are really excited to hear more about your deck and see it and whatnot. Any thoughts about this weekend's regional? Kind of your experiences this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, this deck is good. I don't know if I'll take it to Nats, but my motto is consistency is key. That's why I have the 4 extra Namis. In a regional setting, especially in an open format, you really want the consistency. That's why all my decks, even the Yam Zoro in the past, it's really like consistent but low power, low to the ground. But overall, should get you like X1, X2, that kind of bracket. And then, I mean, luckily I'm here, but I think consistency is for this game at least. So.
Yeah. 2 last fun questions for you. The first one being, what is you said you're a Zoro fan. What do you think is your favorite Zoro moment? Because there's so many Zoro moments that fans love to just like nerd out about. Like, what's your favorite one?
The favorite one is when he took Luffy's pain from Akuma, and then he said, "Just like there's nothing here, like nothing happened here."
Yeah.
I mean, that was like the pivotal moment. I think that's my favorite moment with Zoro. Like that's the respect I need. Like I don't need a reward. I just need to do the job.
Yeah.
So.
It was funny. I could feel that when you take all these swings coming across, you're like, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Take up counter.
Yeah.
Lastly, just for you, like anyone you want to shout out, anyone you want to be thankful for in terms of like making here and just like all the community, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all my boys. Just a bunch. I know you want your individual shout outs, but to the Discord group that helped me test. I know especially the ones that ran the same list. There were a couple of them that ran the same list as me. Thanks for believing in it. All the Toronto guys who made top 4, like this is great that we have 4 guys in top 4. So hopefully we'll have a good finals match before wins right now. But yeah, shout out to everyone who helped build this list, especially.
All right, well, Richard, good luck on your final match, and it's been a joy speaking to you and casting your game. But best of luck.
All right.
We are muted. That's how it goes. I'm like, you know what? I want to go for it. I want to see if you can do the event for us real quick. Hit you on the spot. Where are we at? What are we doing today?
We are at the 401 Games Toronto One Piece Card Game Regional
in
the Westin Harbor Castle Hotel.
That's even better than I could do. That's fantastic. Muted or not muted. So there it is. So yeah, we're really excited for it. We've got our finals of Bonney versus Zoro, battle of the 2 green leaders here. And, it's been quite the journey just to get here as well, right?
Yeah, and like such a journey for all these players and such a journey for the color green, which has been a very bullied color for a very long time, and now it's green's turn.
Yeah, it's been pretty prominent right now into this meta, and I know a lot of people have been on it, right? Zoro and Bonney, I think, are the 2 of the strongest represented decks into this. I don't think anything outrageous. We also did see a bit of a resurgence of blue-purple Luffy, I think, this weekend too, and yeah, just a lot of strong players on a lot of good decks.
Yeah, and like so much diversity, and I don't even think it's like necessarily to say that like the green is like too powerful or anything that's ranked. I think these games are so close that green has a lot of consistency where sometimes they can eke that little bit of advantage in a really clutch moment, not like Mihawk unwinnable. No, it's not. If anything, giant. I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah. But I do know what you're trying to say. There's a lot of interaction, I think, between a lot. There's not as much like super hard counters. There's still some that exist, right? But you do, you usually have paths for victory here and there, and you're never really out until it's usually like the last attack or so, right?
Yeah. And so many of the matchups that we thought were like favored one way or the other, we've seen actually flip the other side in this top 32. So obviously in a best of 3, obviously based on deck build, there's actually still a lot of variance in these matchups.
Yeah, which is I'm biased, but I love seeing that, right? I think you guys enjoy watching at home, right? Not knowing who's gonna win, right? Obviously the players want themselves to win. I think they're a little biased on that side too, but just being able to have some close matches, I don't think we've had really anything that's been like super direct today. Everything's been back and forth, and there's always been that path to victory too.
Yeah, I know, and I love to see these games. Hopefully, those at home who've been enjoying the stream, I've been loving casting with you, Eggman.
Yes,
it's such an honor to be here with you at this regional. I'm not gonna try to say the regional name again.
No.
Such an honor to do this, and the players have been so happy. Those of you who watched the game, last game with Nigel, all the laughs, all the reactions. I heard actually from the judges, it was very funny that the judge who was judging both of Nigel's games said the hardest part when judging Nigel's games is to not laugh and make jokes with them as they are having fun.
As they're happening. Yeah, I think he's told me too. One of his friends, like when he figured out how Koshiro, they screen cap. That's their new profile picture. They sent
Nigel's
it to him.
face.
So yeah, it's just like, that's the that's the interaction for it. So
yeah, so take that image or that clip. Best person to caption it. Best caption. I don't know you. I'm not gonna say you're winning anything, but I'll give you internet points for that. For sure. So. But we are going to get ready for this match again. This is going to be the finals for our event. This whole weekend is going to be a Rornor Zoro versus a Jewelry Bonney. That's set up, and let's get on over there. Cool, and we see the fist bump come out, and with that, the 5 life are down for both leaders. The hands are kept, and Bonnie's going first and opens with a Bonney Searcher. No rest, obviously.
And a little extra knowledge, too. Both players kept their opening hand, so already confident. And I understand why both of them have these consistency pieces, like 1-drop Bonney, as well as the 1-drop Perona. Yeah. And I think this is my first game watching Richard today. You guys were able to see him on top 8, right?
Yeah, just playing immaculately, and we're seeing the 1-drop search off the Perona grabbing this restand. I'm Zoro Invincible, as it's called. The joke name. I'm Zoro Invincible.
And we got Tyler on the left, just coming off a close win against Rob Lucci in the top 4. Ended up coming down to time procedures and cards left in deck, and happy to see himself here in this finals match.
Yeah, and we see just like the precision of even flaring out the 5 cards for the search. Just like both these players are just so focused.
Yeah, and best friend Cavendish, we've been able to see him play it on curve the last couple games, right? There's a lot of search potential for it. It's not too difficult to ask for it, and yeah, easy add there.
Yeah, so I guess Tyler's now thinking about what to do from here. There probably is a swing coming through. I don't think there's a... Well, actually, I've never seen a starve strat so far in the higher bracket, but it is possible. You can never count it out in terms of, like, based on reads. And he has knowledge of Yam's list, so maybe there's different lines there, too. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there could be a decision to play, like, a Kyoshiro a little early. There was a bit of a starve strat for it. Okay, another Bonney, but we're going to keep it up. So that could be, like, an additional, like, Dawn that we use next turn after Cav, which is nice. It's going to be difficult to remove both these Bonnies, but not impossible. And we'll see what Richard does here.
Yeah, we'll see if Comboguru comes down. You could rest one and KO the other, but you still only get one swing in. You don't get to threaten the life, which may be fine. But we're just seeing 5 come across for the Bonney Searcher. And the Perona get rested.
Right, there's the Kuina, but we're just going to take it a little bit easy. We're not going to use the effect right now. I think that's fine. Bonney doesn't have any fantastic ways to interact with this. And this could mean some additional Dawn to maybe pressure a Cavendish next turn too.
Yeah, and as for those of you who are watching, Yam has built this list type almost optimizing for also that going second curve. That's why he's running the 2-cost Nami Searcher and multiple copies of Kuina, as they should. But it means that this Kuina, it makes it really annoying because if Tyler plays out Cavendish this turn, then Richard can play Tashigi and rest Kuina to add a huge amount of Dawn to his Zoro leader and clear that Cavendish.
Yeah, it would be 5, so it'd be 11 to 6. It'd be, again, difficult to interact with. You can, technically rest the Bonney, or the Tashigi off the Bonney effect, but that's not really doing as much. And yeah, we'll see what we're looking at this top 5 with the Bonney here. All right, we've got the Scratch Mana Poo there. Another 2K, so maybe if we want to try to defend this, but we need like double 2K and an additional 1K to get out of it.
Yeah, and we still demand that Niam has to show the Tashigi in order to actually get this really good clear off on the Cavendish. He's lucky that a Koshiro didn't come down, because obviously if you play the Cavendish and a Koshiro, it becomes really hard to threaten that Cavendish, even if you have the Tashigi in hand.
Yeah, and a little bit of late Sunday math there for me. So actually there's 6 Dawn left, so if we could put all 6 technically on Zoro with Kuina and a Tashigi, and then on top of that we'd be able to, press that, 12K into to Cav. So that's even harder to get out of.
Yeah. And we're seeing, and it's there, and this is exactly why I love the going second on Zoro.
Yeah, so this is great here. Again, if we want that extra pressure, we could do that. We know that Kuina is likely going to get rested by leader effect anyway, so like why not? Got that additional 2 there. So currently we're at 5 or a 10K. Make it a big 11, and then 12 with the extra Dawn. One's hiding. One has to be hiding from me. Yeah, and there goes the Cav. And yeah, we're going to go again into leader. Pretty easy take there, going down to 4.
Yeah. Oh, people definitely underrate how strong Zoro can be on a going second curve. And the consistency going second on Zoro is definitely very high.
Yeah. All right. We might have this weird situation where Bonney, one drop could be attacking that Kuina, but just deciding to not.
Yeah, I wonder if Tyler is still taking third pieces here. It's definitely a matchup where Bonney is, like, on paper the favored one, but you can never count these situations out, especially with Yensis being so unique here. And cards like the Electric Luna are very unique in this matchup in that they really do mess with Bonney a lot.
Yeah, they really do. So I don't think Tyler's running any events in this build. I think there's 0, based on seeing last game as well. But yeah, there are a lot of great green events that are popping up, right? Electrical Luna. We do also have like the Dead Man's Game. A lot of these are just really open-ended, so a lot of different green decks can play it.
I'm seeing the search decision get made here. We're seeing the 5-cost Bonney SEC from the newest set come out. Great tool, just so much card replenishment and just so much defensive.
Yeah, only issue, at least in this spot, is that we are 1 card short from being rested to being able to use the effect. We're going to pass with 3 Dawn open, so a little bit of a medium-sized turn, but I think there's going to be some greatness moving forward.
Yeah, and just like after losing that Cavendish, still having another one to replenish it. Oh, asking to hey, do that again now.
Yes, yeah.
On Richard's turn, this is one of those great turns where it's a shame that Richard only runs the 2 8-cost Mihawks, but when you can establish it on curve on 8, it definitely helps you a ton. But either he doesn't have it or he's still deciding, because it can lock in your turn.
All right, we're going to start with the Hiyori. We're going to get a search of our own, spending the 2 Dawn to do so, looking top 5. Another Tashigi would be really great, since, again, yeah, we would be able to pressure this Cav.
One of the things that makes decks like Zoro difficult is actually these searchers can really make or break your turn. What you're grabbing, what order can actually make this deck a lot harder. That's why we've seen actually some Shanks builds run Zero Searcher for some beginner builds that do that and actually still have a lot of output. But these search decisions can also, they're great, they're upsides, but you can also lose a game for picking the wrong thing.
Yeah, and it's like, man, do I get my restand event a little bit earlier? Looks like we're just going to make sure this Bonney gets removed from the board here. It's going to mean, okay, now we have a decision. Do we want to get rid of the Cavendish pressure the Cavendish next turn? Do we want to rest the Tashigi to prevent the attack? Looks like we're going to choose that. And one more AK into life with that Zoro here.
Yeah, and heads up play from Richard. Normally swinging down an opponent this low for Bonney is bad because they have an 8-cost kid potentially. But in this case, knowing that Tomlin has 2 of them, he's like, well, you haven't searched off the Bonney so far. I don't think he's seen it, right? So, not that much risk yet. it could be that he also wants to just demand the ACOS kit to be played and then swing into it very big.
Yeah, but Zoro being able to attack that twice is strong. Makes it a little bit more difficult to defend off of it. Both these decks are playing some similar high-end cards like the 8-cost Mihawk, right? A little bit more searchable for Richard, but Bonney can draw it. I believe we're at 9 Dawn. So if we do have the combo of Mihawk and the Bonney, we will get rewarded for it. So we might actually have that. We have 4 here. So we will be able to play the. We did draw Bonney a little bit earlier. So by spending the 5 here, we do get the untap 1.
Draw 2, trash 1, filtering in green.
Yeah, and it's it's a little bit awkward sometimes, but we were able to make it work. Like with the Mihawk rather, it's anytime you're at like 9 Dawn, you can do both in the same thing, and still have the 1 extra Dawn open, getting rid of an extra Cav. We can do a 6k attack with this, get 2 Dawn open again. Going down to 3, and then do we have a 2-drop blocker to help us? Yeah, we have our own Koshiro here.
Yeah, and Tyler, playing with that knowledge of that deck list, you saw the players earlier looking at these 2 deck lists so they can familiarize themselves with their opponent's decks. Tyler knows that Richard doesn't really run a Hody or even more than 1 DMG, so he knows that there isn't a lot of risk leaving this only 1 Dawn up. You don't have to worry about that Dawn being put away.
Yeah. And, we have been seeing against like the previous matchup against with Kuzan, Rob Lucci, we were having some turns where it was really easy for us to keep 2 or 3 open. So I think that could also happen in this matchup too, where we can be really flexible with all the untapping we get and have that open for us.
Yeah, going back to Yam's turn here, you've got some decisions to make. You're looking at a pretty huge board now. The Cavendish, the Bonney blocker, and we're seeing Kuina get played so we can rest that Koshiro and get it out of the way.
Yeah, and Kuina's been, I think, an obvious card for the deck, but it hasn't been in every build. I think, again, we said that Richard's really depending on it in his current build for it and gets a lot of results. Again, this free rest almost for an obnoxious blocker like this is good. You do get some pressure for it. And, yeah, we're going to start off with Cav. This is going to be a big, 10K?
Yeah, it's a 10K swing into the Cavendish here, so... he's asking like two attackers, how much Dawn left for. He's deciding where to assign the leader ability. He's going to make it so the Cavendish can't restand the 2 Dawn on swing. Or I guess there's only 1 so far, but...
Yeah. And then this might be a good Bonney block. We aren't able to attack into characters anymore, but they still have 4 Dawn open, so this could be active, a restand, since I think we saw that we added that to hand earlier in the game, right?
Yeah, so here now Richard's thinking through, if he restands with Event first, swings into Cavendish, if Tyler takes a block with Mihawk, he can actually restand with leader abilities still, and then swing into the Mihawk. But no, it's an 8k swing into Koshiro.
And maybe trying to bait out the block from Mihawk.
Yeah, Tyler's thinking about this one now. Richard's just like trying to figure out a way to tax the hand right now. He's saying, hey, please use the Mihawk blocker. I'll gladly swing into it twice.
Yeah, especially since it's a card that is, costs too much to get around the Zoro restriction. So yeah, you can definitely tack into it a second time.
Yeah. Tyler has a lot of cards in hand, but he's probably asking like, wait, if I do this, do I lose 4 cards in hand?
Mm-hmm.
And there it is, the head shake. He's deciding. There are so many intricate decisions like this already. That's actually why I love this matchup. And I was practicing with my friend who plays a lot of Bonney. And there's just so many different combat interactions to think about on both sides.
Sure. And we're going to use the Bonney 1K to get out of it. We've got still quite a few cards in hand. I think we've got about 7. And now what does Richard want to do, right? We can... one, I don't think we've used our leader restand quite yet. We also have 3 for the event if we so want to. We can definitely try to clear this board. And yeah, we're going to spend it. And big 10 into 6 here.
He lets it go, knowing that there's likely another 10 coming into the Mihawk.
Yep, and then now we're using the activate main from our Zoro here. And yeah, has to go into either the leader or the Mihawk. And I would be surprised if we let this one go. I think we've got a 2K, 1K to try to get out of this.
Yeah, just like I love the canonicity of this of like, oh, Zoro can fight Mihawk again and again.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, 2-2.
Yeah, okay. That is that.
Yeah, it looks like there was also another Bonney blocker in trash too. So there's one that got KO'd, and there's also the...
Yeah, we counted with it earlier this turn, yeah. For the, I think the Mihawk block for the Kyoshiro.
Yeah. So it does make me wonder what remains in Tyler's hand, if it's just all 2Ks.
Yeah, exactly. Probably 2Ks and none Ks. Is probably the ratio there.
That sounds like Bonney.
Sounds like Bonney. So where are we at now? Maybe like 9-cost Shanks would be moderately good here. This could potentially get rid of one of these bodies on board. We're going to attack 8 into Cavendish.
Yeah.
You're going to get the 2K and 1K.
Yep, and 10-drop Dofi here. If despite being unsearchable, having it on 10 Dawn, and
yeah, very
that's
nice
painful.
there.
Yes.
And attacking into board like that makes me, would make me think, oh, I don't think he's got 10-drop Dofi. Wouldn't attack. He'd attack into the leader, not into my Cavendish, but protecting it and then still getting it stunned is quite brutal.
Yeah, and these are one of the painful things about playing with my friend. He was talking about like, oh yeah, do you restand sometimes as Zoro and then not swing just so you don't get stunned? But that feels bad. Either way, it's an attack that's lost.
Yeah. Since we had like a good target like the Mihawk blocker to attack into, I think it's fair that we didn't. We're gonna rest the Kyoshiro. We're gonna spend the 3 there. Do we have the? Now Doflamingo specifically says it can't untap or can't be switched to active during your next refresh phase, right?
Yes.
But if you do have another one of your restand events, you will be able to attack another time and then have the activate main. So you could bully this Kyoshiro and the Mihawk despite getting stunned by this Doflamingo. And it looks like Richard's really considering if it's worth all the effort to do so.
Yeah. I wonder if he has the restand event in hand already. Oh, and we're seeing the 3 get rested. I think he's committing to it. Yep. I'm Zoro Invincible, and restands attaches the 2 more Dawn to, I think he might want to threaten the Mihawk twice for 10, demanding 2-1, 2-1, and if Tyler has 5 cards in hand, like I think I see, he may have to give up 4 cards to keep this alive.
Yeah, and I think because we're doing this, you're going to play the activate main. You won't be able to attack the Kyoshiro, so we know that that's likely staying. Yep. Yeah, it has to go to. Yeah, there is a decision of, do I want to guarantee get rid of the Kyoshiro and get 2 cards out of my hand to get rid of their Mihawk, or the other way around? And I think this is fair.
Yeah, and now Richard has to deal with this Dofi body. That 10 cost 10K. That 10K swing is probably clearing any one of these just on its own without Dawn attached.
Yeah. And we still have a blocker. We end up taking another 2K with another Hachan from the hand there. 10K with Doflamingo to get rid of the Cavendish. Another Mihawk for 8, but getting 4 back, so currently at 6 Dawn. Another Bonney would be fantastic here.
Yeah, a carrot would also... Yeah, the carrot also is going to make this pretty painful.
Yeah, we didn't see Tyler, I think, play carrot at all during his top 4 games, so good confirmation that's still in the deck here. Being able to make the Tashigi not attack, and then having 1 Dawn open with that leader on the other side means you can really pressure them again, or make it difficult for them to get the right swings next turn.
Yeah, it's these situations that make me dread this matchup. It just feels like you just constantly keep clearing things and things keep popping out. From Richard's side, if he, you lose the Tashigi swing, which already doesn't feel great. I don't know what place you have other than potentially just like resting the Koshiro with Kuina and then maybe trying to threaten this Dofi with just 2 really big swings so you can get off the board at least.
Yeah.
But even then, you still have a Mihawk in play. You still have a carrot in play that's going to keep one of these Tashigis perpetually rested.
Yeah, one of the great matches for carrot. Silver's Rayleigh as well. Fantastic to help you get those stuns as well. But yeah, now Richard's just really thinking. I know a lot of people have been thinking about taking their copies of Luffy's going to be the King of the Pirates down to like 3 copies, but this is, I feel like, a mandatory 4 of matchup. It really helps you get those extra pressure attacks.
Yeah, especially, you know, with Richard's mentality of, you know what, some of these rest events, some of these other things, I actually don't need them that often, but that I'm Zoro invincible, like, or this Luffy's going to be the Pirate King, that you do need to see every game.
Yeah, you really, really do. Yeah, and some back and forth. I don't know if we mentioned, these finals are untimed, so we do need a verified winner for this one. Hoping maybe a quicker one with Zoro, but along the line, there's a lot of decisions on like what's the best numbers to go there. Going to play our own Mihawk from Richard here, getting 4 Dawn back active, so we currently have 6. But maybe a little bit late compared to you know, Bonney being able to set up like it has.
Yeah, and this swing here is going to be a little punishing because when Richard swings, he's going to get that Mihawk blocker rested, so it won't actually get the value of the block. And it may, if there was a second Dofi in hand from Tyler, I think that would close up the game. But no, we're seeing a 6K swing, or is that, sorry, plus 6, 11K swing
11K
coming across.
At
Seeing where it
Doflamingo.
goes. All right.
All right, so a couple decision points. One, do we rest the Tashigi that can attack, or do we rest the Mihawk that we could potentially stun next turn? Do we need to block with Kyoshiro? You know, a lot of minor interactions, and we can get this attacked into a second time due to it being a 10 cost body.
Yeah, so on Tyler's side, I guess he's, I mean, you have to protect this Doflamingo, right? You know it can't be cleared, but the question becomes, if, let's say you don't clear it, or let's say you block or counter out for it, and then the second swing goes into life, and then the Tashigi swing goes into life too, does Richard potentially drop you down to 0 life where, you know, he could potentially go for a lethal next turn if you do not have the 8 cost kid?
Yeah, and I think, yeah, we're going to use it for the Mihawk. I think that's fair. We're going to 2K out. Tashigi can attack, but we can block with Mihawk. And then we can restand attack with Zoro again, but then Kyoshiro if you don't have another 2K. So, yeah, attacking the Doflamingo, 11 to 10. Yeah, no more Dawn. Leader effect doesn't. That Scratch Manapoo, which I think we searched really early. And yeah, yeah, not attacking with Tashigi, I think is the right play here.
Yeah, and Richard, just a little punch for these 2K checks just because Tyler just happens to have all 2Ks. So
yeah,
a lot of counter to work with to keep this board safe.
And it's going to be, this Mihawk's likely going to be removed here. You know, the pressure from just a 10K body here. You can feel kind of okay with attacking with Carrot into leader. Yeah, I think Bonnie's kind of stabilized here.
Yeah, this might be a set up your mental for game 2 kind of angle because these kind of board states really lock you out. It's so tough, and Tyler's basically just waiting for an 8 cost kid. If he has it in hand already, or if he can find it, that would just seal the game.
Mm-hmm.
That Dofi on curve is just so impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, especially matchup like this one where you're just so used to attacking with your leader multiple times. Like there's some games where I play like 2 characters and that's it. Like it's like 2 Tashigis and the rest are just my leader attacking. Removing that from as an option is very, very tough.
Yeah, it really makes you miss that Tashigi attack. You're like, wow, I didn't realize this 5-7, kind of big deal.
Yeah, big deal. So I don't know if we're trying to go for game. We get a 2K, 1K out with the Bonney. Now I'd likely try to bully the Mihawk. I'm not sure what other cards we have left in hand, but yeah, really good spot here for Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler knows that he likely isn't at risk of lethal following turn, seeing, you know, one of the restand events already, and knowing that he has this blocker, he has the Mihawk blocker, and he has the 1 Dawn, and that there's minimal resting effects from Yamp's side. He can probably play pretty greedy here.
Yeah, I think he can be moderate, especially, there's two restand events are gone. We still will have leader effect likely as long as we get to there, which I would be surprised if we didn't. We currently have 7 Dawn available, so we know that there's no copies of like Mihawk, maybe a Hody, but I think that would be super greedy, right?
We're seeing, oh, this is going to be a big swing. Is it going to Mihawk, I guess?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to the blocker Mihawk. All right, we're just going to go 12 to 8. Yep, get rid of it. We've got 5 Dawn left available. If you've got blocker Nami, another Cav, that's fine. and deciding not to attack with the Mihawk, I think that's fine. One of the Tashigis should be rested due to the carrot effect, though.
Yes, yeah.
Unless we forgot to declare it, which I'd be surprised if that's
Yep.
Yeah, cool.
Yep,
All
there
right.
we go.
Good.
Oh, this is why this matchup can get so tough, and especially in an open deckless format where, Bonney knows what's in the deck, knows there's a minimal amount of resting effects. I mean, I'm very dependent on like Hody and DMG for this matchup, as well as Luna. But yeah, it's hard to come back once that Dofi's come down. We see the search come out grabbing a Tashigi, was it?
Yep.
Yeah. So at least we've seen the Tashigis, and we see it come down and resting the Cavendish.
Sure. And that's fine. I don't know. At some point, this Kyoshiro has been around for a while. It's so interesting how long it's been on this board, and just even like this tiny 2-cost blocker can be impactful here. We're going to rest the Tashigi that would have been able to attack this turn. This might be the time for Kyoshiro to take a bow, right? We also have like a Mihawk if we need to be super defensive.
Yeah, and I think maybe Yam's hoping that Tyler isn't playing around the Luna and maybe guards out here and then or blocks, and then he can restand, swing it to face, and then potentially use the Luna, and that way he can kind of punish Tyler for trying to protect this carrot and then freeze both of them, the carrot and the Cavendish.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler's been doing it all game, right? So I think some freezing some cards on the other side is justified, and it's the Luna.
Yeah, during the interview, Richard was talking about that he loves this play, and the reason why he has fewer copies of Mihawk is because he much prefers creating these Tashigi plus Luna plays, because you can create a lot more pressure on your opponent and then buy that extra turn and make things awkward.
Yeah, and we're going to go 8 to leader. We're going to go 10 to leader.
And then we see 15 to lead and see if you can get
15
out.
15 to lead, yeah.
Oh, and that's the game.
Just good enough. So, but yeah, pretty technical first game. I think both players played some really interesting routes there, and we're going to get to in game number 2.
Yep, right away. And these players are ready and locked in to go into the next game, and we see them shuffling here. From Yam, so you got to think about that Dofi is good. Like, do I play around it, or is my only hope that I just hope he doesn't see it on Tendon exactly, and I can put that pressure down?
I think there is a little bit of hope for that, right? I think that's needed a little bit, being able to just turn off your leader ability for one, right? Like, you're mimicking a Blackbeard 10-drop in this deck, and that's so tough for Richard not to be able to, when your deck's really built around your leader, even one turn without it can be really tough.
Yeah, and like once that 10k body sticks down, it's hard to clear, and it's hard to interact with, because, and, unlike Bonney, you don't have a stun. You can't just point at it and stun it. Yes, you can swing, let's say 12 into it, but there's a world that you can't actually guard out, especially if you have a blocker in play still. So once it's down, Bonney becomes the bigger combat stat, if that makes sense. You don't get the double swings, but you still get this 10k.
Yep, 100%. Being able to have that defense there. Like, it's out of range for Luna. Your really hope is that they don't have it, which on an unsearchable card in a deck that doesn't draw that much, not outrageous, but when it hits the board, it can be devastating.
Yeah, we see Smiles and Last coming through. They're both like, yeah, that Dofi.
Yeah, he's a game winner. That's why we're using those Rosinante sleeves, no doubt, just to help us find not only the Dofi, but the 2-drop Rosinante in important turns. All right, looks like we're good to go. Rich is going to decide if he wants to go first or second, looking at this opening hand of 5, as well as if he wants to keep this hand or rotate it out.
Yeah, I wonder, does Richard opt for going second again? I mean, it feels like the favored curve in this matchup, and I think he likely would, just to also denying that 10-drop Dofi for one turn. Playing it on curve is just even worse in that situation.
Yeah.
And we'll see here off the mull. Does Tyler see that great situation, just say, you know what, I'm just gonna mull for Dofi?
yeah. I can see that. Also, mulligan for Cavendish, right? It's been good. Carrot also gets, I think, a good amount of value in this matchup. A lot of key cards that will make it frustrating for Richard again in game 2.
Yeah, and when you're 1 up on the matchup, you definitely can play a little greedy.
Yeah, a little greedy, yeah. Especially at some points you're like, man, this, depending on if you like the curve you're on now or not, you're like, you know what, I need to see this card on this curve. If I don't see it, just an automatic mulligan, and that might be what Tyler's feeling.
Yeah, and Tyler also has this knowledge of if it goes into game 3, he has the hypothetically, if he loses, he would get the turn order choice, and he would get second, and he would go on his favored turn order as well. So he can be a little greedy if he's forced to be on his off curve.
Yeah, I believe Richard decided to go second since he can't be Bonney chose first because Bonney won, so loser gets to choose. Yeah.
I mean, as like his mulligan is likely to go for some greedier plays.
Yeah. But there is this Nami searcher that we have, right? And so we do get to decide on this top 5.
Grabbing a 2K.
Yeah. Yeah, it's East Blue, right?
Tyler asking for the effect to be recited out to him. Always a fun thing when you run tech cards and someone asks you, can you tell me what that does?
Yeah.
It's always a sign of, it's a badge of honor. Like, oh yeah, of course I'll tell you.
Yeah, we did see deck lists beforehand, but seeing the card, played in front of you, sometimes you need to get another, check on what it does and how it works. So.
Yeah, so for those of you at home who don't know the effect of Arika, the on-play Rest 2 Dawn. If your opponent has 3 or more life cards, set up to one of your slash attribute characters with a cost of 4 or less as active, so you can restand a 4-drop slash character.
All right, another Nami off there. All right.
Oh, and we're seeing it played off the trigger.
Yeah, off the trigger for sure.
One of the things I love about this card is that it's played off trigger. There's definitely a lot of things you can do off just the green body itself. Like if you run things like you can be my samurai, not to push anyone to play any rogue shenanigans.
No, but hey, if something's into the finals of a round, right? Like it has to be somewhat functional, maybe even good approaching, if not.
These Namis are also good because as long as we're trying to present enough bodies, there is a free clear for some of these Bonney searchers. So 5 goes into life, and then the other goes into the Bonney searcher.
Yeah, and you see Tyler kind of like, man, these are weird to deal with. That trigger was so good off of this. I would not expect to see a trigger off of life here. And yeah, it gets rid of the 1-drop Bonney and the Kuina. Man, this is a really solid start here from Zoro.
Yeah, it's important to note the fact that this Nami was played off trigger means that it can swing that turn. So there's no swung loss from Richard's side. And yeah, this Kuina setup again. I mean, this is a pretty favorable board state. This Kuina setup, it's prepared for the Cavendish that can come out. And also Tyler has to have something like the Cavendish to come out right now.
Yeah. All right, we've got the X-Drake here. Yeah, getting the rest and being able to attack over it with the Bonney. Getting rid of that card is strong, is helpful. These Namis are still menaces to stand in there. And it's going to be like, if you have enough cards on board, Bonnie's leader effect gets, kind of like returns, right? Like, but not like it decays. So being able to just go into this X-Drake, big 8K, resting the Toshiki.
I don't think you would counter out here because it's, and it's goodbye, and then 8 into life. And that's the take. Tyler just getting those extra cards in hand. And a Perona search with remaining Dawn. Looking for what we see, another Kuina. We see a Cavendish, a Koshiro, and a Zoro Invincible event. Luffy will be the king of the pirates.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to be taking that, passing it back. And yeah, this is a way different kind of tempo for the game, right? Cavendish hasn't hit the board. We haven't been able to keep anything really on the board here thanks to these Namis not only being attackers, but being able to get that, additional draw. There's a good amount of East Blue cards that exist in Zoro's deck naturally, so being able to get that additional search is good. And yeah, just going a big 6 into a carrot, stunning the Toshigi, very nice. And let's see if we have another way to rest a carrot here.
Yeah, and here we're going into our 8 Dawn turn. Richard has mentioned that the reason he likes this Nami Searcher as well is lets you use the Nami Searcher to help you dig for Kuinas and Toshigis while your Peronas focus on searching for events. And we're seeing another Toshigi come down. This card has been blessed for Richard. Yeah. You can now clear this carrot or demand at least a ton of cards and then go into life again and just play the game of, all right, do you have the ACOS Kid or the Dofi? Either way, at least I'll do the most I can here. And 10 cost Dofi at least. If it's played here, there is no restand effect from Cavendish or an Uruj, so he'd still get to threaten life using these Namis and the Perona even.
Yeah. All right, so big ol' 11 came in at carrot. I mean, do we want to we'd have to use a bunch to 2Ks. This carrot is worth defending in the sense that, you know, it does stun a Toshigi every turn. It's an attack in a matchup where we've been kind of behind on attacks, but man, it's going to need, what, 4 cards, I think.
3 2Ks coming out to save
yeah, 3
this
2Ks,
carrot. It makes me wonder, does that telegraph he doesn't have a Dofi? I feel like, well, he's still 1 turn off, but
He's
he doesn't
one turn
have
off,
another like freeze effect or other ways to control the board, that he kind of needs this character to stick around to help manage these Toshigis.
Yeah, I think it's just so important here to keep it, you know, continuing on. So we're at how much? I think we're at 9 Dawn. Yeah, attacking into Zoro, stunning one of these Toshigis. All right, 2K once again. 5K into 5. Another 1K from the Kyoshiro. I believe 4 cards left in hand, maybe 5.
Yeah, Richard likely knows that, you know, this comes down to as kind of a base race, and that he just wants to keep his life total just healthy enough that he can just get to a point where he's just swinging at life and just forcing Tyler to counter out and set up too many blockers.
Yeah, and again, Toshigi was stunned from the carrot. We do have some pretty, you know, potential big Zoro attacks, right? If we are able to play like Mihawk and then pressure the carrot, I think that would be very, very strong. We haven't been able to keep the Dawn open for the Bonney effect since we have to play the Shanks, so just good stuff.
Yeah, and I think Richard has to take a gambit here. He's thinking about, what do I play around? Do I play around the ACOS kid or the Dofi? He says, I'm going to play the Cavendish. Get some Dawn up. There's no rest effects on the Tyler side for in terms of leader ability, so he can't rest this Cavendish, so it's actually safe to swing here. And we're seeing, I think, the 9 go into the carrot and just say, hey, you wanted it so much? Well, again.
Yeah, you got it, yeah. And yeah, it would have been nice to be able to rest the Cav, so like carrot could stun that instead, maybe next turn. We have 3 Dawn open, so that could be the restand event too. And if we get out of this, I mean, yeah, I think we just got to let it go.
And 3 Dawn remaining. It's the restand event, and it's going 9 again. So Tyler here dropping to 0 if he takes, and he does.
Yeah.
Passes back to Tyler. Now it is the 10 Dawn turn. If there's a Dofi, if you play it, you won't have the Dawn left over to actually rest something else. So you would likely lose just a swing on any of these bodies.
Yeah.
8 cost kid has to be the out here, I believe. So you still have the Dawn left, and even then, it's not amazing because that Zoro can just challenge that kid twice, even if there is a blocker.
Yeah. So you know, Shanks can likely clear the Toshigi. Bonney can maybe get like an incremental attack, but yeah, way different pace this game, and yeah, Tyler's in a bit of trouble right here.
Yeah, just hitting on that gas for like the Kuinas, the Toshigis, and these 2 Namis, to be honest, are actually putting in a lot of just like mental pressure.
Yeah, they're just staring at you like, yep, you lost your Bonney searches because of me, and yeah, and I was able to get a lot of consistency from it too.
Yeah, Tyler's going in the tank for this one. This is a pretty big turn, and these are the tough Bonney turns where, like, I feel like when this happens, you just know that there are no great ways to defend yourself. You know that you wish being at the 0 life and having all these recent events to push you down to 0 means that he knows, like, hey, if you're not playing 8 cost kid right now, you don't have it. Like, I think this is the one turn that, like, Yam is very confident. I think I've got it.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough board state to overcome. Tyler might be able to find a slight way for it, but yeah, I'd be mildly confident if I was Richard in this spot right here.
And 6 to lead does Yam.
Because yeah, I think we're at 4 life. We just got hit down to 3.
Ooh, and we're seeing the Mihawk come out blocker and 5 Dawn remaining and a Bonney.
Yeah, so really great play here. You know, double blockers and like a draw 2 trash 1, keeping a Dawn open for leader effect, really good. If we have Dead Man's Game, though, I think that could just be it, especially with the Cavs still there.
Yeah, I mean, 2 life left on Richard's side. Is there a world where if he's able to at least clear both blockers through just pure swings, can he survive the turn after? Could that be enough, or does he need to try to evade these 2 blockers and go for it, or can he just swing 12-12 and pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard going in the tank for this one, thinking about it. These are, despite the rotation of Zoro, is a very intense deck in terms of thinking about these decisions. Because once you commit, you are locked in this line. Green lacks the same flexibility to constantly be switching directions in their plays with low-cost plays like Red can, like Rayleigh. So you have to be very confident, kind of like you have the one swing of the sword. So how are you going to do it? How are you going to allocate it? Because it's going to be what locks you in for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think Zoro has a reputation of being a little bit of a linear deck, and I definitely agree for the first couple turns, especially up to like 6 Dawn or so, like sometimes like 5 Tashigi. On 5 you play Tashigi, 7 you play another one, right? But even with that, I think Zoro, what you really see a good player with, compared to just an okay player is how they activate these 10 Dawn, right? Where do you put them on your leader? When do you play cards? And this is the spot that we're in right now.
Yeah. This is a tough turn, even though it is a favorable position. Yam knows that you don't get these situations often against Bonney. This is not your favorite matchup. You won't get, if you don't win this match, you might not get this shot again.
Yeah.
So taking it, if you want to take it to game 3, you're going to have to think very carefully. So we see the 12 come across the board. A Mihawk block would allow Tyler Richard to restand his leader and then swing into the Mihawk, but probably not. It's probably just both 12 to lead. We see 3 Dawn up for the restand event. This kind of play is exactly why Richard doesn't run the Hody. He says he actually prefers the flexibility of the 3 Dawn and swing 12 and the 3 Dawn for restand event or for Luna more than the 7 Dawn for the Hody. And he says that it's actually more important to be healthy. Oh, both blockers commit. And with that, that's the game. And is he showing us